Young master, it's time to wake up. An elderly man with a dignified and poised demeanor stepped into the bedroom. He wore a tailored suit that left no doubt that he was a butler through and through. He glanced down at the figure curled under a thick blanket. It was the person he had addressed as young master. With quiet steps, he approached the bed and gently nudged the sleeping boy. "Arg damn, is it morning already? Got it, Sebastian. Stop shaking me and wait outside," came the groggy, irritated reply. The butler paused. "Young master, my name is Sebas. I'll wait outside." Knowing this wasn't the time to argue, he gracefully withdrew. The young master slowly sat up in bed, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. As his vision cleared, he took in his surroundings. The room was warm and familiar with an air of comfort. "Sigh, I could never get used to this," he muttered. He was Lucian Lutwell, heir to a baronial family. Life had been good, stable, privileged, and filled with the quiet luxury that came with nobility. That is, until a strange and sudden disaster struck the barony just a month ago. It began subtly, then escalated rapidly. Even his parents, the Baron and the Baroness, succumbed to a mysterious illness. Their deaths were sudden and unexplained. It left a void no one was prepared to fill. The shock sent Lucian into a week-long coma, and when he finally awoke, it wasn't just consciousness that returned. Buried memories surged to the surface. Memories of a past life. He had once lived in a world vastly different from this one. It was a modern and mundane place compared to the magic and nobility that surrounded him now. From the perspective of his former self, this new world could only be described as something out of a fantasy novel. Perhaps it was his body's way of coping or a defense mechanism against the trauma, as the memories of his past life began to overshadow those of his current one. After all, in this world, he was only a 12-year-old boy, but in his previous life, he had lived and died at the age of 22. Lucian sighed, the weight of 2 lifetimes pressed down on him, and the memory of his death resurfaced. In his past life, Lucian had been expelled from college, not for failing his studies, but for his violent temper. He had a strong sense of justice, and nothing enraged him more than seeing others being bullied. Time and time again, he stepped in, fists first. He believed he was doing the right thing, standing up for the helpless, but the world didn't see it that way. Disillusioned and bitter, he gave up on the idea of doing good. He never applied to another college. Instead, he drifted into isolation, sinking deeper into apathy and despair. He drowned his days in video games until his body gave out. Darkness swallowed him, and then, this. "Pathetic," he muttered in self-mockery. "Truly pathetic, I died a virgin. Gah," he exclaimed while clutching his head. "Knock, knock." "Young master, are you all right?" Sebas asked in concern. "Quiet, Sebastian. It's Sebas." Lucian sighed. Who doesn't name their butler Sebastian, he thought with resignation. He rose from the bed and began to change into his clothes. His mind wandered to his parents. He remembered them as gentle souls, perhaps too kind for their own good. Their lives were cut short so suddenly. He hadn't even been able to attend their funeral, as he had been in a coma. But what haunted him more was the thought of his sister. She had faced it all alone. The grief, the responsibility, the weight of holding everything together. He could only imagine the pain she must have endured in silence. She didn't even have time to weep. While still grieving, she had to manage the barony, care for Lucian, and maintain order amid the chaos. As the only son, Lucian was the rightful heir. He should have been the one to take over the management of the territory. But at just 12 years old, no one believed he could handle such a heavy burden. The barony was in chaos, and hope was slipping through everyone's fingers. The moment his eyes opened from the coma, his sister rushed in and threw her arms around him in a desperate hug. In that fragile embrace, he felt the depth of her exhaustion and pain. Yet even through it all, she was the only one who still had faith in him. But Lucian wasn't convinced their parents' deaths were natural. One tragedy was unfortunate. 2 or more, something sinister was definitely at play. Finally dressed and composed, he stepped outside and gestured to Sebas. "Take me to my sister." Sebas led the way with confident steps. Lucian was following behind. As they were walking through the corridor, Lucian fell into silence. The once vibrant manor now echoed with silence. Gone were the laughter and life they once had. Only 4 servants remained, including Sebas. Lucian's heart ached. They reached the study. Sebas bowed and waited outside as Lucian entered quietly. There she was, Vivian Lutwell, hunched over a desk overflowing with papers. Despite the dark circles under her eyes, her gentle beauty still shone. Her long, chestnut hair fell like silk over her shoulders. Lucian paused, quietly admiring her resolve. When Vivian looked up and saw him, her eyes lit up. A genuine smile spread across her face as she rose and embraced him tightly. "My cute little brother, Lulu, you're here." "Ahem, sister, please call me anything but Lulu." "Why not? I've always called you that." "Just Lou or Luke is fine," he insisted, cheeks slightly red. In his past life, the word Lulu had unfortunate connotations. Lucian felt embarrassed hearing it from his sister. Vivian tilted her head in confusion, but she didn't press him any further. Something had changed in her brother since the coma. He became more serious and more mature. Puberty, she thought with a sad smile. Maybe that's a good thing. She knew that Lucian must have felt depressed too when they lost their parents. Vivian tightened her embrace. "We have a problem," she said softly. Being a 12-year-old boy, he was still a lot smaller than her 15-year-old sister, so she overpowered him and couldn't resist her embrace. Lucian stayed silent and let her speak. "Tomorrow's the day. Are you ready to take over, brother?" Lucian's eyes sharpened. After a pause, he answered with a firm and unwavering resolve. "You don't have to worry about a thing, sister. I've been studying nonstop and I'm a fast learner. By the time you return, everything will be in order." In the kingdom of Valtmere, all nobles were required by law to attend the academy upon turning 15. Refusal was considered treason. Vivian had no choice. She had to leave whether she wanted to or not. Lucian clenched his fist. He would not let her down. She was all he had left. Suddenly, a buzzing sound snapped him from his thoughts. A bee darted into the room. Lucian's eyes narrowed. "Sis, don't move," he warned, spotting the insect has landed on her. Lucian was worried that it might sting Vivian. In a swift motion, he slapped. Slap. Butt. Kyle. Vivian jumped, eyes wide. Did he just slap me on the butt? She didn't notice the bee earlier, and Lucian was too stunned to speak. "No, we're siblings," she shrieked. Her reflex delivered a slap across Lucian's cheek before she bolted from the room with her face redder than a beet. Lucian stood frozen, one hand on his cheek, the other held up in disbelief. "Shit, now I've done it." He stared at his offending hand intently. Then, slowly, he brought it closer to his face in stunned contemplation. When suddenly, conditions met. A cold, mechanical voice rang in his mind. Conditions met. System initializing. Lucian jolted upright. There was no one else in the room. He scanned his surroundings, wondering if he was hallucinating. Just beneath him, something caught his eye. There seems to be a faint glow. A translucent cube pulsing, with a soft gray hue, hovered inches above the floor. He crouched to inspect it. Lying next to the strange object was the bee he'd swatted earlier. Lucian marveled at the cube. He was captivated by the tiny, shimmering star swirling within it. Curious, Lucian reached out and picked up the cube. A mechanical chime rang out and echoed like a flurry of system notifications. Teng. Drops are deposited in the inventory. He was surprised that the cube in his hand suddenly disappeared. You killed a bee. You gained 1 copper coin. Achievement First Blood. Reward system interface can now be accessed. Lucian's eyes lit up. Opening system interface. A glowing panel unfolded in the air before him. Status. Inventory. Inherited conditions not met. Inherited conditions not met. Conditions not met. Conditions not met. This is it, my cheat. Aha, Lucian grinned. I can solve the territory's problems faster than I thought. He had read about things like cheat abilities and systems in the fantasy novels he read in his past life, but having one for himself that was beyond anything he imagined, excitement bubbled in his chest. Still, something felt different. The system wasn't fully unlocked. For now, he tapped on status and inventory. 2 panels appeared side by side. Status. Name Lucian Lutwell male. Age 12 years old. Race human reincarnated. Job dropouts. Level 1. Titles. Young Lord of Lutwell charisma plus 10. Skill. Drop rate max. Charisma 10. Inventory. Osnet. 1 copper coin. Inventory slots 10. High quality honey X1. Lucian blinked at the screen, his mood shifting. What the FCK is Dropout? Are you mocking me for not finishing college? He growled, irritated at the painful reminder of his previous life. Lucian clicked on the job title, almost as if he could vent his frustration on the panel itself. The moment he did, a description popped up. Dropout. Description: everyone thought you dropped out of life, but everything else dropped for you. Job skill: drop rate, max passive, all defeated or subjugated living targets yield 100 item drops. Lucian's irritation melted into stunned silence, then a grin spread across his face. Wait, max drop rate? This is beyond a cheat. This is a goldmine. If I can't make it big with this, who the hell can? He reread the panels with his eyes gleaming. So that be dropped a copper coin and honey, money and honey, rich and runny. I couldn't ask for more. Life will be sweeter than before. Lucian felt so good to the point that his words are rhyming. The possibilities were thrilling. With this kind of he could generate resources, improve the barony's economy, maybe even save it. What if I took down stronger enemies, monsters, bandits? Not bad at all. But first, he needed a clear picture of what was going on in the territory. Lucian sat down, composed himself, and called out, "Sebastian, please come in." Sebas entered the room and replied, "Young master, I'm Seba. Oh no, what happened to your cheeks? Please, allow me to fetch the medicine kit." "No need, this is a badge of honor," Lucian said, waving him off. "Instead, Sebastian, I want a full report of everything that's happened since the disaster began. Leave nothing out." Sebas hesitated as he looked at Lucian in concern, but after a pause, he began recounting the events. Lucian sat still, absorbing every word. "I smell a conspiracy." The Lutwell barony, though small, was once a thriving land nestled between a forest to the east and mountains to the west. The population was modest, around 350 subjects, but its farmlands were fertile and its mines rich with ore. The barony was remote but self-sufficient. To the south of the territory stood Lutwell Manor, Lucian's home. But then something unexpected happened. According to Sebas, everything began about a month ago. There had been an incident at the mine. All the miners perished inside. Only the mine's manager made it out alive. No one knew what had happened until nightfall, when worried families began searching for their loved ones. That's when the manager stumbled back into the territory, battered and barely conscious. He claimed that there had been an explosion. The sudden blast buried the others alive. He was only spared because he happened to be near the entrance at the time. The next morning, guards were dispatched to investigate, but they had no choice but to halt operations since the entrance was completely blocked by massive boulders. Soon after, the farmlands began to wither. The earth turned gray and the crops withered. Food supplies dwindled. The territory was in danger. The merchant had just passed through the territory, and he only came once a month. Lucian couldn't eat him. After all, Lutwell was tucked away in the corner of the map. Fortunately, Lucian's father, the Baron, had prepared. He had stockpiled food in a storehouse enchanted with anti-decay magic. Kind-hearted and quick-thinking, he began distributing food to the people. But they knew it wouldn't last long. The Baron sent 10 vassals to the neighboring Coleheart barony to purchase food worth 10 full carriages. He even asked them to pay for expensive anti-decay enchantments on the carriages, nearly emptying the treasury. The journey will take about a week round trip by carriage. He also converted their small garden to grow crops instead of flowers. The Baron could only hope it would be enough, at least until he came up with a way to resolve the crisis. But a week passed, and the vassals he had sent to buy food still hadn't returned. That's when tragedy struck. The Baron and the Baroness fell ill with a strange disease and grew weaker by the day. Days later, they both died. Then Lucian fell into a coma. Since then, the barony has only declined. Most servants left and only 4 remained. His sister Vivian took temporary charge, but she would leave for the academy in 2 weeks. Her solution was to ration food. Many subjects were disheartened and fled to other lands. Only around 200 remained. Lucian clenched his fists. None of it added up: the timing, the sequence, the silence from Coleheart, his parents' sudden death. It smelled like sabotage. His eyes narrowed. He needed answers. Lucian slipped out of the manor and sprinted toward the mountains. The barony wasn't large, but to his small frame, the distance felt enormous. "Damn my tiny legs, I can't wait to grow up," he muttered, wiping sweat from his brow. His destination is the mine. He had to see it for himself. After 30 grueling minutes, he arrived. Massive boulders sealed the entrance, but something was off. If there had been an explosion, why are there large boulders on the entrance? The entrance led downward, and there was no cliff or overhead for rock to fall in. Lucian approached the boulders. He wanted to test something. Store. In an instant, one of the boulders vanished. It worked. He had successfully stored it in his inventory. Still, if this situation really was part of some larger scheme, he couldn't risk drawing attention. He decided to remove only a few, just enough to slip through unnoticed. "Perfect, my tiny body's finally good for something," he muttered with a smirk. And with that, he slipped quietly inside. What greeted him inside was not darkness. The tunnel opened into a glowing cavern. Luminous stones bathed the walls in soft light. It was no longer a mine. It had become something else entirely. Oh crap, it all makes sense now. He took a breath, heart pounding. This isn't just a simple sabotage. He stared into the glowing expanse ahead. A dungeon, huh? Lucian didn't rush in. Standing before the dungeon's entrance, he knew better than to charge ahead unprepared, especially now. If his suspicions were correct, there was more at stake than just monsters. There had to be a traitor within their territory. How else could so many misfortunes have occurred in quick succession? Without warning. Without trace. Yes, the mine was valuable, but the dungeon, it was priceless. Monsters within were a constant source of mana cores. It was crucial for enhancing strength, airing artifacts, and fueling magic tools. The dungeon might have been the trigger, but Lucian felt this ran deeper. The timing was too perfect. It was as if someone had planned this long before the mine transformed into a dungeon. He backed away from the dungeon's mouth and retrieved the massive boulder he had stored earlier, sealing the entrance again. He returned to the manor just in time for lunch. Their meal was modest. With the territory under strain, luxuries were out of the question. Thanks to their loyal chef who remained despite the odds, it was at least savory. At the dining table, Vivian appeared restless as she fidgeted in her seat. She excused herself early, heading off to prepare her luggage. After lunch, Lucian turned to Sebas. "Sebastian, do you know where the beehive is?" "It's Sebas, young master, and yes, there's one in the garden." Lucian raised a brow. "Since when I thought father had all the flowers removed, why are there still bees?" When the Baron ordered crops to be planted, the gardener kept a third of the garden for flower. He said honey could fill empty stomachs. "I see," Lucian pondered quietly. Something didn't add up, but he shelved the thought for now. He headed to the garden. He wasn't planning anything grand, just a small parting gift for Vivian, something simple before she left for the academy. After searching, he spotted the hive. There were many ways to collect honey, most of which involved killing the bees, but Lucian didn't want to wipe them out. He wanted sustainability. If he could keep the balance, the honey and money supply would be endless. He decided to target the forager bees specifically, careful not to alarm the entire hive. Using a jar, he captured 9 of them and slipped in a burning coal from the kitchen. A puff of smoke. The bees died. "I'm sorry, little ones. The world isn't fair," he murmured, feeling a pang of guilt. The familiar chime of the system echoed in his mind, and drops materialized. Among the 9 drops, 8 emitted the usual dull gray glow, but one shone green. Drops are deposited in the inventory. You killed 9 bees, you gain 9 copper coins. Inventory. Wasn't it? 1 silver coin, 1 silver coin, equal 10 copper coins. Inventory slots 10. High quality honey x9. Nectar crystal x1. Lucian's eyes widened. It seems that the same as games, his drops have rarity. Gray must be common, so green is uncommon. If he had to guess, it seemed like there was a 10 drop rate for uncommon items, at least from bees. But killing them one by one was inefficient. Time for a new plan. He whipped up some sugar water to lure more forager bees. It worked. After a short wait, hundreds swarmed. He captured over 300 bees and exterminated them all in one go. Among the 300-plus drops, Lucian noticed 3 distinct colors once again. 3 of the cubes gleamed with a vivid blue glow, unlike the usual gray or green ones. Based on its brilliance, he guessed it to be of rare rarity. Inventory. Wasn't 3 gold coins, 1 gold coin, equal 10 silver coins, 100 copper coins. 0 silver coin, 1 silver coin, equal 10 copper coins. 3 copper coin. Inventory slots 10. High quality honey x99. High quality honey x99. High quality honey x75. Nectar crystal x27. Royal jelly x3. Lucian grinned. Like a game, item stacks maxed at 99. The 100th started a new slot. Only then did Lucian notice a glaring issue. His inventory had just 10 slots. Whether it could be expanded or not, he had no idea. Until he found out, he'd have to manage every slot wisely. He decided to treat each one like precious real estate. Oddly, even after killing hundreds of bees, he didn't level up. Was leveling up based on effort, not combat, or was there something else to it? Regardless, he stopped there. There is no point in pushing his luck and overkilling bees. Then the system chimed again, and a panel appeared. Achievement Sweet Tooth, Sour Heart. Caused 100 non-hostile creatures to drop something. Reward Title, Menace to Society. What the hell, that's not a title I want. He tapped the title to check its effect. Menace to Society. Description: weak and non-hostile creatures will be overwhelmed by your presence. Damn it, he groaned, couldn't you give a tile like efficient harvester or something? That evening, Lucian knocked gently on Vivian's door. Sister, are you inside? Brother, come in, her voice was soft. About earlier, I'm sorry for slapping you, I was just surprised. Lucian didn't come to talk about that. He sat beside her on the bed. Sister, we won't see each other for a while. Vivian swallowed and looked at him, waiting. I want you to take these. From his item box, he retrieved 175 bottles of honey, 20 nectar crystals, and 2 royal jellies. One convenient feature of the drops was that the system automatically provided containers perfectly suited for each item. The sight of the golden contents made Vivian gulp. She barely registered where Lucian got those elegant containers. Her attention was completely stolen by something far more surprising. This item box. Brother, have you unlocked the item box skill, and it seems like it's quite big. In this world, the origin of skills remained a mystery. Some claimed they acquired them by sheer luck and others through relentless effort. A few were passed down through bloodlines, while certain religious groups believed skills were divine blessings. It's different from magic, which followed a more structured path. Anyone with the right affinity could learn it through study and practice. Among the known rare skills was Item Box. It was a coveted ability, often linked to an affinity for space magic. No wonder Vivian was stunned. If Lucian had revealed this when he entered the academy, he would have been treated with high regard. Yes, sister, that's why you don't have to worry about me or the territory. Focus on your studies at the academy. I'll take care of everything here. He paused, then added with a reassuring smile, and this item box isn't the only skill I have. I'll tell you more next time, so make sure to come back safe, all right? This moment was one of the reasons Lucian had come to see her, to ease her heart before her departure. Vivian nodded vigorously, tears welling in her eyes as she hugged him tightly. She didn't ask for more. She trusted Lucian completely. Spotting the neatly arranged containers, she gasped. This is Honey, right, no wonder Sebas said you were playing with bees. She blinked, overwhelmed. But this is way too much for me. We should share it with the people. You don't need to worry, I have plenty. Besides, Lucian smirked, I heard honey's great for your skin. Before he could finish, Vivian was hugging the honey like treasure, her eyes sparkling. Lucian silently chuckled, so even my sister's obsessed with beauty. As she packed, Lucian explained the items. High-quality honeys. Type consumable. Rarity common. Description improves health and stamina. Continuous consumption will yield long-term benefits. Nectar crystal. Type consumable. Rarity uncommon. Description boosts mana and energy recovery. Can relieve strain caused by skill usage. Royal jelly. Type consumable. Rarity rare. Description a delicacy known to slow aging and enhance mana control. May awaken latent potential in females. Lucian was especially intrigued by the effects of the royal jelly. From what he knew, his sister didn't possess any skills, and just like how a normal bee transforms into a queen after consuming royal jelly, maybe, just maybe, this could awaken something dormant within her. He chose not to share the full descriptions, especially the ones in parentheses. If Vivian knew how valuable the items truly were, she might hesitate to consume them, possibly even sell them to others instead. Lucian didn't want that. These were for her. Once Vivian finished packing, she turned to him with a soft smile. Brother, it's been a while since we slept together. Why don't you stay with me tonight? I'll miss you so much. Lucian didn't even pause. Of course, sis. This, too, was one of the reasons he'd come. He lay beside her, watching over her as she drifted off. Her face was peaceful, but the world was, not for someone as kind as her. Suddenly, the system resounded in his mind, then a panel appeared. Conditions met. Stare at someone intently for an hour without being noticed. Don't blink for 5 minutes. Correctly guess a person's mood 3 times in a row. Skill scan obtained. What the FCK system? Don't make it sound so damn creepy. Lucian blurted out, then immediately clamped his mouth shut, remembering Vivian was still fast asleep beside him. He wasn't sure whether to be amused or disturbed by the achievement conditions, but a new skill was a new skill, and he wasn't about to complain. Curious, he activated Scan and turned his attention to Vivian. Name Vivian Lutwell, female. Age 15 years old. Race human. Job white mage. Level 3. Title Lutwell's Angel. Skill Logged. Magic. Household magic. Favorability 90s. Status hopeful, sleeping, fatigued. 90, that's dangerously high, Lucian muttered. Nope, gotta keep it that way, no higher. Once he was sure Vivian was sound asleep, Lucian quietly got up and walked over to her luggage. From his inventory, he pulled out a small pouch containing 30 gold coins. It was all that remained in the family's treasury. He tucked it inside her luggage, along with a folded letter he had written earlier. He didn't hesitate. He didn't need to. With his cheat-like abilities, money was no longer something he had to worry about. Just as he turned to sleep, a sharp strain shot through his eyes. Shit, is this one of the side effects of using skills at freaking stings? Lucian rubbed his eyes, feeling the sharp sting from using Scan. Unlike magic that draws on mana, some skills have side effects. Some put a strain on the body, others drain stamina. There are also skills that leave a person bedridden for days, and some cause intense pain. There were also stories of people feeling nothing at all after using a skill for years. Perhaps their bodies had adapted over time. In Lucian's case, this particular skill strained his vision. Lucian figured that maybe as he grew stronger, the strain might lessen. He also realized his drops could mitigate the effects. Lucian quickly pulled out a nectar crystal and popped it into his mouth. A wave of relief washed over him almost instantly. Definitely need to stockpile more of these, he thought. Lucian couldn't but wonder, did his other skill, drop rate, max have no side effects at all? With a quiet exhale, he returned to the bed and lay down beside his sister, the weight of the day finally giving way to sleep. The next morning. A carriage was waiting for Vivian by the manor gates. After a final tearful hug, she stepped inside. Lucian watched without moving. Only after the carriage disappeared from sight did he finally turn away. But his expression had changed. The warmth was gone, replaced by cold resolve. It's time to find the mole and fix this damned territory. Even Sebas, who standing behind him, flinched at the sharp edge in his voice. Lucian gestured for Sebas to follow him into the study. "Sebastian, can I trust you?" he asked, his voice heavy with meaning. Sebas straightened. "Young master, no, young lord, you can trust this Sebas." His tone was firm, emphasizing his name. Lucian gave a small nod, but inwardly, he wasn't the type to take anyone at their word. Words were cheap, so he activated scan. Name: Sebas, male. Age: 52 years old. Race: human. Job: assassin. Level: 65. Title: Quiet Fang. Iron Butler. Skill: Blade in the Tray. Silent Step. Torture. Poker Face. Magic. Household Magic. Loyalty: 100. Status: Comstadigianoin. Assassin. Lucian's heart skipped a beat as his eyes widened in disbelief, but then he read further down. Instead of the usual favorability stat, Sebas had loyalty. It was even maxed at 100. He figured it might be because Sebas was male, or perhaps because he was a servant. Relief washed over him. Sebas was far stronger than he ever imagined. All those years of thinking the butler was just creepy for walking silently, it turns out it was an actual skill, and that torture skill, it sent a chill down his spine. He realized then he knew nothing about Sebas. But he pushed those thoughts aside. He didn't know why Sebas was so loyal, but it was enough. He trusted that Sebas would never harm him. Initially, a dark thought has crept in him. Were his parents truly victims of disease? But that mystery would remain for another day. For now, Lucian had confirmation. Sebas was trustworthy. "Good, call the mining manager. I have questions for him." With his scan skill, rooting out traitors would be simple. He kept a nectar crystal nearby to chew on just in case the strain on using scan set in. Sebas bowed and left immediately. Lucian waited in silence, gathering his thoughts. He had chosen this timing carefully. When Vivian had just left for the academy, she wouldn't approve of what he was about to do. Like their parents, she was too kind, but Lucian had accepted the role of the bad guy in the family, the one who would get his hands dirty so hers could stay clean. He knew his twisted sense of justice was surfacing again, but this world was different. Here, he could enforce his version of justice without fear of being judged. Finally, Sebas returned leading a burly, scarred man into the study. The man looked sickly and disheveled, letting out a hoarse cough from time to time. "Young lord, the butler said you requested me. Sorry I haven't reported in since. Well, that day, been recovering, caught a cold now." Another cough followed. Lucian's gaze was cold. He nodded silently and activated scan. Name: Dregger, male. Age: 35 years old. Race: human. Job: rogue. Level: 19. Title: Coleheart's loyal servant. Lutwell's mine manager. Skill: deception. Preemptive strike. Magic: household magic. Loyalty: 20. Status: evasive alert deceptive. Lucian's eyes narrowed. A Coleheart servant and negative loyalty, lying about his sickness too, just as I thought. He clenched his fists under the desk. He had read about political schemes, but facing one head-on was something else. A picture appeared in his mind. He now knew that the perpetrator of everything is the neighboring lord. "Coleheart bastards," he muttered. The words were soft, but both men heard him. Sebas showed no reaction, but Dregger flinched. The Colehearts is another Baron family and are famous for their blacksmithing. The Lutwells had been supplying them with ore for years. Lucian once thought the two houses were on good terms. Apparently not. They hadn't even realized a Coleheart servant had infiltrated their territory. No wonder the mine's output had been steadily declining over the years. Dregger was likely smuggling the ores to the Colehearts all along. Lucian's voice turned cold and sharp. Dregger, do you know what you've done? His charisma-enhanced presence bore down on the man. Dregger stammered, why, young lord, I don't know what you cough mean. Still pretending. Still playing dumb, did that Coleheart dog send you? The atmosphere shifted. Dregger's act dropped instantly. His sickly facade melted away into smug arrogance. How? I covered everything perfectly. Why was I even scared in the first place? Just a brat and a butler, you can't do shit to me. He laughed loudly, eyes mocking Lucian. Sebas stepped forward, but Lucian raised a hand, signaling him to wait. This territory is already as good as ours. What can a little boy do? He kept rambling, confident no one in the room posed a threat. Lucian said nothing, let him talk. There was weight behind his words. In the Vaultmere Kingdom, when a lord dies or disappears, the title typically passes to the nearest relative. But if no relative is present or capable of assuming the role, the neighboring lord has the right to step in and take control. Given Lutwell's isolated position on the map, who would bother to intervene for a small noble house in a backwater place? Sigh, we have to speed things up, Dregger muttered casually, as if he were chatting over drinks. Who would have thought the mine my lord wanted would turn into a dungeon? Even better. Now I just need to silence everyone who knows, and thanks to the talisman my lord gave me, the dungeon's entrance is already sealed. He kept rambling, completely convinced he was untouchable. In his arrogance, he even spilled valuable information without a second thought. Well, enough chit-chat. You know what comes next, right? A twisted grin stretched across his face. I'll just tell everyone your loyal butler snapped and killed you. With that, he suddenly crouched and reached for a concealed dagger, then lunged forward in a blur, aiming straight for Lucian's neck. Or so he thought. In reality, Sebas moved first. Effortlessly, he caught both of Dregger's arms, disarming him and slamming him to the floor. He bound him with a rope. Where he got it from, Lucian had no idea. Everything happened so fast that Dregger barely processed what had occurred. Lucian sat calmly at his desk, watching. Dregger struggled furiously, but no amount of thrashing could free him from the iron grip of a level 65 Sebas. Idiot, Lucian scoffed, his tone dripping with mockery. Why's a Tyrone mutt like you trying to act tough? Go on, take a wild guess what tier Sebas is. In this world, was measured in tiers. Lucian has found out that Tier 1 covered levels 10 to 19, Tier 2 ranged from 20 to 29, and so on. Sebas, at level 65, was comfortably Tier 6. Lucian possessed the system, allowing him to see levels and statuses with precision. Dregger's face contorted in fury. He took the bait, growling as he summoned every ounce of strength to break free. There was no way, he thought, that a forgotten noble house like Lutwell could harbor someone truly Urful. But his defiance was pointless. Sebas had been ready from the moment he stepped into the room. He was prepared to act the instant things turned dangerous. Still, even he was caught off guard, not by Dregger but by Lucian. To think the young master has grown, Sebas thought silently, he's becoming just like him. Sebas made a suggestion. Young lord, I know Tortu, certain methods. I believe I can extract useful information. Lucian didn't hesitate. Good, make it hurt. Just don't kill him. Half dead is fine. Dregger turned pale. He had expected a soft, grieving boy. Instead, he met a future tyrant. Lucian, meanwhile, was internally cringing. Damn, I've always wanted to say that. Did I just sound like a gang boss? Sebas dragged the squirming man into another room. Soon, the air was filled with muffled screams and frantic cries. Lucian shivered. He did say make it painful, but this was on another level. Still, he felt no pity. Dregger had shattered his peaceful world. Forgiveness wasn't an option. Sebas returned later, with his expression unreadable as ever. Young lord, please, don't confront people like that without me. It's dangerous. Lucian checked his status and realized Sebas was worried. His poker face hid it, but the scan didn't lie. I know, Sebastian. I only did this because you're here. I know you're strong. Hearing Lucian's words, Sebas remained silent, but even without checking his status, Lucian could tell that Sebas was pleased. After all, he didn't even correct him for calling him Sebastian. Then Sebas shared what he'd learned. Got it, Lucian nodded. Now me prepare the plaza, gather everyone in the territory. Sebas paused. May I know your plan? The people have been displeased for a while. They need someone to eat. That's how humans are. It brings them comfort. Sebas nodded, understanding his young lord's intent. In the plaza of Lutwell territory, roughly 200 citizens gathered in the heart of Lutwell. They were the ones who had stayed behind, those still loyal to the land they called home. The previous baron and baroness had been kind to them, almost to a fault. Even in their final moments, the baron's only wish had been to ensure his people were fed. So when they died, grief settled heavy over the territory. Now all eyes were on Lucian. They remembered him as a cheerful, clever boy, full of energy and always eager to, but being a lord was another matter entirely. Most didn't know what to expect. Some feared the worst. After all, he was still just a child in their eyes. A few had already started contemplating escape if the territory's condition deteriorated further. Despair hovered thick in the air. Still they came, more out of loyalty to the late baron than hope. They stood in the plaza waiting for whatever came next. Then Lucian arrived. He didn't walk like the boy they remembered. His steps were steady, his face fierce, his presence commanding. Every conversation halted. Silence blanketed the crowd as he climbed the platform. Even Sebas, who stood behind him holding a bound and battered Dregger, went unnoticed as they are so transfixed by Lucian. Lucian scanned the crowd. He saw their cautious eyes, the way they stared at him as though seeing a ghost of the late baron. He knew it was because of his charisma stat and the title menace to society. He was glad they worked. That way, it would be easier for him to proceed. Lucian gave a signal. With a subtle nod, Sebas dragged Dregger forward, placing him in the center of the platform. At last, the crowd noticed Dregger. Confused murmurs rippled through them as they recognized the bound and battered man. Isn't that the mining manager? He looks like he's been dragged through hell. What did the young lord do to him? Wait, don't tell me. Is he going to feed him to us because there's no food left? Lucian winced at that last comment. Okay, that escalated quickly. The plaza buzzed with unrest, the citizens exchanging wild guesses, some genuinely concerned, others weirdly imaginative. Lucian could barely keep up with the nonsense he was hearing. Before it spiraled further, he raised his hand. A hush fell instantly. Then in a cold and clear voice, he spoke. My loyal subjects, I know you've suffered. Your hardships have not gone unseen, and as your new lord, your pain is mine, I swear to you now. It ends today. But first, I must admit something. I failed you. I let a traitor slip past my watch. He poisoned our land and preyed upon our trust. For that, I offer you my deepest apology. A ripple moved through the crowd. Emotions swelled in their chests. Yes, a traitor, Dregger, the very man we trusted. Dregger, do you even grasp the weight of your betrayal? Lucian turned his gaze toward Dregger. The crowd followed. And then something changed. Their eyes sharpened, burning with emotion. Injustice, indignation, hatred. The weight of their suffering surfaced all at once, boiling just beneath the surface. Lucian watched it unfold and felt the tension ripple through the air. Lucian had them now. He wasn't one of us. He was a spy, sent by some greedy lord to sabotage our home. He murdered our miners, ruined our fields, starved our families. He tore apart the very land we built with our own hands. Let this act of treachery be the last. I, Lucian Lutwell, your protector, declare. Justice will be served. From these ashes we will rise, proud, unbroken, and stronger than ever. The dam burst. All their hunger, sorrow, and helplessness surged to the surface. They didn't know the name of the Lord who had orchestrated their suffering. But now they had a face. A traitor. Someone to eat. The crowd erupted, voices raw with fury, their pain condensed into a single chant. Kill, kill, kill. Crap, they're scaring me, Lucian thought. Truthfully, Lucian didn't need anyone's approval to execute a traitor. He would kill anyone who threatened his home or family. He simply preferred transparency, let everyone know why this was happening. Sebas stepped forward, breaking his usual stoic demeanor. Young lord, please let me do it. Spare your hands this stain. Let this Sebas bear the burden. Lucian shook his head. Sebastian, this is part of being a lord. If it happens again, I need to be ready. Sebas opened his mouth to protest, but Lucian raised a hand. The old butler hesitated, then stepped back. His voice dropped to a whisper, barely audible over the cheering crowd. I'm sorry I couldn't keep my promise. But the way he said it, it wasn't meant for Lucian. It was for someone else. Someone far away. Lucian stepped forward as the crowd's chants rumbled around him. Dregger squirmed in his binds, muffled by cloth. Lucian had made sure Sebas silenced him just in case he tried to use his deception skill. You know, Lucian muttered to Dregger, I asked the system why I can't see HP and other status like in games. I never got an answer, not user-friendly at all. Dregger's panicked eyes darted around in confusion. Maybe it's because those things can't be measured by numbers, or maybe because of other variables. So let's test that theory. You'll be my experiment. After all, in games, a level 1 shouldn't be able to harm a level 23. Let's find out. Lucian drew his sword. At first glance, it seemed like a mere ornamental blade. It was something his father had cherished more for its beauty than its bite. But when Lucian used scan, he discovered its true worth. Iron bite. Type short sword. Rarity rare. Description forged from dark iron and tempered for durability, tears into flesh like being bitten by iron itself. The blade glinted under the sun, its dark edge gleaming cold and merciless. Lucian raised it. Then he brought it down. Clean and swift. The blade sliced through Dregger's neck, his head rolled free in the air before it falls down. Silence again. The people stared wittied, from Lucian to the fallen traitor. Lucian didn't flinch, he felt no guilt. What did surprise him was that a level 1 like himself had decapitated a level 23. That changed everything. If he could kill higher levels, then lower ones could do the same to him. Wasn't as linear as he thought. The scene, however, was still a bit too graphic for his taste. But then something unexpected happened. A glowing object appeared next to Dregger's corpse. Oops, you dropped something. Everyone around him fell silent. They stared at Lucian. His small and wide eyes looked sincerely puzzled. And then they followed his gaze. Straight to the severed head lying on the ground. A single giggle broke the silence. Then another. And suddenly the plaza erupted, not in fear or horror but in laughter. Giggles rolled into chuckles, and chuckles into full-bellied cheer. Young lords, young lord, young lord. They had completely misunderstood him. Lucian was genuinely surprised. He thought that only monsters left drops behind. But the crowd, they thought he was talking about the head, the same severed head now lying unceremoniously on the ground. The contrast amused them. One moment he stood fierce, carrying out an execution with ruthless precision. The next he dropped a completely awkward and almost childlike comment, breaking the tension like a burst of sunshine in a storm. They weren't scared of him at all. To them, Dregger deserved to die. But Lucian himself felt a chill from the loud cheers. Shit, he thought, if I hadn't done this sooner, maybe these mobs would have ended up decapitating me instead. He misread their laughter as bloodthirsty rage, and it made him shiver. Still, as their lord, he had to keep his composure. Quietly, he stepped forward and picked up the mysterious drop near the severed head. To his surprise, it wasn't the usual glowing cube. Instead, a glowing card shimmered in his hand. He held it briefly, then it vanished just like other drops. He made a mental note to study it later. To avoid raising any suspicion, Lucian picked up the severed head and hoisted it high. Because of his small stature, he had to use both hands to hold it steady. He let out a loud cheer, holding the head aloft like a victorious warrior. The crowd looked on with amused affection, charmed by the contrast of their fierce young lord and his awkward, almost childish display. Laughter and cheers echoed through the plaza, mingled with playful giggles. But beneath his bravado, Lucian felt queasy. Ah, this is gross. Quickly, he tossed the head aside and motioned for Sebas to get rid of it. Before he could react further, a series of system notifications flashed before Lucian's eyes. Lucian decided to ignore the string of notifications for now. There were more pressing matters to attend to. He stepped once more into the center of the stage, surveying the crowd before him. The murmurs died down the moment he stood still, and his presence alone commanded silence. Seeing that the moment was right, he raised his voice for all to hear. "My people, we've discovered the cause of our failing crops." A hush fell over the crowd. Tension filled the air. Was it good news or bad? Lucian's expression hardened. There is a creature called the soilworm. It feeds on the nutrients of the earth. The traitor, Dregger, released a swarm of them into our fertile lands. But do not despair. It is easy to remove them. The people gasped as their shock gave way to outrage. That someone would sabotage their livelihood felt like a betrayal too cruel to bear. If Dregger were still alive, they would have demanded justice with their own hands. "Remember, what doesn't kill us makes us stronger. Stand tall, fight with me, we'll purge our land together." He pointed in the direction of the farmland. "I will lead the way." A stir of hope swept through the crowd. Nobles rarely dirtied their hands, let alone led the charge in labor. Yet here was Lucian, volunteering to walk with them. To dig, to sweat, to work. They could see the figure of the previous baron who lied to their good life and gave them a place they can call home. Some even stepped forward, offering to carry Lucian on their backs, but he gently declined. Their thin, malnourished frames betrayed their strength, and besides, he never had any intention of being carried. When they reached the fields, Lucian saw the extent of the damage. The soil was dry, cracked, lifeless. Once rich and loamy, now bore an ashen gray hue. "Remember what I told you," Lucian announced, pulling out a large jar from his inventory with a flourish. "Find the soilworms, but do not kill them. Put them in here." The sudden appearance of the jar startled the onlookers. A skill, they realized. They didn't question it. What more could they ask for than a lord who possessed a skill, even if they didn't know exactly what it was? Just knowing he had one filled them with hope. Deep down, they all believed Lucian was destined for greatness, and when that day came, they knew his rise would lift them up as well. Lucian asked for farming tools and gathered the workers. Then, he demonstrated how to spot the worms. These creatures drain the soil dry. They may not bite or claw, but they are monsters all the same. 1 per square meter is enough to ruin the land. He pointed to a patch of dirt. Look for patches that are slightly darker than that ashen gray color. The ashen gray areas mean the soilworms have already drained all the nutrients and moved on, so don't waste time there. Focus on the darker shades instead. They don't burrow deep, so you can catch them with ease. Once he finished explaining, Lucian took the lid and began working himself. He chose a small trowel, which is more suited to his size than a full shovel, and approached a patch of soil with a slightly different color gradient. Without hesitation, he began to dig. Seeing their young lord get his hands dirty stirred something in the people. It was rare and almost unheard of for someone of noble blood to work the land alongside the subjects in the field. Their respect for him deepened. After several careful digs, Lucian finally unearthed one of the soilworms. He held it up with a grin. His chuckle was misinterpreted by the crowd as childish amusement. They saw it as endearing, proof that their lord is still so young and could laugh even while holding a squirming worm. Their hearts lightened and determination bloomed. Lucian, of course, had other thoughts. "I wonder what drops when I kill one." But he kept the worm alive, placing it carefully into the jar. "Better to wait, maybe I can breed them and farm drops." The villagers, meanwhile, were already digging in earnest. Some were even more efficient than him. Lucian then activated Scan. While it couldn't reveal the exact location of the soilworms, it highlighted the areas where he should dig. His inexperience made it hard to tell the subtle color differences by eye alone. He felt almost colorblind trying to spot them manually. But with Scan, the soil's details came alive. The skill allowed him to distinguish nutrient levels and detect anomalies beneath the surface. It changed everything. All he had to do was scan, and the system would guide him to the right spots. Soil type loamy. Nutrient level moderate. Fertility rating. Anomalies detected. Soil type loamy. Nutrient level critically low. Fertility rating. Anomalies detected. One thing Lucian discovered about Scan was that it didn't strain his eyes as much when used on things with limited information. Scanning soil, for instance, was a breeze compared to scanning humans. It was simpler and far less overwhelming. Inspired by Lucian's abilities, the villagers worked faster and more energetically. Laughter and chatter filled the air. Hours passed in cheerful labor until at last, Lucian confirmed through Scan that the worms had all been collected. The jar was now filled with soilworms, about 50 in total. It was fewer than Lucian had expected, but he was satisfied nonetheless. A drop is a drop, he thought with a smirk. He then chewed on a nectar crystal to recover some energy, savoring its sweetness like a child with candy. "Young lord," a young man called out, "what will you do with these worms? Will you release them on that lord's farms as revenge?" Lucian shot him a sharp look and said firmly, "Nonsense, look at us. Do you really think it's right to stoop to that level? The other lord may be guilty, but what good would it do if innocent people starved because of our retaliation? I'm not saying I won't take revenge, but it will be in another form." He meant every word, or at least that's what they believed. Deep down, Lucian wasn't planning to return the worms. "Bullsht, finders keepers," he smirked inwardly, "and I want the drops." The villagers nodded, inspired and grateful. They were proud to have stayed loyal to this land. "I apologize, my lord," I spoke out of turn. Lucian gave a firm nod. "All is well, I'll return for now. I need to find a way to restore our soil. Wait for good news." He walked off, holding the jar with both hands. They watched him go with hopeful eyes. As he walked, Lucian racked his brain for ideas. He barely knew anything about soil science. Agronomy, fertilizers, chemistry. He was a dropout after all. He sighed. "I should have studied more in my past life. All I learned in school is that mitochondria is the house of the cell." When he got home, though, his curiosity overtook his worry. The excitement of seeing item drops was too tempting. In the kitchen, he summoned a flame and sacrificed 10 worms. He didn't want to eliminate all the soilworms, at least not yet. He was already thinking of ways to breed them. After all, who knew what other drops they might yield? The creatures offered no resistance. They simply withered and died in the fire. As expected, 9 gray drops and 1 green drop materialized. Lucian quickly stashed them in his inventory as his eyes gleamed with anticipation. Without wasting a moment, he opened his inventory to inspect the loot. Nutrients sac. Type utility resource. Rarity common. Description: a gelfold organ storing concentrated nutrients, can rejuvenate soil or be used as fertilizer. Soil crystal. Type utility crafting material. Rarity uncommon. Description: a crystal infused with the essence of fertile earth. Crushed form accelerates plant growth, also useful in crafting magic tools. "I'll be damned," Lucian muttered wittied. "I didn't need to find a solution. It dropped right into my lap." He laughed. FCK, problem solved. Lucian handed all the drops he got from the soilworms to Sebas, calling him over with a short command. He gave a quick rundown on how to use the items and told him to get the subjects. Without another word, Sebas turned and left to carry out the order. Now alone, Lucian's eyes gleamed with anticipation. "System, show me the notifications again," he said, almost breathless with excitement. A cascade of notifications began to appear before him, and Lucian grinned like a child in a candy store. "Teng. You killed a person. You gained all his assets, 50 gold. You leveled up. Inventory slot +1. You leveled up. Inventory slot +1. Teng. A skill card has dropped. Conditions met. Skillpedia incomplete is now unlocked. Launching system interface. Status. Inventory. Skillpedia incomplete inherited new. Inherited conditions not met. Conditions not met. Conditions not met. Skill cards will be stored in the Skillpedia. Teng. Achievement unlocked. I'm rich. Earn more gold from drops than your current net worth. Reward title, side hustle hero plus 100 more coins from future drops. Lucian's jaw dropped. There was so much to process. He had leveled up for the first time. He realized that leveling up increased his inventory slots, or maybe there were other ways too. And a skill had dropped he hadn't even known that was possible. The achievement title made him cringe, but the bonus effect eased the sting. Double gold from future drops that he could live with. What truly grabbed his attention, though, was the Skillpedia. It intrigued him more than anything else. The word inherited still raised a dozen questions on Lucian. What did it mean? What had he inherited from who? As usual, the system offered no explanation. It wasn't known for being user-friendly. In an instant, a book materialized out of thin air floating in front of him. It hovered weightlessly. Whoa, how cool is that? Lucian's eyes sparkled. He reached out and ran his fingers along the engraved patterns on the leather cover. After a moment of marveling, he opened the book. The moment Lucian caught a glimpse of the first page, a wave of goosebumps prickled down his arms. This, he whispered while his eyes scanned the text. It was exactly what it sounded like. Skillpedia, short for Skill Encyclopedia. As the name suggested, it contained an overview of skills. But as he flipped through, he quickly noticed something strange. The book only listed the names of skills he had either learned or seen through scan. Only a handful of entries had full descriptions. Most pages were filled with nothing but question marks. He figured the lack of information must be because the Skillpedia was still in its incomplete state. As he flipped through the pages, something odd caught his attention. The number of pages didn't seem to decrease. No matter how many times he turned them, the book just kept going. Curious, he spent a few minutes trying to find the end, but it was like chasing a horizon. The pages went on and on. Eventually, he tried flipping it from the back and found the same result. Could this thing store an unlimited number of skills? He wondered. Returning to the first page, he began searching for the skill card he had received from the drop. Skill passive. Illustration, a man in a suit, confidently delivering a speech. Name, deception. Description, higher chance that your words are believable. FCK, why didn't his other skill drop? Lucian muttered in disappointment. He had been hoping for the flashier active skill like preemptive strike. Still, deception wasn't bad. In fact, now that he thought about it, it explained a lot. It must have been the reason people trusted Dregger so easily. Well, maybe it's not a useless skill after all, he admitted with a sigh. But even that thought was quickly overshadowed by something far more important. The Skillpedia held a much bigger secret. Damn, this is huge. If anyone finds out, I'm dead. He wasn't being dramatic. The secret hidden in these pages was something scholars, nobles, and warriors had argued about for generations. Because this book didn't just describe skills. It showed how to obtain them. Fortunately, the character in the book was miraculously written in English. It's a language no one else in this world could understand. He had no idea where the book came from or why it was written in English, but there was no use dwelling on questions without answers. Lucian exhaled slowly with his heart pounding. Then, with a mix of curiosity and dread, he tapped on one of the entries in the Skillpedia. Skill active. Illustration, a man striking down a surprised foe. Name, preemptive strike. Description, a sure-hit attack that stuns the enemy before impact. How to obtain. Must have proficiency with sharp weapons. Kill 100 targets in one hit by landing hits on their vital points. Lucian let out another sigh. Preemptive strike was supposed to guarantee a hit, but it had failed. Sebas was simply too irful compared to Dregger. That realization only fueled his curiosity. Just what kind of skills does Sebas have? Skill active. Illustration, a butler holding a tray, a hidden blade gleaming inside. Name, blade in a tray. Description, you won't even realize you're dead. How to obtain. Must have proficiency with hidden weapons. Train in assassination techniques non-stop for 10 years. Kill 100 targets without them noticing their death. Skill passive. Illustration, a faint footprint. Name, silent step. Description, sound is your enemy. How to obtain. Deep understanding of sound. Do not make a sound for 1 full year. Damn that Sebas, Lucian growled. He was hiding these insane skills all this time, FC King maniac. Now that he knew how to acquire them, it only made things worse. I mean, I could train for them, but why go through all that when I can just get skills from drops? He shook his head, still in disbelief. He then looked up his skill, scan. To his surprise, it had a rarity rating of rare. No wonder the strain was so intense, Lucian thought. He guessed that the higher a skill's rarity, the harsher its side effects. Next, he searched for another one of his skills, drop rate, max. Strange, why isn't it listed, he muttered. Maybe the system doesn't register cheat-type skills. He then sighed, deciding not to dwell on it. The system rarely gave him clear answers anyway. Still, the Skillpedia had truly caught him off guard. It was far more ireful than he initially realized. But he also knows that there were different ways to gain skills that are not listed in the Skillpedia. He could earn them through drops, others were born with them, or inherited them through bloodlines or mysterious circumstances. Then there were the rare ones, skills that couldn't be learned or taught unless you had a natural affinity, like the elusive item box. Lucian was deep in thought, already considering the possibilities. The Skillpedia showed the exact conditions needed to learn a skill, but those conditions were brutal. He glanced at the entry for scan again and noticed that the way he had acquired it perfectly matched the listed conditions. That made him wonder. How many people out there had unknowingly met a skill's conditions and awakened it by pure chance? Hard work matters, he mused, but without knowing the conditions, you're just stabbing in the dark. Then an idea suddenly sparked. It was wild and ambitious but thrilling. What if I trained an army, he muttered, eyes lighting up. Yeah, give each soldier a set of useful skills. Imagine an entire squad trained in silent step. A wicked grin spread across his face. I could assassinate that damned king, and that Coleheart bastard too. Ha, nice, this is great. He leaned back with his mind racing with strategies, already planning the future. He then flipped back to the deception skill card and hesitated. How do I use it? Teng. Skill cards can be activated by touching them to your forehead. Without a second thought, Lucian pressed the card to his forehead. It glowed and dissolved into his skin. You obtain the skill, Deception. Status. Name, Lucian Lutwell male. Age, 12 years old. Race, human reincarnated. Job, Dropouts. Level 3. Titles. Young Lord of Lutwell. Menace to Society. Side Hustle Hero. Skill. Drop Rate Max. Scan. Deception. Charisma 20. Lucian smiled in satisfaction as he reviewed his status. Now, all he wanted was to dive back into the dungeon to level up and, of course, to score more drops. But beyond that, he knew he had to start planning how to improve his territory. When Vivian returned, he wanted her to see the results of his hard work through a better home and a brighter future. Lost in those thoughts, a sharp knock at the door pulled him back to reality. It was Sebas. Young Lord, this is Sebas. Lucian felt a flicker of irritation at Sebas's silent step. The sudden knock had nearly startled him. He took a deep breath and steadied himself. Enter. Young Lord, the merchant is here, Sebas announced quietly. What that damned merchant, Lucian snapped, and his frustration bubbled up. He's too late, get him here now. Deep down, Lucian knew his anger was unfair. The merchant's delay wasn't truly his fault. But as a human, it was all too easy and all too helpless to lash out at someone else. Even Lucian found that thought bitter. He closed his eyes briefly, steadying his mind. His parents were gone. There was no one left to but his own helpless self back then. Moments later, Sebas returned escorting a man behind him. A young man in his mid-20s entered the study. Lucian watched him closely. Tall and handsome with a well-kept figure. The man bore the unmistakable air of someone who once belonged to nobility. Lucian remembered what his father had once told him, that the man was a former noble and, more notably, a wielder of the rare item box skill. He now went by the name Kale. Lucian's father had spoken before about the day Kale awakened the item box skill. His entire household had celebrated. After all, it was rare, prestigious, and even life-changing. Naturally, Kale's father wanted to send him off to study space magic, believing it was the next logical step. But Kale refused. He said there was more potential in using the skill as a merchant than as a mage. He argued that their house was not wealthy enough to afford the dangerous training required for space magic. His father disagreed violently. Their argument ended with a threat of disownment. And so Kale ran away. He abandoned the path of a space magician and chose the uncertain life of a merchant. But there was another reason he turned away from magic, one that no one but his elder sister knew. The truth is, Kale was extremely cowardly. Scared of the risks. Scared of the unknown. Even small dangers shook him to the core. He hid it well, but the fear never left him. And learning space magic was no ordinary risk. People had died learning it. Some were lost in space fissures, never to return. Others were severed limb from limb by unstable portals or trapped forever inside solid walls. The danger was real, and Kale's fear was even more so. To him, being forced to learn space magic was a death sentence. It was a tragedy, really, because Kale was a genius. One in a million. If only he had courage to match his talent, he could have been the hero of his own story. Now here he stood before Lucian, looking utterly exhausted. His eyes were red and on the verge of tears. "Young master, I'm so sorry I'm late," he said, bowing deeply. Lucian said nothing. He simply activated scan. Name Kale Kylan, Silkhand male. Age 26 years old. Race human. Job merchant. Level 25. Title former noble. Humble peddler. Skill item box. Negotiation. Magic. Household magic. Space magic beginner. Favorability 60. Status sad fatigue 9. Lucian's eyes narrowed. Kale wasn't lying, and he truly felt remorseful. Seeing the job listed on Kale's status, Lucian realized that Kale had made the right choice being a merchant after all. In Lucian's understanding, the job displayed on one's status wasn't arbitrary, as it reflected the path one was most suited for. And that thought brought an uncomfortable twist in his chest. If Kale was meant to be a merchant, then what about him? His own job still marked him as a dropout. Was that truly the life he was best suited for? The idea frustrated him more than he cared to admit. But then something caught Lucian's eye. Kale had started learning space magic. Quietly, on his own. Merchant Lucian said at last, "Tell me what happened." Kale chuckled sheepishly. "Young master, you flatter me. I'm still just a humble peddler, traveling from one territory to another along the kingdom's borders. Everyone, even Sebas, calls me a merchant, but truthfully, I'm not quite there yet." "But you are. We call that a traveling merchant, don't we anyway? Enough small talk. What happened?" Kale's eyes lit up at the first half of Lucian's words, a spark of inspiration flickering across his face. If Lucian had used scan on him again, he would have seen a change. Kale had gained a new title, traveling merchant, along with the subtle benefits that came with it. But the glow in Kale's eyes quickly faded, replaced by a more somber expression. His playful demeanor gave way to seriousness as he straightened up. "That's right, I bring bad news, young master. Please listen carefully." And with that, Kale began his tale. 2 weeks earlier, Kale had arrived in the Coleheart territory to conduct trade. But then the lord of the territory summoned him suddenly. While Kale waited alone in the study, he couldn't but overhear voices coming from the adjacent room. The Baron was speaking with someone, and their conversations are muffled enough to raise suspicion. As Kale recounted the scene to Lucian, he leaned forward slightly and lowered his voice, mimicking the speaker's tone with eerie accuracy. "My lord, the plan may be conducted in advance, but everything is in place. The execution went perfectly. The Baron and Baroness of Lutwell must be dying by now." Kale paused in the retelling. "When I heard those words, I was scared out of my wits. All I could think about was rushing to Lutwell territory. You know how much I owe the Baron and Baroness. They helped me when I had nothing. I couldn't just stand by, but that wasn't all. Those bastards weren't done yet. His words struck a nerve. Lucian's eyes burned with fury, so it was true. His parents hadn't died from illness. They were murdered. The only question now was how. Kale continued the impersonation, mimicking the second voice. Good, wait for the daughter to leave for the academy. Then, eliminate the heir. A woman can't inherit. She either marries into my family or she dies. Lucian clenched his fists. They dare lay hands on my sister. Looks like I'll have to act. The shift in Lucian's demeanor startled Kale. The boy he once knew had changed. Kale continued. Kale's first instinct was to run. He needed to warn the Lutwells. Every second felt like a lifetime, but just as he made his move, he was caught. The Colehearts had far too many talents under their employ, and Kale still had no idea how the Baron managed to recruit so many skillusers. One of them stood out in particular. A burly man was confirmed to be of a Tier 6 talent. He intercepted Kale before he could even reach the exit. His presence alone was enough to stop him. Now that you've heard us, the Baron sneered, why not join us? Peddlers, sell your wares elsewhere. Let the Lutwells rot. I'll back you when we take over. I'm an honest peddler, Kale replied. Please don't drag me into this. Kale tried to keep his composure as he turned toward the exit, hoping to slip away. But then a heavy hand clamped down on his shoulder. It was the burly man. His grip was like iron. Kale struggled instinctively, but it was useless. The man didn't even flinch. Before he could speak a word in protest, the Baron gave the order. And Kale was thrown into a cell. With no way out, despair crept in. Days passed in a haze of helplessness, but every time he closed his eyes, he saw the faces of the Baron and Baroness of Lutwell. Their kindness, their warmth. He couldn't abandon them. With trembling hands, Kale reached into his item box and pulled out a book. It was a book on beginner space magic, untouched since the day he left his household. Kale stared at it for a long moment before setting his jaw with quiet resolve. Then he opened it and began to read. Even with his innate talent, it took him over a week to grasp the fundamentals of spatial theory. The concepts were dense and the risks are terrifying, but Kale pushed through, page by page, night after night. Eventually, he reached the section on Leap, a basic spatial displacement spell. It was the simplest among dangerous arts, yet even this spell carried the weight of fatal consequences. And still, Kale decided to try it. It was a reckless choice. Even with guidance, space magic was known to be perilous. Without a master, it was like walking a tightrope blindfolded over a bottomless pit. One wrong calculation, and the caster could vanish into a space fissure, or worse, reappear inside a wall. That was why learning space magic was so expensive, not just for the rare materials or the complexity, but for the masters themselves, those who could intervene when something inevitably went wrong. But Kale had no one. Only a book, a prison cell, and a cause worth risking his life for. And when he finally cast the spell, it worked. Perfectly. Timing it with the guard's shift change, Kale vanished from his cell just as the new watch took their posts. He made his way back to his carriage and quickly stored his goods safely in his item box. Without hesitation, he stole a horse and rode hard towards the Lutwell territory. By the time Kale finished his story, he was breathless. You've been through so much, Lucian said softly. His heart ached at the thought of his parents. They'd be proud of Kale. But it's all too late. Kale lowered his head. Silent tears streamed down his face. The room fell quiet, both men lost in their memories. I have more bad news, Kale said at last. The Colehearts, they're sending their talents here, including that Tier 6 brute. I see, Lucian said calmly. Then I'll prepare a counterattack. Kale blinked in surprise. He had expected despair. Instead, he saw resolve. I'm grateful, Kale. Without your warning, they might have caught us unprepared. Kale smiled. It was the least he could do. Oh right, I brought the supplies. I also heard how they sabotaged your farms. Those Colehearts really do have black hearts. Ha, fitting name, isn't it? But don't worry, we found a fix. Come walk with me and Sebas. The trio arrived at the farm. Lucian asked the farmers if everything he instructed had been done. The results were astounding. The ashen, dead soil was beginning to bloom. It was clear that the nutrient sac had worked wonders. The once ashen, lifeless soil was beginning to regain its fertility. After spreading the sac across the fields and thoroughly mixing it into the earth, nutrients started to flow back into the ground. The transformation was astonishingly fast, and everyone could see the miraculous change unfolding before their eyes. Even Kale was stunned. He knew how soilworms could ruin land, but this was a miracle. He sensed a business opportunity, though he kept quiet out of respect. The farmers rejoiced at the miraculous turnaround. "Do you have vegetable seeds?" Lucian asked. I do, but they grow slowly." "That's fine, let's try something." Kale handed him a few seeds. Lucian scattered them on the ground. The farmers watched in confusion. "Sebastian, could you me crush this?" Lucian said, and Sebas immediately understood. Without hesitation, Sebas crushed the soil crystal and handed the dare back to Lucian. "It's ready, young master, and by the way, I'm Sebas," he added with a grin. Their easy rapport brought a smile to the faces of everyone watching. Lucian sprinkled a pinch over the seeds. Everyone was confused once again. And then the seeds sprouted. Right before their eyes, the plants grew rapidly, inch by inch. They didn't fully mature, but it was more growth than any had ever seen. Lucian frowned slightly, still not ready to harvest. Guess it's not that potent. But everyone else was speechless. Even magic couldn't do this. There was no known magic for accelerating plant growth, and yet Lucian had done it. It wasn't just a solution. It was a miracle. Looks like their lord's a little crazy, the good kind of crazy. Achievement unlocked, the blooming lord. You made life flourish where there was none. Reward title, Miracle Lord, loyalty of all subjects +20. Lucian and Sebas departed with Kale, who mentioned he'd stay a while longer in the territory. Before separating, Kale gave information about the Colehearts. In short, fighting one of Coleheart's talents head-on would be a grave mistake. Each one of them possess earthful skills. Kale also mentioned that a spy may have entered Lutwell territory 3 years ago, back when the previous Baron was taking in refugees. Lucian remembered it well. 3 years ago, a famine struck one of the border noble houses. It's a tragedy that sadly wasn't uncommon. In response, they opened their gates and took in refugees seeking food and shelter. Lucian's parents used the opportunity to recruit new servants from among those refugees. Anyone, young or old, was welcome as long as they were capable. Unfortunately, Dreger was among them. They truly believed he was just another displaced soul seeking refuge. In hindsight, most of those who eventually left during the territory's hardships had come from that same group. Perhaps, seeing signs of decline, they feared history would repeat itself and fled. In the end, only 3 of the recruited servants chose to stay loyal to the household through everything. When Kale heard about Dreger, his suspicions were confirmed. He warned Lucian once again to be cautious. Dreger might not be the only one, and worse, you might be their next target. After that, Kale took lodging in one of the unoccupied houses within the estate. That's right, who said there could only be one spy? What if? Lucian's train of thought came to an abrupt halt. A chill ran down his spine as a sudden realization struck him. Cold sweat formed on his back. "Sebas," he said, his voice was low and urgent, "gather all the servants in the study, now." Lucian's expression was so serious that he didn't even make his usual light-hearted joke about Sebas's name. Sebas instantly sensed the gravity of the situation, and a cold knot tightened in his stomach. Lucian was about to do something dangerous again. Without a word, Sebas gathered the last 3 servants in the manor. "A chef, a maid, a gardener." "Young lord," they greeted, bowing slightly. "Thank you for your loyalty to Lutwell over the years. I promise you will be rewarded, but first." Scan. Lucian activated the skill without hesitation, examining all 3 at once. He ignored any strain it might cause his eyes. 3 panels hovered in the air before him. Name: sign-up male. Age: 37 years old. Race: human. Job: chef. Level: 7. Title: Lutwell's chef. Golden hands. Skill. Cooking. Magic. Household magic. Loyalty 70. Status grateful steady. Name Ajanav female. Age 31 years old. Race human. Job housekeeper. Level 3. Title. Maid in Lutwell. Skill. No. Magic. Household magic. Loyalty 70. Status grateful steady. Name Radiart male. Age 27 years old. Race human. Job insect keeper. Level 17. Title. Coleheart's loyal servant. Whisperer. Lutwell's gardener. Skill. Swarm boost. Bride. Magic. Household magic. Loyalty 20. Status evasive alert. Lucian let out a heavy sigh. He didn't even need to guess. He was barely holding his anger. Sign up Ajanav. I'll call you later for your reward. Radiart, stay. Even if their names sound funny reversed, sign up and Ajanav are clear, Lucian thought grimly. The two servants departed with grateful smiles. They too are fully aware of what's happening in the territory. They had noticed the change in their young master and could only feel gratitude for the man he had become. Lucian then stood and methodically closed every window, carefully inspecting each crack and crevice. He made sure no gaps remained. He wouldn't let even an insect slip inside. Given Radiart's skills, this caution was deliberate. Darkness enveloped the study, and Lucian's cold voice cut through the silence. Sebas, apprehend him. At Lucian's command, Sebas sprang into action. Wah-uh! Radiart's surprised shout was cut short as Sebas swiftly pinned him to the ground. You didn't even need my explanation. That's why you're the best, Sebastian, Lucian thought, admiring Sebas's efficiency. Lucian's gaze locked onto Radiart as he spoke coldly. I wonder, how did you manage to kill my parents without Sebas noticing? Radiart's eyes widened in shock. He fell silent, unsure how Lucian had uncovered the truth. But without solid proof, they couldn't accuse him openly. Radiart quickly realized he needed to choose his words carefully. He just found out that Sebas was incredibly strong. No matter how hard he struggled, Sebas didn't budge. Just from that, Radiart knew he was outmatched. Young master, I'm nothing but a weak gardener, he pleaded with his voice trembling. How could I possibly kill the Baron and Baroness? They took care of me, and I owe them my life. Why would I harm them? His words sounded convincing, and Lucian admitted to himself that he might even believe them if not for the system. Lucian murmured, did you kill them with the bee's weight? I just confirmed they were normal bees. Was it some kind of skill? Nervousness flickered in Radiart's eyes. He wasn't sure if Lucian's question was a mere guess or the result of careful analysis. Either way, it was terrifying. With every word, Lucian was closing in on the truth. Radiart opened his mouth to spin another lie, but then... Suddenly, a book with an intricate design materialized before Lucian, hovering in the air as if it possessed a life of its own. Radiart's eyes widened in shock. He had never seen anything like it. But Sebas's reaction was different. Hidden in the shadows, Lucian didn't notice the single tear that slid down Sebas's cheek as he gazed at both Lucian and the floating book with deep pride and sorrow. Then his expression shifted back to its usual calm. As expected of the young lord, he must be so proud, Sebas thought, his eyes now gleaming with renewed pride. Radiart panicked and struggled against Sebas's grip. He didn't understand the nature of the mysterious book, but to him, it radiated a dark and ominous presence. Lucian calmly turned the glowing page. The light spilled across the study and illuminated the darkness. Skill active. Illustration, a figure manipulating insects with threads of mana. Name Swarm Boost. Description, greatly enhances insects, capabilities including speed, pheromone potency, venom, mating drive, and more. Lucian's silence was terrifying. Radiart felt the weight of his gaze. The fury behind those cold eyes made him want to vanish. Swarm Boost, huh? When Lucian muttered the skill's name, Radiart's first instinct was to flee. No one else knew of his ability. There was no way Lucian could have found out. But then he noticed Lucian was staring at the floating book, before he spoke the name. Then it hit him there was no escape. He had uncovered something terrifying, and for sure, Lucian would never let him walk away alive. Lucian's expression twisted into something fierce and haunted. Why didn't we realize this sooner? He thought bitterly. So that's why you kept a third of the garden full of flowers, to feed your insects. A flicker of regret crossed Lucian's face. If only I had unlocked this ability sooner. He fought back tears, refusing to let even one fall, but the fury in his eyes was impossible to hide. Lucian's thoughts drifted to the warmth his parents had once given him, a warmth he knew he would never feel again. He knew they wouldn't want him to shed tears. With that memory, he made a firm and unyielding decision. Sebas, torture this traitor, but do not kill him. I will be the one to deliver retribution for my parents. Sebas glanced at Lucian's troubled expression and felt a deep sadness wash over him. Despite his strength, he once again had failed to protect what mattered most to his young master. The helplessness he felt was all too familiar. It's like that time. After a brief moment to steady himself, Sebas nodded and carried out Lucian's orders. An hour later, in a separate room, Lucian entered with a sword in hand. Without hesitation, he plunged it into Rodiart's head. Teng! A system notification echoed through the silence. 40 years ago, a young Sebas was sold off by his own parents to the underworld. Deemed a child of potential, he was sent to the Assassin Guild, where they discovered he had an innate talent for killing and a rare skill called Silent Step. It was perfect for silent and efficient assassinations. So they trained him. Day and night he honed his craft. His hands grew steady and his heart colder. Before long, he had become a professional killer. 8 years flew by in a blur of missions and blood. Then unexpectedly, he was tasked with something new, training a new recruit. He was stunned when he saw the newcomer, a boy no older than 8, even younger than Sebas had been when he was first dragged into this world. But this child, he was different. He exuded confidence, almost as if he wanted to be here. There was no fear in his eyes, only ambition. It didn't take long for them to grow close. Despite the age gap, they became true friends, which is a rarity in their brutal world. The boy's name was Luke. Though he was young, he was unnaturally sharp. Sebas often joked that Luke must be a middle-aged man in disguise. He knew things no child should know, strange things, things not of this world. One day, Luke revealed a secret. With a soft incantation, a glowing book materialized in the air. Its cover was etched with runes Sebas couldn't decipher. What kind of skill is that? Sebas asked, stunned. It's not a skill, Luke replied, eyes gleaming. It's a cheat. Sebas tried to look inside, but the book was filled with symbols he couldn't understand. And yet, Luke treated the artifact with reverence. He only read it when Sebas was near. It was a strange kind of trust. One day, Sebas appeared beside Luke, frustrated. Why the long face? Sebastian, Luke teased. You stop calling me that. It annoys me. Relax, buddy. Your name just sounds like a butler, that's all. Why are you even an assassin? Sebas sighed and shared his troubles. He kept losing in mock battles, even against weaker opponents. It didn't make sense. Luke just chuckled. Oh, Sebastian, it's because you show too much emotion. Even a flicker can give away your intent. Assassins have to be unreadable. Sebas was taken aback. The boy was right. He spoke with wisdom far beyond his years. All right, Luke continued. I'll teach you a skill. It's only 1 star, so it's easy to learn. It's called Poker Face. Sebas raised a brow, confused. That's when Luke summoned his book again and flipped it to a specific page. Just do what I say. That moment changed everything. Sebas finally understood how awful the book truly was. But more importantly, he realized something else. Luke trusted him enough to share it. In a world full of lies and blood, that trust meant everything. From then on, Sebas treated Luke as a best friend. After mastering Poker Face, Sebas stopped losing mock battles. His assassinations grew cleaner and colder. Years passed. The duo of Sebas and Luke became feared. Luke was relentless. He combined different skills creatively. He even taught Sebas another skill called Blade in a Tray. They meditated together, trained together, and pushed each other to rise through the ranks. On one mission, they were sent to eliminate a corrupt noble. What they found in the mansion chilled even Sebas. Young women lying like broken puppets, dead children scattered around, and skulls used as decor. The grotesque scene even cracked Sebas's poker face. It was also the first time he saw Luke filled with pure rage. Luke wanted to torture the man and make him suffer. But Sebas stopped him. Torture is different from killing. You don't need to force yourself, he said. Let me do it. Though he wasn't skilled in it, Sebas tortured the noble until death. Afterward, he asked Luke formally for the first time, "Teach me the torture skill." Years passed. Luke subjected himself to brutal training, endless silence, starvation, grueling missions. He was chasing something. Learn. Skills. Purpose. They continued their crusade against corrupt nobles. Sebas would always handle the tortures. Their methods were unorthodox, and in the outside world, they became legends. Sebas earned the title Quiet Fang at 35. Luke became known as Thousand Skill Luke. But Sebas couldn't keep up anymore. Luke had surpassed him by far. One day, Sebas told him, "You should take missions alone from now on." Luke was sad but understood. They were brothers in arms, and sometimes, brothers must walk separate paths. As Luke's legend grew, Sebas noticed a change in him. "You know, Sebastian, I'm growing tired of killing," Luke confessed one day. "I know that feeling too well, and I'm Sebas. I want to start a family." "What, are you out of your mind? Assassins can't afford weaknesses like family. You'll be hunted down for breaking the code. Please, friend, stop this." "Sebas, you're my only friend. You're like family to me. That's why I won't keep this from you. I've found someone I love." Sebas didn't know what to say. He'd forgotten what family even felt like, but Luke's warmth reminded him. "Are you prepared to fight the whole world?" Sebas asked. Luke just grinned. "Who do you think I am? I'm Thousand Skill Luke." Luke then confided in Sebas about the girl he had fallen for. Her name was Shana, a top-ranking mage from the Magic Tower. Luke had discovered that she possessed a cheat too. Out of curiosity or perhaps instinct, he began observing her from the shadows. But Shana wasn't someone to be taken lightly. She sensed his presence almost immediately. At first, they kept their distance, cautious and guarded, but over time, curiosity gave way to conversation, and conversation to connection. Like Luke, Shana could summon a mysterious book, but unlike hers wasn't filled with skills but with magic. Their mutual intrigue soon blossomed into something more. "You're really something, friend," Sebas said quietly, almost in awe. "Now you'll have both the Assassin's Guild and the Magic Tower after you." Luke just laughed. "Turns out we have a lot in common, and we're even from the same place. Besides," he grinned, "isn't forbidden love romantic?" A few more years passed, and Sebas had reached the age of 40. One day, he received a letter from Luke. In it, Luke shared joyful news. Shana will give birth soon, and he invited Sebas to come visit. The letter also detailed Luke's recent exploits, tales of fending off assassins and mages from the Magic Tower who had tried to destroy the fragile peace he and Shana had built. Though they lived in a remote place, the threats never stopped, yet every time Luke stood as an unshakable shield. But then disaster struck. Just as Shana gave birth, joy turned instantly into horror. Luke had helped deliver their child, but when the baby entered the world, it was silent. No cries, no breaths, lifeless. A crushing wave of despair fell over Luke and Shana. Then something shifted in Luke's expression, as if a sudden inspiration had taken hold of him. He sat down, closed his eyes, and began calculating, not with numbers but with purpose. A strange calm washed over him, as if he were peering into something beyond this world. When his eyes opened again, a bitter and helpless smile curled at his lips, but within it burned unshakable resolve. Without hesitation, he summoned his book. What he did next was unlike anything Shana had ever seen. It was as if he tore a piece of himself away. The book was now detached from his control, and it hovered in the air. Luke guided it toward their lifeless child. Then it entered the baby's body. A pause. Then a heartbeat. But it was faint, so faint. Shana, who still weak from childbirth, watched through tears. Luke then gently explained what he had done. that he had given up a part of himself to try and save their child. But the baby was still slipping away. Without hesitation, Shana made her choice. Determination flared in her eyes as she reached for her own book and did the same. A earthful wave of exhaustion swept over them both. Their breaths grew shallow, and the toll of their sacrifice became clear. Their bodies weakened. Their faces paled. Strands of white crept into their hair. Luke had calculated every step, every possible way to keep their child alive, and in the end, the answer was cruel but clear. They had to give up a part of their very souls, the part that held their cheats, and pass it on to their child. The cost was immense. But finally, the baby took a breath. And then a cry. Weak but alive. But even in their exhaustion, Luke and Shana felt it. An ominous presence is closing in from all directions. Shana, who was barely able to stand, gritted her teeth and dragged her trembling body toward Luke. Without a word, she lifted their newborn into her arms and guided him down into the cellar. Then she cast a protective spell. And just in time. Assassins swarmed from all sides. That's when Luke and Shana understood. This was no coincidence. Their child's birth, the sudden attack, it was all connected. Their final struggle began. Exhausted, wounded, and with their urs greatly diminished, the two still fought like demons. Together, they brought down every last assassin and mage that dared to enter their home. Blade and spell, blood and fire, they gave everything. But it wasn't enough to survive. Bloodied and spent, they collapsed into each other's arms, cuddled in the ruins of their home. Their hearts beat as one for the last time. Shana turned to Luke with tears in her eyes. She smiled faintly and lifted her lips to his, then whispered, "I don't regret loving you." Then she closed her eyes. Luke didn't. He held her close, his tears falling silently. He was waiting for someone. Someone he could trust with everything that remained. Sebas had just returned from a mission when the thought crossed his mind. It had been too long since he last visited Luke. So he made the trip. But the moment he arrived and saw the ruined home, his heart clenched. The structure was barely standing. The air still carried the scent of blood and magic. His chest grew tight, his steps quickened. And then he saw him. Luke, slumped, bloodied, barely breathing. It felt like a lightning bolt struck Sebas where he stood. He ran to his friend, stumbling over debris. Luke looked up at him, and even in the face of death, he smiled. Without a word, he reached out and touched Sebas's hand. A soft glow pulsed from the contact, and suddenly, Sebas saw everything. A rush of memories, visions of everything that had happened. The birth, the child, the sacrifice, the battle. All of it ebbed into him like a tidal wave. With fading strength, Luke made one final request of Sebas. "My child hidden in the cellar, please, give him a life without blood." And with that, Luke's hand fell limp. He was gone. Sebas stood frozen, then the dam inside him broke. For the first time in his life, Sebas cried. He hadn't even wept when his parents sold him away, but now he sobbed like a lost child. Because this time, he had lost something truly precious. Then, he ran. With the infant clutched tightly in his arms, Sebas fled the smoldering ruins of the only family he had ever known. The Assassin Guild immediately learned of the betrayal. And just like that, Sebas became the hunted. For days, he ran, hiding in shadows. He didn't sleep. He barely breathed. His only thought, protect the child, protect Luke's child. Eventually, his strength gave out. Sebas collapsed at the edge of a noble estate with his body broken and his breath shallow. The infant was quiet but alive, and it rested against his chest. When a noble couple found them, they did not ask questions. They took him in, fed him, tended his wounds, and listened when he asked one thing. "Will you please raise this child as your own?" And without hesitation, they agreed. With warmth, not pity. With kindness, not curiosity. Then they offered him a place. Not as a killer, but as a butler. From that day forward, Sebas served their household in silence and dignity. A shadow of the assassin he once was, but ever watchful, ever vigilant, always protecting. Sebas in the present. He watched Lucian playing with the soilworms. Breed, what a useful skill. That damned Rodiart has a cheat. I can finally achieve my dream of infinite money glitch and loot drops. Sebas watched the boy with a smile, an expression that somehow bypassed his poker face. Sebastian, look, these things are seeking each other. As expected of young master, and it's Sebas. He chuckled at the familiar exchange. It felt like he had returned to the past. Like father, like son, huh? The next morning, Lucian woke up with an odd craving. He had dreamt of slaying monsters in the dungeon, and he was showering in drops. The thrill still lingered in his chest. After breakfast, he asked Sebas to summon Ajanav and Sinop. He promised them rewards the day before but had forgotten. He was too absorbed in testing the new skill, Breed, which he obtained from Rodiart's drop. When the two arrived, Lucian immediately noticed something unusual between them. So obvious, he thought. I used to think their names were curses from their parents, but I guess they found love because of it. Lucian considered giving them the day off, but with their current shortage of servants, he couldn't afford it. Instead, he handed each of them 5 gold coins and a generous helping of honey drops. They hesitated, thinking it was too much, but Lucian insisted. You stayed with us through the worst. This is the least I can do. I'm sorry I can't give you time off yet, but if there's anything else you need, just tell me. Tears welled in their eyes. Sinop stepped forward, his voice steady but soft. Young lord, we're always grateful. We didn't stay for gold. We stayed to repay you. And he glanced at Ajanav, who flushed bright red. I found the love of my life here. We want to build a future, in a place we can call home. Lucian chuckled warmly. That's good, you can have one of the houses in the territory. I can't give you days off yet, but after working hours, you're free to leave early. Go settle in, start a family maybe, ha. The two were immediately flustered by Lucian's words. They blushed furiously. To them, he was still just a child and someone too young to truly understand such matters. But Lucian was completely serious. He had a vision for his territory, a land built on loyalty, stability, and roots that ran deep. He wanted his people to grow, to build families, to multiply, not to rely on an influx of outsiders. Refugees and strangers brought instability, and he feared that opening his gates too wide could lead to the same disasters that had scarred his past. After Ajanav and Sinop thanked him and left with their hands still clutched with gold and honey, Lucian turned to Sebas to give him his due reward. Sebastian, thank you for always being by my side. This is for you. He handed over 10 gold coins plus honey drops and a nectar crystal. Sebas placed a hand over his chest and bowed slightly. Young lord, this is my duty. I need no reward, and it's Sebas. Classic, you still take them. These things work wonders if you use them regularly. Sebas said nothing more but accepted them. He'd seen Lucian pull miracle after miracle from thin air. He knew better than to doubt him. A rare smile crept across his face, as if remembering someone from long ago. All right, please take charge for the meantime. I'll be out for a while, Lucian said as he strapped on his sword Ironbite. Sebas watched him silently as he turned to leave. He knew exactly where Lucian was headed, the dungeon, but this time he didn't worry, not anymore. Because deep down, Sebas was convinced Lucian had inherited his skill. Lucian dashed toward the dungeon. This time he didn't tire, not even a little. In fact, he arrived faster than before. It didn't take long for him to realize why. His stamina had improved significantly. Must be the honey drops, he thought. He'd been popping them like candy whenever he had the chance. Luckily, he didn't have to worry about them running out. Thanks to the breed skill, he could now raise bees and farm their drops endlessly. Curious, Lucian opened the item description for the honey once more. High-quality honeys. Type consumable. Rarity common. Description improves health and stamina. Continuous consumption will yield long-term benefits. Sure enough, the description wasn't an exaggeration. He felt fantastic and invigorated. That meant one important thing. With higher health and stamina, he could use skills more frequently with far less strain on his body. Before long, he reached the dungeon entrance. Massive boulders still blocked the way just as they had before. Without hesitation, Lucian stored them in his inventory, then placed them neatly to the side. He descended the steps slowly while scanning his surroundings. Then it came into view, the glowing cavern. Last time he didn't have a moment to appreciate it, but now, as he took it in, he noticed something striking. The lighting within the dungeon was gentle and ambient. The walls shimmered softly with a glow that didn't strain the eyes. The atmosphere was almost serene. He walked deeper into the cavern, and after a few minutes, he finally encountered his first monster. It was a slime. A blue, bouncing blob stood in his path. It is wobbly and harmless looking. Seriously, slimes are the weakest monsters in every game. Is this the tutorial zone or something, he joked. He drew Iron Bite, adopted a stance and lunged. His blade sliced clean through the creature, but it didn't die. The slime sliced halves simply wobbled and reconnected. The slime finally noticed Lucian. It began bouncing with greater urgency. Lucian didn't hesitate. He struck again. And again. And again. But no matter how many times his blade sliced through the gelatinous creature, it refused to die. Each cut simply mended itself. The goo reconnects like nothing had happened. To make matters worse, the slime had grown wary. It began dodging and wobbling side to side with surprising agility. Oh, come on, if this were a game, your HP should be 0 by now. Realizing brute force wasn't working, he activated a skill. Scan. Slime. Level 2. Weakness monocore. Right slimes usually have a core. Suddenly, the agitated slime fired a blob of goo. Caught off guard, Lucian took the hit squarely. It didn't hurt him, but the sensation was awful. The slime's attack left a thick and sticky residue on his skin, clinging to him like wet glue. Disgust hit him first. Then discomfort. His movements slowed and bogged down by the goo. Nasty, he muttered while shaking his arm. Still, the encounter gave him insight. The slime couldn't deal actual damage to him, but he couldn't kill it either until he located its monocore. And worse, the slime seems capable of moving the monocore freely within its body. Lucian narrowed his eyes, with his frustration bubbling up. Seriously, shouldn't slimes be transparent or something? Lucian decided to try a different approach. He sheathed his sword, then lunged forward, tackling the slime head-on. With both arms wrapped around the squirming blob, he held it in place and threw a solid punch. But his fist bounced right off. The slime's body absorbed the impact with ease. Blunt attacks won't work either, he realized. Out of options, he gritted his teeth and plunged his hand straight into the creature's gooey mass. The sensation was revolting. Warm, wet, squishy. It took everything in him not to recoil, but he pushed through, feeling around for something solid. Then his fingers brushed against it. A small and hard object was inside. Without hesitation, he yanked his hand back, gripping the slime's monocore. The slime shuddered and collapsed with a soft flop the moment the core left its body. Finally, it was over. He had defeated it. You killed a slime, you gained 4 copper coins. The slime's body began to glow then. In an instant, it vanished. All that remained was the monocore still resting in Lucian's hand and a drop. In dungeons, this was normal. Monsters always disappeared upon death, leaving only their monocores behind. Over time, many theories had emerged to explain the phenomenon. The most popular one claimed that the dungeon absorbed the bodies and used them as fuel to sustain itself. No one really knew the truth, but most had come to accept it. Lucian didn't care either way. As long as he got the drops, he was satisfied. He glanced down as his eyes lit up, spotting a familiar gray cube lying nearby. He snatched it up, curious to see what kind of reward he'd earned from such an annoyingly resilient opponent. Slime plushie. He blinked and checked again. Slime plushie. Lucian stared at the item in disbelief. A slime plushie. He held his head, fighting the urge to scream. Seriously, after all that trouble, that gooey menace dropped a toy. Frustration boiled over. With a scowl, Lucian stormed out of the dungeon. This isn't over. He swore he'd return, and when he did, he'd massacre every last slime in the place. The next time I return, you won't be so lucky, Kyukuku. Lucian returned to the manor in frustration. He was supposed to check the state of the territory, but now, work was the last thing on his mind. Instead, he made his way to the soilworms he had been breeding. Tending to them usually helped him relax. The breed skill offered him not only ideas, but also accelerated the breeding process. 70 soilworms now writhed under his care. He decided to cull 60 of them, hoping the drops would benefit his farm. Then, after the 60th kill, something unexpected happened. A glowing blue skill card floated before him. What monsters can drop skills too? Lucian's eyes widened in disbelief. He then burst into uncontrollable laughter. The surprise washed away his frustration in an instant. Teng. Conditions met. Updating Skillpedia. A progress bar materialized midair, accompanied by a soft chime that felt oddly satisfying. He stared at it with his brows furrowing. His Skillpedia wasn't complete yet. Could acquiring a skill from a monster be the missing trigger for an update? He wasn't sure. He stood still watching the progress bar, slowly filled with growing anticipation. Update finished. Skillpedia v1 now accessible. His eyes gleamed. The update's version number hinted that more upgrades might come in the future. Skillpedia, he called out, summoning the book. His skill book appeared before him. Lucian dove straight in, flipping through the pages at lightning speed. His eyes glowed with excitement, completely absorbed. Page after page turned, and a wide grin spread across his face as if he'd just uncovered a long-lost treasure. Something had changed. Something big. The book was now divided into two distinct sections, one for human skills and the other for monster skills. And best of all, the skills were now properly organized. Each entry was sorted by rarity. It's a simple but elegant system that made browsing effortless. For common skills. For uncommon skills. For rare skills. For epic skills. For legendary skills. But one change stood out most. Previously, he could only view skills he had seen or scanned. Now, every one-star rank skill was unlocked by default. Pages upon pages of common skills revealed themselves. Even better, finding a specific skill was effortless. Lucian could simply speak or think about it, and the book would turn its own pages to the right entry. But then Lucian noticed something odd. In the monster skill section, only one skill was unlocked. It was the one he had just obtained. The rest were nothing but rows of question marks. There were no hints, no descriptions, no clues on how to unlock them. It seemed the only way to acquire monster skills was through drops. With curiosity piqued, Lucian turned to examine the new skill he'd received. Skill active. Illustration, a translucent soilworm tunneling underground. Name, Burrower's eyes. Description, allows the user to see through layers of walls or ground. Lucian's eyes sparkled. He quickly placed the card against his forehead. Skill, Burrower's eye learned. Immediately, he activated it. A faint glow passed through his eyes, and suddenly the world changed. He could actually see through the wall. Outside, Sebas stood stoically, waiting to be called as always. The sight made Lucian stifle a laugh. He tested the skill further. By narrowing or widening his eyes, he could adjust the depth of vision, and unlike scan, this didn't strain his eyes that much. Then a thought hit him like lightning. Wait, can't I use this to find the cores of those damned slimes? The sudden realization made his heart race. He wanted to dash straight back into the dungeon. But reality pulled him back. Just seeing the location of a slime's mana core wasn't enough. Slimes could freely move their cores inside their bodies, and Lucian's swordsmanship was sloppy at best. The thought of digging out a core by hand again made his stomach churn. He needed precision, real accuracy. But he knew the truth. He lacked both skill and proper training. And that needed to change. "Show me swordsmanship skills," he said aloud. The Skillpedia displayed an array of entries. Lucian scrolled through them carefully, weighing his options. After a while, he finally settled on one. Skill active. Illustration, a figure ing with precision. Name. Description, a basic sword technique to strike with focus and precision. How to obtain. A target 1,000 times with pinpoint accuracy in 1 hour. This one's perfect, and with Burrower's eye, Lucian smirked. Those slimes don't stand a chance. Wasting no time, he headed straight to the garden to begin the process. After a while, "Argh, I give up," he groaned, throwing his hands in the air. Lucian slumped to the ground in frustration. He had underestimated the challenge, not the effort but the accuracy. Hitting the exact same point 1,000 times in an hour, Lucian can describe it in one word. Insane. What made it even more insane was that this skill was the easiest to learn among all the swordsmanship skills. The others took days of training or required far more effort to master. But he wasn't ready to quit. He reread the instructions, then suddenly, an idea struck him. Lucian approached a nearby tree and made a clear mark appeared on the bark. A suspicious grin tugged at his lips. If his hunch was right, learning this skill might be easier than he'd thought. He took a stance again, but this time half-heartedly. Instead of swinging with full force, he held his sword just above the target mark and lightly tapped it. It's almost as if he were gently drumming rather than ing. To an observer, it would look ridiculous. But with each tap, he struck the mark with perfect accuracy. He kept this up until conditions met. A target 1,000 times with pinpoint accuracy in 1 hour. Skill obtained. Achievement, Glitch Hunter. Gain a skill through sheer effort. Reward, Lifelink Talisman. Lifelink Talisman. Description, a protective talisman that safeguards your life. Use can be bound to any non-living item obtained from drops. Effect, when you receive fatal damage, the bound item is destroyed instead, sparing you from death. Lucian's eyes sparkled once more. He'd earned the skill and a bonus. With the talisman, even assassins wouldn't worry him. Not that he wanted to be hunted, but it was nice to be prepared. He smiled in satisfaction. Despite the earlier frustration, the morning had been incredibly productive. Time for lunch and slime slaying time after Kyukuku. After a quick meal, Lucian dashed back into the dungeon. He soon found a trio of blue slimes. Activating Burrower's eye, he spotted their monocores with ease. He brandished his sword and leapt toward the group of slimes. The best part about the skills was how natural they felt. The skill itself seemed to guide him, offering subtle insights on how to use it effectively. Take, for example, though he was still an amateur with the skill S, he moved like a seasoned mercenary. Well, at least when it came to ing. Lucian swung his sword at the nearest slime with a sharp. His blade struck straight through its core. The other two slimes became agitated, and they retaliated by firing the gooey slime shots. Lucian dodged swiftly, letting the sticky projectiles fly past him. Without missing a beat, he swept his sword in a blur and ed the remaining slimes with another. You killed a slime, you gained 4 copper coins. You killed a slime, you gained 4 copper coins. You killed a slime, you gained 4 copper coins. Finally, the body of the slimes disappeared, and only the monocores and his gray drops remained. After picking it up, he observed the drops. Slime Plushie X1. Slime Gel X2. Lucian blinked in surprise, so slimes could drop more than just coins and plushie. But the moment he picked up the slime plushie, his expression soured. John, seriously. He hated useless items cluttering his already limited inventory space. The plushie served no purpose, at least not when he cared about. Worse, weak slimes didn't even give him enough experience points to justify the hassle. Slime Plushie Blue. Type collectible. Rarity common. Description as soft as clouds, popular among young maidens. Collect the full set for a surprise. What the collectible? Does that mean there are more varieties? Are they going to take up individual inventory slots? He groaned. Limited inventory space and pointless plushies weren't a good mix. Next, he looked at the gel. Slime gel. Type consumable alchemy material. Rarity common. Description high-quality gel used in potion making. Edible. Finally something useful, he muttered. I can sell this, or maybe learn alchemy. Definitely not eating it though. Lucian ventured deeper into the dungeon, while skillfully cutting down more slimes with his combos. As he progressed, he noticed different colored slimes started to appear. One of them is a green slime, which oozed forward with a far more aggressive pattern than the sluggish blue ones. Before he could react, it lunged at him with surprising speed. Lucian's eyes widened, but his body moved on instinct. He dodged to the side and followed up with a swift counterslash. The green slime burst apart and dropped something that instantly made Lucian's mood sour. His eye twitched. You've got to be kidding me. Slime plushy green. Lucian stared at it in horror. What do you mean by this system? Lucian shouted, holding up the new plushie. Why did this take up another slot just because it's a different color? Seriously. Of course, the system gave no answer in return. Fuming, Lucian went on a slime murdering spree. Fortunately, the rampage paid off. A few uncommon drops began to appear, giving him something to smile about. Lucian quickly realized something was off. For a dungeon that had just formed, the first level felt too massive. He had assumed it would be small, but after wandering for what felt like hours, he still hadn't found the end. He finally understood why dungeon crawlers often spent days and even months inside. They would set up camps to rest and kept pushing forward. The deeper Lucian went, the more intense it got. Slime groups appeared in increasing numbers, swarming him in larger packs. Their levels weren't stagnant either. He'd encountered slimes ranging from level 2 to level 7. So far, Lucian had encountered 6 types of slimes. Each one reflects a color of the rainbow, and each with their own quirks and combat challenges. Red slimes radiated warmth, and when agitated, their bodies grew noticeably hotter. Their slime shots were uncomfortably warm, like getting slapped by a warm and sticky towel. Orange slimes were walking glue traps. They left sticky trails in their wake which clung stubbornly to Lucian's boots. Their bodies were tacky and tough to cut through. Yellow slimes were more solid. Their gooey bodies were denser and more resilient, especially against blunt attacks. Lucian had to exert extra force just to them, and each hit feeling like chopping into rubber. Green slimes were the speedsters of the bunch. Their slime shots came faster too, and their ability to dodge made them a slippery foe, literally and figuratively. Blue slimes had been the first he encountered, and compared to the others, they were practically easier to deal with. Purple slimes, on the other hand, were unpleasant in a way. Their slime shots stung on contact, leaving behind a twitchy sensation. When Lucian had made the mistake of touching one, the slick surface sent an electric-like tingle up his arm. At first, these differences gave Lucian a hard time, but as he goes on, he memorized their patterns. They then became easier to deal with. Unfortunately, that's when a new problem arose. His inventory was now swamped with slime plushies. Apparently, every color dropped its own squishy toy replica. They didn't stack. His slots filled up fast, and he nearly lost it when he couldn't pick up more. Luckily, he leveled up and gained a few more slots. And thankfully, not all the drops were useless. Some were genuinely exciting. Then something new. A skill card dropped from a slime. Slime shot. Skill active. Illustration: a slime shooting a blob of goo. Name: slime shot. Description: shoots a blob of sticky goo toward a target. Lucian's eyes lit up. He wasn't sure if he could learn it as he wasn't a slime, but he had managed to learn a skill from a soilworm before, so it should be possible. Still, he hesitated. The image of himself flinging sticky goo like a slime made him gag a little. For now, he tucked the card into his Skillpedia. More time slipped by as Lucian pushed deeper into the dungeon. The steady rhythm of battles blended into a blur, just when he was starting to lose track of time again. Teng! The familiar chime of the system echoed in his ears like a drop of water in silence. You killed a slime, you gained 14 copper coins. You leveled up. Inventory +1. Congratulations, level 10 reached. Achievement still here somehow. Reach level 10. Rewards. Drops now contains 2 items. Increased chances for higher rarity drops. Teng. Job skill autocollect has been unlocked. Dropout. Description: everyone thought you dropped out of life, but everything else dropped for you. Job skill drop rate, max, all defeated or subjugated living targets yield 100 item drops. Job skill autocollect, automatically collects drops. Effort is for people who didn't drop out new. Lucian ignored the system's sass. He was too busy grinning. Lucian bent down and picked up a green drop. Inside, 2 glowing stars shimmered. His eyes lit up. 2 items. The boosted chances of higher rarity drops gave him a quiet thrill too. Still, the process of picking up loot piece by piece had been a real hassle, until now. Thanks to autocollect, he could finally do what he enjoyed most, focus entirely on the hunt. He went on a small rampage, slaying more slimes to see the new skill in action, and voila, it worked like a charm. The moment loot dropped, it shimmered briefly then vanished. No need to pick things up manually anymore. No interruptions, just pure efficiency. Lucian quickly noticed the autocollect skill had about a 1-meter radius. What truly caught him off guard was that mana cores were also collected. So they count as drops too, he thought. Oddly, mana cores didn't take up inventory slots. Instead, they went straight to the assets section. Lucian figured the system treated them like currency. Even the damaged ones, or those sliced in half, were still perfectly recognized and tallied. That discovery alone made him feel relieved. With all the other junk filling his inventory, at least mana cores wouldn't take up space. Like drop rate, max, the autocollect skill had no side effects. It wasn't even listed in the Skillpedia. Lucian could but wonder that maybe his job skills weren't just rare, maybe they were above legendary. Lucian grinned. The thrill of growing stronger never got old. Time slipped by unnoticed as slimes fell one after another. He went into another killing spree. Then, after another quick kill, Teng! A system notification popped up. Achievement that shouldn't drop. Lucian blinked in confusion. He opened his inventory and froze. He leaned closer. What the hell, this can drop too? There it was. Shampoo X2. Neatly packaged. Modern design. It was even the brand he used back in his past life. Reward: increased chance of modern items to drop. Lucian laughed. Damn, that's actually amazing, but seriously, this is possible. He recalled hearing rumors that dungeons were connected to other dimensions. If that's true, then who knows what else might drop in here. Eager to test his luck, Lucian dove back into the hunt. Slimes fell one after another, and drops piled up effortlessly. Then another surprise. A slime burst apart, and the loot was a glowing skill card. Bouncy body. Skill active. Illustration: a glowing bouncing slime. Name: Bouncy body. Description: great resistance to blunt damage, but makes you bounce uncontrollably. Lucian didn't even know what to say. Useful maybe. Embarrassing absolutely. Fueled by excitement, Lucian launched into another killing spree. Time passed, then something caught his eye. A glowing drop shimmered with a deep purple hue. Finally, an epic drop. His heart raced. He had been grinding for ages, hoping for a higher rarity, and it was finally here. He opened his inventory to inspect the new loot. As expected, the drop contained 2 items, but he quickly realized they didn't share the same rarity. This time, one was rare. The other, epic. His eyes locked onto the epic item. Gelatin shield. Type: equipment. Rarity: epic. Description: a wobbly shield that absorbs blunt and magic attacks. He summoned the gelatin shield, but it looked too goofy. But Lucian chose to trust the system. it hadn't let him down so far. Suddenly, he heard the systems chime again. Teng. Achievement Slime Slayer. Kill 10 slimes. Reward Ancient Slime Fossil. Ancient Slime Fossil. Description Remnant of an ancient slime. Pulses with long-lost sacrificial material. Use Offer as a sacrifice. Effect may awaken echoes of lost when offered at a sacred site. It radiated the same heavy presence as his lifelink talisman. Lucian didn't know how to use it since the description is vague, but he sensed it would be important. He decided not to overthink it. Today had been incredibly productive. He grew stronger, earned resources for his territory, and had more loot than he knew what to do with. Eventually, he found a large archway at the far end of the floor. It was the boss room. Lucian paused. He didn't rush inside. Instead, he glanced at his inventory, only to sigh in frustration. It was no use. His inventory was already full. Inventory. Osnet. 1,000 mana core. 515 gold coins, 1 gold coin, equal 10 silver coins, 100 copper coins. 1 silver coin, 1 silver coin, equal 10 copper coins. 4 copper coin. Inventory slots 21. High quality honey X 85. Nectar crystal X 24. Royal jelly X 3. Slime plushie red X 96. Slime plushie orange X 91. Slime plushie yellow X 97. Slime plushie green X 98. Slime plushie blue X 99. Slime plushie blue X 37. Slime plushie purple X 89. Slime gel X 97. Slime residue X 92. Shampoo X 45. Body wash X 43. Slime cement X 65. Perfume X 10. Slime patch X 22. Slime candle X 20. Gelatin shields 1. Lifelink talisman X 1. Ancient slime fossil X 1. I didn't realize it, but I'm freaking rich, Lucian grinned. The money alone was enough to change his situation, but with all the drops, his territory's future looked brighter than ever. He took a moment to gloat, proudly scrolling through his inventory. To sum it up, the slime drops so far included: common drops, slime plushie, slime gel, slime residue deodorizing agent. Uncommon drops: shampoo boosts hair growth. Body wash neutralizes body odor. Slime cement hardens over time, construction use. Rare drops: slime patch healing aid. Slime candle calming effect, pest repellent. Perfume the smell grants slime affinity. Epic drops: gelatin shield absorbs blunt and magical attacks. Lucian sighed. The plushies took up too much space. He needed to declutter. Lucian realized he'd been in the dungeon for quite a while now. Suddenly, he felt it. Someone was watching him. He quickly turned his head but saw no one. Still, his instincts were sharp. Something was off. Scan. The area appeared normal at first, until a faint silhouette flickered into view. Sebas. It was just Sebas stood quietly in the distance. His status marked as worried. Lucian chuckled. I guess I have been down here too long. Lucian decided to call it a day and return. Sebas seemed to notice his retreat and vanished in a flash. Lucian dashed toward the entrance. Once outside, he didn't head straight to the manor. Instead, he stopped by a cliff overlooking the forest. With a firm nod, he made a decision. One by one, he dropped a pile of slime plushies from his inventory. They tumbled down the cliff, scattering into the forest below. Teng. Achievement, drop something for once. Reward +5 inventory slots. Lucian laughed. Damn system can't even end a chapter peacefully, not that I'm complaining. The next morning, Kale raced to Lutwell Manor with his breath ragged and face pale with urgency. He ran as if something had gripped his heart in a vice. At the entrance, Sebas spotted him and immediately opened the door. "Quick, I need to see the young master. It's an emergency." Sebas was alarmed by Kale's expression. He nodded without a word and went to alert Lucian. Moments later, the three of them gathered in the study. "What happened?" Lucian asked. "Young master, this is serious." "Slow down, take a breath and tell me." Kale exhaled deeply, centering himself before he spoke. "While I was practicing another spell from beginner space magic," Kale began, "I sensed something strange. I was using the detection spell, but I tweaked the effects a bit and lost control for a moment. That's when it happened. I sensed unfamiliar mana traces in the forest, about 10 kilometers from here." Lucian fell into thought. Kale really is a genius. He had only just started studying space magic and already managed to discover something new. By accident, no less. Even a misfire turned into a breakthrough. That's some lucky mistake. "Normally, detection only shows mana traces within a 100-meter radius," Kale continued. "But I thought, what if I could change the parameters, so I experimented a little." He paused, noticing the expressions on Lucian and Sebas's faces. "Okay, I know what you're thinking. Who messes with the mechanics of an already established spell? But relax, nothing bad happened. At worst, I could have experienced mana backflow, but that's not an issue for me. I'm good at circulating my mana in the body." He caught himself rambling and coughed. Anyway, back to the topic. When I tried focusing the detection in just one direction instead of a full radius, it worked. I accidentally put in too much mana in the spell and it actually extended the range to 10 kilometers straight ahead, and that's when I sensed them." His voice lowered. Lucian looked at him with admiration. Kale was indeed a genius. He knew his strength too well, that's why he was willing to tinker with the unknown just to test a theory. Lucian, by contrast, would never have thought of doing something like that. He relied on the system. Safe, predictable. And in this moment, he could but respect Kale and envy his talent. Kale's voice dipped. "I sensed 5 individuals, based on their mana traces. They're from the Coleheart territory. They've set up camp near the forest. The burly man I saw before, he's there too. Young master, you have to run." Lucian's heart lurched at the warning, but he forced himself to stay calm. "Can you estimate their levels?" Kale nodded. 1 tier 2, 2 tier 3s, 1 tier 4, and the big guy is in tier 6. Lucian sighed in relief. With Sebas by his side, there was no immediate need to panic. But Kale misread Lucian's composure as disbelief to what he reported. His worry deepened. Lucian gave him a reassuring look. "I believe you. Thank you, Kale. This gives us time to prepare. Besides, I doubt their strongest can match Sebas." Kale still looked uncertain. "Kale, you should probably head back and stay hidden. We'll handle things from here. They won't make a move in broad daylight. They're likely waiting for the sun to set." Kale hesitated. He didn't like the idea of leaving, but seeing the confidence in Lucian's eyes, he felt a little reassured. Maybe he really can handle this. "Wait, take this," Lucian said, pulling out 3 nectar crystals. He placed them into Kale's hands. "They'll you recover mana faster, just in case." Kale stared at the crystals, almost skeptical. He opened his mouth to protest, but closed it again and nodded. "Thanks, I'll keep watch from the house. I can't fight, but if things go wrong, I'll step in and get you out." Lucian gave a faint smile. "Appreciate it." As Kale vanished into the distance, Lucian turned back to Sebas. His calm demeanor faded the moment Kale was out of sight. His thoughts were racing. He then faced Sebas. "All right, Sebas, listen closely. Here's the plan." In the middle of the night, a burly shadow slipped through the open window of Lutwell Manor. His movements was silent. He crept toward the bed where Lucian lay motionless under the covers. "Dumb kid," leaving the window open, the intruder muttered, his hoarse voice barely above a whisper. Raising a heavy mace high above his head, he aimed straight for Lucian's skull when a knife sliced through the darkness. The burly man's eyes widened. He twisted instinctively but not fast enough. The blade grazed his neck, drawing a thin line of blood. Snarling, he jumped back, now fully alert. As expected from a tier 6, "You're no pushover," Lucian thought as he retreated in the shadows. He ducked low and moved toward Sebas, whispering quickly, "He has a skill that enhances both his strength and defense. He's tricky, don't fight him head-on." Sebas strongly refused to make Lucian the bait earlier, but Lucian managed to convince him. The enemies might have noticed that something felt off if he was not in the bed. The plan didn't go perfectly, but landing a hit on the burly man was already a major achievement. Kale had warned them beforehand that the burly man favored blunt weapons. Through scan, he also discovered that the man possessed a skill that enhanced his strength, making him even more dangerous. To prepare, Lucian secretly learned the skill Bouncy Body, just in case things went south. As an extra layer of protection, he bound his lifelink talisman to a slime plushie he didn't throw away. Its soft and ridiculous form is now his hidden lifeline. The room was cloaked in darkness. Even the moonlight spilling through the window failed to cut through the gloom. Suddenly, another knife whistled from the shadows, aimed straight at the burly man. This time, though, he was ready. He deflected it with his mace in a sharp clang of metal. Now fully alert, the man dropped into a defensive stance while his eyes scanned the room. Lucian quietly activated Burrower's Eye, peering through layers of the wall to locate the positions of the other 4 enemies. "Come up here," the burly man barked. At his command, 3 men entered the room from the window. The lone Tier 2 remained stationed outside. The newcomers hesitated. They had initially assumed that the burly man had already dealt with Lucian, but seeing him in a defensive stance, they instantly went on high alert. Lucian took the chance. He activated a quick scan, then bolted toward the exit, feigning panic. The 3 men didn't hesitate. Realizing what was happening, they immediately gave chase. But as they followed, a volley of hidden weapons sprang from the dark. Clang, clang, clang. Metal rang out as the projectiles were intercepted. Sebas launched the surprise attack, but the burly man reacted swiftly, intercepting the blow, but the ambush threw the other 3 off balance. "Found you," the burly man growled. "You 3, go and kill the kid, I'll handle things here." Sebas didn't flinch. This was still part of Lucian's plan. His priority now was clear: defeat the brute quickly, and go after Lucian to back him up if possible. Meanwhile, Lucian dashed out of the manor. He sprinted toward the forest, luring them towards the traps he had prepared in advance. But the 3 enemies were gaining on him. They were stronger and faster. In just seconds, they were nearing him. But then, slime shot. A burst of gooey slime launched toward them from Lucian's outstretched hand. None of it hit the men, prompting them to laugh mockingly. What a pathetic shot. But Lucian hadn't aimed at them. He'd aimed at the ground. They didn't realize it until their boots squelched into the sticky goo. One of them stumbled and edged to the dirt. The others found their movements slowed, with legs dragging through the clinging mess. By the time they regained control and began sidestepping the sticky terrain, Lucian had already slipped into the dense forest ahead. The enemies skidded to a halt at the tree line, with their eyes scanning the thick shadows. The forest was like a maze. Twisting paths, tall grasses, uneven terrain. They couldn't tell which way Lucian had gone. Frustrated, the 3 finally split up to search for him. One of the Tier 3 enemies, who uses a sword, was closing in on Lucian's hiding spot. His steps were cautious but steady, his eyes sharp as he scanned the forest. But then, thud! The ground gave way beneath him. With a shout, he plunged straight down into a concealed pit. He grunted as he landed, but quickly tried to climb out until he realized something was wrong. This wasn't just any trap. It was a slime-shot pit. The thick and sticky goo swirled around him like quicksand. The more he moved, the deeper he sank. From the shadows, Lucian emerged. Without hesitation, he used clang, but it was not very effective. The man defended and counterattacked with his free hand. Lucian leapt back, narrowly avoiding the hit. He then launched slime shots again, this time directly at the man's arms and torso. Sticky goo wrapped around the man's limbs. His movements turned sluggish. Panic flickered in his eyes as he sank further into the trap, his sword now half submerged and useless. Lucian didn't hesitate anymore. He pulled out a massive boulder from his inventory and dropped it straight into the pit. Thud! Aghikkk, the man shrieked, crushed under the sudden weight. Damn it, how are you this stubborn? Just die already, Lucian growled as his eyes locked on the struggling enemy. He hadn't heard the system notification yet. That meant the man was still alive. Realizing the danger he was in, he lifted the boulder with all his might until his head got out of breath. Then, the man finally shouted with all the strength left in his lungs, he's here. Lucian's eyes widened in panic. FCK, can't you fight me 1v1 like a decent bastard? He didn't expect the man to scream for so shamelessly. In a burst of frustration, Lucian shoved his blade into the gaps between the boulders, piercing the trapped man again and again. Then one by one, he stacked more heavy rocks on top. Finally, Lucian heard the system notification that confirms the death of the man. Lucian exhaled sharply as his sweat dripped from his brow. One down. Before the other two could arrive, Lucian dashed off deeper into the forest, heading toward the next set of traps. But the two had almost caught up. One was a Tier 3 mage, and the other a Tier 4 warrior wielding a mace. Lucian knew the terrain better than anyone. This was his domain. He ran as he constantly looked back to the two. They shouldn't have been able to keep up. But the unexpected happened. The mage didn't stop to chant. He didn't even raise his staff to use his skill. Instead, he drew a dagger from his robes and hurled it with practiced precision. Lucian's eyes widened. There was no skill indication. No casting signs. Just cold, deadly accuracy. No skill cast, no signal. The dagger sliced through the air, aimed straight for his chest. Crap, I messed up. Who said you need a skill to be skilled? Lucian's thoughts raced. What a blunder. He panicked. There was no time to dodge. When Lucian glanced back, he saw it. The dagger, slicing through the wind. Already too close. His heightened senses screamed he couldn't dodge this. Even with safety measures in place, the sheer fear of dying sent a chill down his spine. A memory flashed. A fragment of his past life. The helplessness. The end. His mind raced, desperate for a solution. Then, as if his survival instinct kicked in before his logic did, his lips moved on their own. Iutiocolect. The dagger vanished into thin air. Lucian staggered, gasping for breath. He couldn't believe it worked. But that brief pause was all it took. The Tier 4 warrior was already swinging his mace toward him, and from the side, fire magic exploded through the trees, roaring in his direction. They had caught up. FCK, can't you let me rest for even a second? Without wasting another breath, Lucian summoned his gelatin shield. Boink! A strange, rubbery sound echoed as the massive shield sprang into existence, absorbing the oncoming attacks like a sponge. Both enemies froze, momentarily stunned. The warrior's heavy blow bounced off when it hit the shield, and even the mage's fire magic fizzled against its surface. But the Tier 4 warrior wasn't done. With a grunt, he charged and kicked the shield to the side with brute force. Lucian's grip broke, and with that, the gelatin shield went flying. Lucian stumbled. Before he could recover, the mace was already mid-swing. A blur of iron and rage. But then, bouncy body. The mace slammed into Lucian's side, and instead of crumpling in pain, his body launched like a rubber ball. Thwack, he hit a tree. Boink, he bounced off the ground. Boink, another tree. Boink again and again. The two men blinked in disbelief. What the? That's not normal, the mage muttered, stunned. But they didn't waste time marveling at the absurdity. They gave chase, determined to confirm Lucian's death. Meanwhile, Lucian was airborne, hurtling away completely off course. He was now far from the trap-laden zone he had planned so carefully. I'm gonna puke, he muttered, his stomach turning from the motion. Everything hurts. His ribs, his legs, even his soul. By some twist of fate, he had flown far, landing near the spot where he'd scattered the plushies earlier. Timing it just right, he deactivated the skill mid-bounce, tumbled into a roll, and forced himself to his feet. And ran. Again. His breath was ragged. His limbs screamed. He could feel his body nearing the edge. Adrenaline thinning. Fatigue setting in. If I stop now, I'm dead. But he didn't stop. Even if the lifelink talisman still existed, it was just a single get-out-of-jail-free card. He had to make it back to the traps. That was the only way he stood a chance against stronger enemies. But after running a few more steps, a sudden occurrence stopped Lucian dead in his tracks. You are in the range of the rainbow slime lord statue. Teng, a fitting sacrifice has been detected. Sacrifice ancient slime fossil. Yes, no. Lucian's eyes widened, then glowed with a fierce light. He didn't know exactly what was happening, but he didn't care. He had found a way to turn the tide. Fucking yes, he roared. Just then, the ancient slime fossil floated out of Lucian's inventory on its own. It hovered in the air, glowing with a radiant light. Cracks formed along its aged surface, and with a soft shatter, the fossilized shell crumbled away, revealing a glimmering golden dew at its core. The glowing essence pulsed once, then surged toward Lucian. Wait. Before he could even lift a hand to stop it, the golden dew shot forward and embedded itself into his forehead. A sharp jolt coursed through his entire body. Then, Teng. Skill Slime Beast Mode acquired. Skill Slime Beast Mode acquired. Lucian's breath hitched, his heart thundered in his chest. What the hell is this, he muttered, staring at his trembling hands. Teng. Slime-based skills now linked to Slime Beast Mode. Skill Active Passive. Illustration, a humanoid slime shrouded in a fierce, radiant aura. Name Slime Beast Mode. Description. Active temporarily gain the physical nature and instincts of a slime. Amplifies all slime-based skills by 100. Passive slime skills can be accessed without activating Slime Beast Mode. All linked abilities are stored within. Rainbow Slime Lord Statue Effects. Doubles the potency of slime skills within its area of influence. Reduces negative side effects while in range. When the notifications disappeared, Lucian couldn't the grin stretching across his face. My first 5-star skill, ha-ha-ha-ha-ha, his laughter echoed through the trees, this is huge. He glanced at the earlier notification, the Rainbow Slime Lord statue. Whatever it was, its buffs were insane. He made a mental note to track it down later. If he calculated it right, the skill and statue together multiplied his slime abilities by 4-fold. Lucian felt unusually lucky this time. He didn't hesitate. Slime Beast Mode activate. A surge of unknown erupted within him. He could feel his body changing, reshaping into something new, yet he couldn't quite grasp what had transformed. But one thing was clear, a Urful aura now radiated from him. Then he looked down. His eyes widened. He had become translucent. What the panic started to rise until he remembered the skill's description. It's temporary. He exhaled in relief. To test his new strength, he leapt and nearly shot into the trees, bouncy. Before the enemies could catch up, Lucian took a moment to test his newfound strength. Slime Beast Mode had given him more than just it granted him unbelievable mobility. His body moved with a strange fluid grace. Every joint felt loose yet responsive. He darted around the forest, leaping from spot to spot with ease. Each bounce carried him farther than expected. He twisted midair, flipped, bent, rolled. His body moved almost like liquid. More than that, his instincts were sharper. Danger felt louder and movement clearer. It was as if his entire body had become a living sensor. The enemies were closing in, but Lucian no longer felt fear. The strongest among them was a tier 4, but with his slime skills now amplified 4-fold, he wouldn't even need the traps he had laid earlier. Finally, the 2 assassins emerged from the trees. They froze the moment they saw him. Witty, their expressions twisted in disbelief. Lucian stood still, his form almost invisible. His body shimmered with a translucent and eerie glow that made him blend into the forest like a living mirage. They immediately fell into a cautious stance. They hadn't heard of this skill before, but their instincts screamed danger. These were trained killers, honed by the Colehearts to follow orders without question. They didn't flinch easily. But this time, Lucian didn't wait. Without warning, Lucian unleashed his attack. Slime shot. Slime shot. The skill echoed in the air as he fired twice. The enemies tensed. They were ready to dodge as they expect the usual slow-moving blobs of goo. But what shot out was anything but ordinary. Two massive blobs, thick and gleaming, blasted forward like cannonballs. Vast, heavy, unrelenting. Even Lucian blinked in surprise. Whoa, 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 what a big, sticky fluid. Taste my sticky fluid, you bastards. What was once a minor nuisance had become a battlefield menace. The oversized shots slammed into the assassins before they could react. Both were struck dead on. Their feet lifted off the ground as the slime blasts launched them through the air like ragdolls. They flailed midair before ing into a nearby tree with a loud thud. But the goo wasn't done yet. The viscous slime spread like living glue, pinning them to the bark with sticky tendrils that clung to their limbs and armor. They squirmed and struggled to tear free. Lucian didn't give them the chance. He bounced forward, literally. His elastic, slim-enhanced body launched him in a blur toward the Tier 4 warrior. He landed beside him with a grin. What a sticky situation you're in. And with that terrible dad joke, he drew his iron bite from storage and slit the man's throat in one clean motion. Warm blood spilled, the body slumped. But Lucian's grin faded, his instincts screamed. He turned. Something was coming. Vast. A barrage of fireballs streaked through the air, crackling toward Lucian like comets. The mage had freed himself. This clever bastard must have burned through the goos. Lucian didn't panic. With a flick of his wrist, he called out instinctively. Gelatin shield. But nothing happened. Shit, I forgot it got blasted earlier. A cluster of fireballs struck where he stood. The explosion rocked the trees, throwing smoke and debris into the air. For a moment, silence. Then F-whip. Something burst from the smoke. It was Lucian, completely unscathed. He slid across the ground like a rubbery bullet, his body stretched thin. His limbs flopped weirdly as he rebounded off a nearby rock and landed upright with a wet plop. He blinked. Whoa, okay, that was not on purpose. Turns out his new body was far more flexible and slippery than he thought. I guess I am a slime now, he muttered, wiggling his now slightly wobbly arms. And then, no more playing around, Lucian muttered. He leapt. In a blink, he was in front of the mage. You almost killed me twice, he said coldly. Don't expect to die easy. He crouched down and... Slime shot. The blob struck the mage in the gut and launched him skyward. Lucian made a stance. He then straightened with his fists ready. A dangerous glint lit up his eyes. Gamu gamu no, tension gripped the atmosphere, and gattling. A flurry of rapid punches barraged the airborne mage. Ora ora ora, ora. Each blow hit with bone-crushing force, keeping him aloft, bouncing him higher, blood spraying with every strike. The mage wheezed. He twisted his body midair trying to cast, but too late. Lucian ended it. He leapt once more, palm flat. Wham! He slammed the mage's head into the dirt like a hammer to a nail, then immediately followed up with a point-blank slime shot, exploding the skull against the ground. Silence. Lucian stood over the mangled corpse, brushing off goo and grime. Oh, how the tables have turned, he said, grinning. No guilt. No hesitation. Just a clean kill. Lucian stood in silence, his gaze lingering on the fallen enemies. He couldn't shake the feeling. These killers had stories of their own. There was something off about their status. When he had used scan earlier on the three that chased him, the answer had been clear. Status brainwashed. That was it. It seems that the Colehearts hadn't just trained assassins. They manufactured obedience. A skill maybe that would explain it. Dreger and Rodiart didn't have that status though. Lucian muttered to himself, eyes narrowing. But that Rodiart, he's different, smart, reluctant. Maybe the Colehearts got some dirt on him. Sigh. He let the thought trail off. It didn't matter. Not right now. Lucian had long let go of the idea of clean hands. Sympathy, it was a luxury he couldn't afford. Not in this world. Not anymore. Not with killers knocking at his door. Anyone who threatened his life would be erased. With that, Lucian turned and walked toward the manor, his steps quiet but his thoughts loud. The battle was over, but the questions it left behind were far from answered. And something told him this was only the beginning. Lucian sighed, letting the quiet settle around him as he took a moment to assess the aftermath of the battle. There were too many variables. Still, he felt a small comfort. His lifelink talisman hadn't activated. His thoughts then drifted to audiobookfree. It had been more useful than he expected. Who would have thought he could target an object and have it collected? It had even saved his life earlier by retrieving the dagger that almost killed him. But it wasn't flawless. If the inventory's full, autocollect fails, Lucian muttered to himself, mentally noting the risk. Good thing he had dumped all those useless drops earlier. Speaking of the slime plushies he'd thrown from the cliff, he wasn't that far from the spot now. Maybe. His eyes widened slightly. Wait a minute, the plushies and the rainbow slime lord statue. Was there a connection? The thought lingered, tempting him. But no, he couldn't rush it. Not yet. He exhaled, grounding himself. Curiosity tugged at him, but so did caution. Whatever force he had brushed up against earlier, it wasn't ordinary. Later, he whispered to himself, I'll come back prepared. And with that, he continued toward the manor, with his mind racing. Suddenly, Lucian froze. Someone was watching him. His instincts flared just as he caught the faint sound of rustling. Quick footsteps retreated through the underbrush. Without hesitation, Lucian gave chase. As he moved forward, the familiar sensation faded. The strange that had surged through him during slime beast mode slowly ebbed away. His body reverted to its normal, solid form. No longer translucent. No longer enhanced. The effect had lasted around 10 minutes. At the same time, he realized something else. He was no longer within range of the rainbow slime statue. Fatigue began to creep in, but the adrenaline pumping through his veins dulled it. He pressed on, not wanting to leave any more variables. Through a series of twists and turns, darting between trees and leaping over roots, he finally caught up to the fleeing figure. To his surprise, it was the Tier 2 enemy, the one who had been stationed outside the manor earlier. Caught you, Lucian growled, launching a volley of slime shots toward the fleeing figure. Hig monster, why you how? The Tier 2 target cried out in panic, stumbling as the shots splattered near his feet. Lucian smirked. Why are you stuttering like an idiot, never seen a handsome monster before? The man's trembling only worsened. How can you use a monster's skill? Lucian's eyes narrowed. That wasn't just a random guess. Without wasting time, he activated scan, and the truth clicked instantly. Appraisal, what an irritating skill, Lucian muttered. The Tier 2 wasn't a combatant. He lacked any fighting skills, but something else stood out, something far more interesting. Lucian's expression turned cold. So you're that Coleheart bastard's second son. He grinned with a dark edge to his voice. Good, very good, now let's see what I'll do to you. Everything made sense now. The Coleheart territory's abundance of skill bearers. The high-efficiency recruitment. Lucian tilted his head, eyes still locked on the trembling man. So that's how it is. He let out a low chuckle. Appraisal. Not as precise as scan, but still dangerous. Lucian's expression darkened as a realization crept in. They brought this guy here, their precious little talent, that means. They were so sure I'd die, Lucian muttered, voice calm but cold. So sure they'd win, they already brought the next parasite to take over. He could already imagine the aftermath if he had lost. If he had died earlier, this man might have assumed the position of the Lord in the territory. With that appraisal skill, he could easily identify hidden skill bearers, then report them, recruit them, or worse. Brainwash them. Threaten them. Control them. Just like those killers. Damn bastards, Lucian muttered under his breath. He wasn't just here for the fight, he was here to clean up after me. To harvest what was left. People. Learn. Potential. All under Coleheart's banner. Lucian's expression hardened. He couldn't let this man live. Not just because he was the Coleheart's son, but because now he knew too much. The man pissed himself in sheer terror. With a desperate cry, he rolled across the ground in an attempt to flee. Lucian didn't stop him. Instead, with one clean motion, he severed the man's feet. "Ghhh, bastard, do you know who I am?" Lucian tilted his head, sneering. Choo choo choo, the classic villain line. He leaned closer, voice low and taunting. "Of course I know you're the Coleheart mutt, and if I kill you that scum will come running, won't he?" Smirked darkly. "So what if I send him your head instead?" The man's face turned ashen. Lucian didn't give him a chance to respond. He wasn't in the mood, not with one more enemy still unaccounted for. With mechanical precision, Lucian sliced through limb after limb, then, finally, severed the head. He stored it in his inventory without a word. He already had a plan. Lucian dashed back toward the manor. There he saw the aftermath of Sebas's handiwork. The burly man, once confident and towering, was now a crumpled heap on the ground, barely clinging to life. Blood pooled beneath him. Every inch of his body was marred by cuts, his joints twisted unnaturally, and his limbs hung like broken twigs. Lucian winced. He couldn't even imagine the silent torment the man had endured. After all, no one fought deadlier in the shadows than Sebas. To the burly man, it must have felt like fighting a ghost that struck without sound and without mercy. Sebas's silent step had kept him invisible, and his attacks had come from every angle. Lucian nodded in quiet approval. Everything had gone to plan. Even if the traps he prepared weren't triggered, it didn't matter. The result was undeniably a total success. He walked toward the darkness where he knew Sebas stood, watching silently. "Good job, Sebas," Lucian said, eyes on the barely breathing target. "Let me finish this." Sebas gave a bow and respectfully closed his eyes, leaving the final act to his master. Seemingly hearing his words, the burly man's eyes fluttered open. His consciousness clawed its way back. Tied up tightly by Sebas, he posed no threat. His body was broken, his spirit even more so. "Why your lordship, presh let me rive, ear serve you, FRM now, on." His voice was weak and slurred. Blood filled his mouth and his tongue barely cooperated, but Lucian could still understand him perfectly. The burly man never imagined things would end up like this. He hadn't even managed to locate Sebas once during their fight. Sebas had been a phantom in the dark. The hidden weapons had come out of nowhere, striking precise and deep. Wounds stacked up little by little, draining his strength. The intel they received was dead wrong. Even Lucian had returned unscathed. Their preparations, tactics, and timing was utterly meaningless. They'd been outmatched. Monsters. That was the only word he could think of. Tears welled in his eyes, snot trickled down his face. He had fought so hard to grow stronger, even selling his soul to the Colehearts just to gain more resources, and now here he was, begging. Lucian stood over him, silent in thought. A few seconds passed before he finally sighed. "If I were my kind sister," Lucian muttered, "I'd probably forgive you, tell you to turn over a new leaf." Hearing Lucian's words, a flicker of hope sparked in the burly man's eyes. But it was crushed just as quickly. "But you asked the wrong person," Lucian said with a chilling grin. "I'm no kind man." He leaned in slightly, voice low and final. "See you in hell." Without hesitation, Lucian drove his blade into the man's chest. The burly man's eyes widened in despair, then dimmed. Silence settled over the manor like a shroud. No more platings. No more footsteps. Just the sound of the wind brushing through the open windows. Lucian exhaled slowly. Sebas emerged from the shadows, silent as always with his face unreadable. The battle was over. For now. And in the stillness of the night, the two of them finally took a moment to breathe. Suddenly, Lucian walked toward the desk and pulled out a hidden shelf, revealing a leather notebook tucked away inside. See you in hell, he muttered, repeating the line he'd just delivered with deadly seriousness minutes ago. He flipped through the pages until he stopped at a familiar one, Badass Last Words, Kill List Edition. With a satisfied smirk, he drew a bold line through a sentence. Good, another bucket list entry checked. Oh right, I used a few others earlier too. Taste my sticky fluid, check. What a sticky situation, check. He nodded to himself, flipping to the next page filled with scribbled one-liners and dramatic quotes. A true protagonist never repeats his catchphrases. He tapped the pen on his chin thoughtfully. You have the door to heaven, but you choose to barge into hell. A bit poetic. Or maybe, even the devil has forsaken you. Dark but classy. He flipped again, deeply absorbed in his edgy quotes arsenal, muttering pros and cons like a scriptwriter preparing for the next murder scene. Sebas, who watching from the shadows, finally let out a soft chuckle. He shook his head in disbelief. The same young man who just executed trained killers without hesitation was now debating dramatic quotes like a theater student. In that moment, Sebas saw past the cold efficiency. Beneath it all, Lucian was still a boy. A brilliant, chaotic, and slightly unhinged boy. A smile crept onto Sebas's face. Luke would have been so proud, he whispered to himself with a laugh full of memory, Phew. Just then, the door creaked open. Kale stepped inside. His eyes immediately caught Sebas standing, laughing silently. Then there was Lucian, laughing to himself. And finally, the headless corpse bleeding onto the floor. The air was still thick with the scent of blood. A puddle of crimson spread beneath the mutilated body, its limbs twisted at unnatural angles. Kale froze. Are they devils? He can't but think like that. 2 days had passed. Lucian lay motionless in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. He was lost in heavy thoughts. He had been bedridden for 2 full days now. The night after that fierce battle, he managed to speak briefly with Kale, but then, like a puppet with its strings suddenly severed, Lucian collapsed, completely unconscious. When he woke the next morning, he couldn't move. His body refused to respond. His mind was foggy. His muscles uncooperative. Everything inside him felt like a chaotic mess. It was as if his entire body had turned to jelly. Every attempt to move made his limbs tremble as though they might fall off if he forced them. His arms and legs felt detached and foreign. It's like they weren't his anymore. He felt like a slime again. But not the empowered version he had become. No, he felt like the weakest and most pitiful kind of slime, the kind that would perish with a single breeze. Right now, his body wasn't just weak. It felt fluid and unstable, like he'd shatter into a puddle if any pressure was applied. Sleep didn't offer rest either. Even in slumber, he wasn't safe. Nightmares came in waves. He dreamt of becoming a hideous slime. Vivian, too, had turned into one, and together they were hunted down by Colehearts who had transformed into goblins. Lucian would jolt awake each time, breathless and drenched in cold sweat. It felt endless. He didn't need anyone to confirm it. This was clearly the side effect of overusing his skills. Slime-based mode. As ireful as it was, it had taken a serious toll on his body. Maybe it was simply too much for him to handle in his current state. He had only used it for around 10 minutes, but the aftermath was brutal. Still, he wanted to understand it better. If he could determine the exact limit and how long he could safely maintain the form before his body gave out, then it could become his trump card, a desperate, last-resort move, or perhaps even a game-changer in life-or-death moments. Even the nectar crystal couldn't undo the damage. At best, it dulled the pain briefly. Through it all, Sebas never left his side. Not once. Lucian had even ordered him to retrieve something from the forest, to burn the corpse and erase the evidence. But Sebas had refused. Flat out. It was the first time Lucian had ever seen him disobey an order. And for the first time, he saw genuine panic in the man's eyes. Sebas looked shaken, more than just worried. There was a quiet, deep sorrow in his gaze, like he was caring for someone he had already lost once before. Lucian didn't say anything, but he noticed. It made him wonder just how much Sebas was hiding behind that quiet, loyal demeanor. What kind of past made him like this? Still, it felt comforting. strange, but nice to have someone this devoted to him. Even so, Lucian could but ask, why is he so loyal to me? The thoughts didn't stop. His mind remained cloudy, his thoughts dull and slow. For once, he actually felt like a 12-year-old. Weak, vulnerable, confused, and terribly human. Still lying in bed, Lucian turned his head slightly and called out to the figure sitting quietly nearby. Sebas, do you think I'll ever be able to use magic? It was a question that had weighed on him ever since the memories of his past life came flooding back. In this world, mana was a fundamental part of existence. Everyone was born with it flowing through their bodies, everyone except him. At least that's how it felt. He had never once sensed it. Not a tingle, not a flicker, nothing. Magic was every man's dream. A symbol of a path to survival. But Lucian couldn't even sense mana, let alone control it. By the age of 10, most children could already perform simple household magic spells used for daily necessities. Summoning clean drinking water, lighting a fire for cooking, cleaning oneself. These were considered basic life skills, like breathing or walking. But Lucian couldn't even manage that. He always had to ask others just to fetch him water or light a flame, and each time he did, frustration ate away at him. If not for the system, he would have remained weak and earless. While others grew stronger through meditation and mana refinement, Lucian had taken a different path. A darker one. He grew stronger by killing. And for that, he could but feel grateful to the system. It gave him a chance in a world where he should have been left behind. Sebastian noticed the worry in Lucian's voice. He had been by the young lord's side since childhood. He knew better than anyone that Lucian longed for magic. With a calm and confident smile, Sebas replied, "Young lord, if there is one person in this world I believe without a shred of doubt can wield magic, it's you. Even if the rest of the world fails, you will succeed." Lucian blinked, caught off guard by the certainty in his voice, but hearing those words, something within him eased. "Really, I'll trust you on that," he said softly. What Lucian didn't know was that Sebas wasn't offering comfort out of pity. He spoke with conviction because he had proof. Lucian wasn't just any child, he was their child. He had inherited their and someday he would awaken it. Lucian's thoughts slowly quieted. For the first time in days, his mind felt at peace. He closed his eyes, and this time, sleep came gently. Peacefully. The third morning after the fierce battle, Lucian finally stirred with energy. The heaviness in his limbs had faded, and color had returned to his face. He was still sore, but it was nothing compared to before. At last, he felt like himself again, alive and sharp. Over the past few days, the only thing that kept him sane was checking his status screen and admiring the loot he'd acquired. It was a small comfort, but one that gave him hope. Just then, the door creaked open. Kale stepped in. "Young master, you called for me," he said with a cheerful smile. "Are you feeling better now?" Lucian returned the smile faintly, pushing himself to sit upright. "Great, never better," he said. "I wanted to ask you for a favor." "Anything, young master. Please let me know what you need." Kale straightened with eager attentiveness. Lucian reached into his inventory with a casual gesture. Plug. Something heavy dropped onto the wooden floor with a dull thud and rolled toward Kale's feet. "Kaya!" Kale shrieked, high-pitched and panicked like a startled girl. His eyes widened in horror. It was a head. The severed, still recognizable head of Coleheart's second son. Lucian tilted his head, unbothered. I was wondering, would it be too much to ask you to deliver this to the Colehearts' doorstep? I believe it belongs to their second child." Kale stood frozen, lips twitching, face pale. Lucian smiled faintly, amused. The reaction was worth it. Yes, Kale thought in horror, he's definitely a devil. As Kale regained his composure, something odd caught his attention. It wasn't the fact that Lucian had an item box. What unsettled him was what he saw. His gaze drifted back to the severed head. "Wait a moment," Kale muttered with his eyes narrowing. Young master, you stored this in your item box, right? Lucian nodded slowly. Yeah, why? Kale's brow furrowed deeper as he crouched to examine the head. But how can it still look this fresh? It's warm, and there's still blood, fresh blood. Lucian raised an eyebrow. What's the problem? Kale straightened, clearly baffled. The item box is a spatial container, but time still flows inside it. Organic things decay, and liquid seeps out and mixes with other items. But this head looks like it was just severed, still full of warmth and blood. His voice rose with excitement, and his eyes lit up like he had discovered a divine secret. Could there be a secret in item box if I could learn this then? Heh, I could sell fresh meat and goods across kingdoms. I'd be rich. Lucian stared blankly at him. He's off track again. Ahem, it's nothing special, Lucian said, clearing his throat. It's not the skill, it's the person. I'm just built different. Kale's dreams of becoming a merchant king crumbled on the spot. His shoulders slumped in despair, but then he caught himself talking too much again. Ahem, my apologies, young master. I got carried away. I'll take care of the Coleheart's delivery. I'll be happy to do so after what they've done to me. He paused, then added, Actually, I'll be heading out to other border territories soon to sell goods. They rely on me for supplies too. Would you like me to pick anything up for you while I'm out? Lucian paused for a moment, considering his next move. Then he gave a small nod and reached into his drawer. Lucian reached for a leather sack and began scooping handfuls of gold coins into it from his inventory. Great, take this, he said, handing Kale a hefty sack of gold coins. It contained around 1,000 gold coins, all that dropped from the fallen Coleheart forces. Buy me as many spatial bags as this can get. Kale couldn't believe how rich Lucian was. Weren't they struggling just a while ago? He glanced at the sack. It was packed with gold and heavy, so heavy, in fact, that it startled him. As a matter of fact, using an item box didn't make items weightless. Its capacity still relied on the user's mana reserve. Fortunately, Kale was born with a naturally large mana pool. Carrying more than his mana could support would force the item's weight back onto his body. If he miscalculated, he wouldn't just stumble, he might be crushed to death. Kale blinked, then tilted his head curiously. May I ask what you're planning to use them for, young master? Lucian leaned back slightly. My item box has limited space. I figured I could expand its capacity by storing spatial bags inside it, like nesting containers. At that, Kale's eyes widened in alarm. He hesitated. Young master, space-attributed items like spatial bags can't be stored inside another item box. That's been tested before. They reject each other. It simply doesn't work. Lucian raised an eyebrow. He hadn't heard of that restriction before. But then again, his inventory wasn't a regular item box. The system's inventory function was a different beast altogether. It's fine, he said calmly. Even if that's true, I have a different way to make use of them. Just bring as many as you can. It'll either way. Kale nodded. Understood. I should be able to return in a week or two. I hate to be away for so long, but the other territories rely on me as well. He smiled sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head. I guess I'll have to start learning higher-level space magic if I want to cut travel time. Lucian chuckled. I know you'll figure it out. With that, their business was concluded, and Kale turned to leave. Lucian was alone again in the quiet room. The door clicked shut behind Kale, leaving only the soft rustle of the curtains and the faint chirping of birds outside. He exhaled slowly and leaned back. Now that his body was no longer trembling and the pain had dulled to a manageable throb, his curiosity returned in full force. It was time to check the results of that hellish battle. He raised his hand and muttered. Status. Name Lucian Lutwell, male. Age 12 years old. Race human reincarnated. Job dropouts. Level 19. Titles. Young Lord of Lutwell. Menace to society. Side hustle hero. Underdog champion new. Skill. Drop rate max. Auto collect. Slime-based mode new. Burrower's eye. Scan. Deception. Charisma 50. Lucian nodded to himself as he browsed through the system interface. He had gained several levels. After all, most of his enemies had been far stronger than him. The system rewarded that kind of madness. One particular notification caught his attention, a new title unlocked through an achievement. Underdog Champion. You weren't supposed to win, but you did. Description: increases overall strength by 10 of original for every enemy beyond the first. Max stacks 10. Lucian's eyes gleamed. A boost based on how outnumbered I am. If used right, it could double his strength in chaotic fights, a perfect skill for a lone fighter taking on groups. It made all the effort, pain, and risk feel worthwhile. And the drops, oh, the drops. They made him feel even better. Osnet. 1000 mana core, lowest grade. 500 gold coins, 1 gold coin, equal 10 silver coins, 100 copper coins. 1 silver coin, 1 silver coin, equal 10 copper coins. 8 copper coin. Inventory slots 35. Memory core new. Manual of Flowing Fist new. Flame Heart Crystal new. Fireball Talisman new. Iron Will Necklace new. Among the loot, one item in particular caught Lucian's eye, a skill card dropped by the second son of Coleheart. Skill Appraisal. It was decent and many would kill to obtain it, but Lucian passed it over. I already have scanned, he thought, and it's a higher rarity. He decided to keep the card for now. Maybe he could find a unique use for it later. Unfortunately, none of the others had dropped skill cards, not even the burly man whose strength boost had impressed Lucian. He had been hoping for that one. Still, 3 items stood out above the rest. Memory core. Type consumable. Rarity epic. Description: contains fragments of the foe's memory. Manual of Flowing Fist. Type instructional manual. Rarity rare. Description: a preserved martial arts manual filled with detailed illustrations and combat teachings. Flame Heart Crystal. Type consumable. Rarity rare. Description: a crystallized core that holds the essence of fire magic, crushed to use. The memory core would be invaluable if it contained even fragments of the Coleheart's knowledge. Layouts. Secrets. Plans. It could become a Urful asset. The Manual of Flowing Fist, on the other hand, sparked a different vision. Soldiers. Not just any soldiers, his soldiers. He imagined an undead army trained in disciplined martial arts, marching under the banner of Lutwell. Lucian's lips curled. A bubbling, gleeful sound escaped him. Q-Q-Cuck. He couldn't it, just imagining the future of his territory made him giddy, a land feared, respected, and ruled by him. But even with all these treasures, one item tugged at his curiosity the most. Flame Heart Crystal. He reached into his inventory and summoned it. A brilliant red crystal shimmered into existence in his hand. It was heart-shaped, smooth, yet pulsing faintly with energy. It felt like it had a rhythm, like it breathed. Beautiful. Dangerous. The kind of thing one couldn't ignore. After a brief pause to steady his breath, Lucian made up his mind. He clenched the fire elemental heart in his hand and crushed it. The crystal cracked with a sharp snap, releasing a surge of warmth and a flash of red light. From the shattered pieces, a glowing crimson fluid spilled out. It was thick and radiant like molten fire. It didn't fall to the ground. Instead, it began to swirl around his fingers, coiling like smoke, slithering up his arms in a spiral of living flame. Lucian's eyes widened. What the? He instinctively tried to shake it off, but the fluid clung stubbornly to him, pulsing with life. It slithered up his shoulders, then his neck, and finally. Zeng! It pierced into his forehead, sinking into his skin like liquid fire. Lucian froze. Then came a wave of clarity. A cool, refreshing sensation spread through his mind like a breath of fresh air after drowning. And then, Teng, you have gained an affinity in fire magic. Conditions met. Magic Book is now unlocked. Launching System Interface. Status. Inventory. Skillpedia. Magic book new. Conditions not met. Conditions not met. Lucian's jaw dropped. Oh crap, he muttered, blinking in disbelief. Here it is. One continent, 4 nations. The Holy Empire reigns in the north. The Valtmere Kingdom rules the east. The Beast Tribes roam the Wild West. And the Wildlands Federation thrives in the untamed south. Among them, the Holy Empire stands as the continent's dominant thanks to its grip on the people's faith. Their religion is followed by the vast majority. Every 10 years, a new saintess is chosen. She becomes the symbol of hope and the shining jewel of the empire's divinity. At just 15, saintess candidates are sent on a sacred pilgrimage across the continent. Their mission is to spread the faith, aid the people, and embody the ideals of the Holy Empire. For 5 years, they travel from city to city, village to village, offering blessings, healing the sick, guiding the lost. Their deeds serve not only the faithful, but also forge the candidates themselves, tempering their resolve, deepening their conviction, testing their worth. When the pilgrimage ends, only one among them will rise. The one whose devotion, compassion, and impact shine brightest will be chosen to ascend as the next saintess. It's a position she will hold for the next decade. Among them, one particular candidate was roaming in the borders of Valtmere Kingdom. She walks with poise, draped in ceremonial priestess robes as white and pure as a lotus in bloom. Her golden hair flows like sunlight and her features are angelic. She's an untouchable beauty wrapped in reverence. Unblemished, radiant, divine. At just 15, people gaze upon her with awe. She looks like a being from heaven. And yet, those bastards couldn't even spare a single coin for travel expenses. Rot in hell, you pot-bellied geezers. She cursed like a sailor, yet somehow, she still looked like an angel. She growled, storming through the trail. Don't think I didn't notice, sending so many of us out just to save on expenses. How many saintess candidates do they think the people need? Old vultures clinging to their wealth and titles. If we're lucky, we might earn the support of those we along the way, but most of the other priestesses are just ordinary girls. What could we possibly offer to people of real She let out a long, tired sigh. And her voice wavered as her expression fell. She looked as if the weight of her truth had finally caught up to her. God isn't real. The words left her like a wound torn open. And for the first time in a long while, she felt truly and utterly alone. In truth, Clara carries a secret that shattered her world. By pure chance, she unlocked an unknown skill known as divine sense. It's a skill that opened her eyes to truths most people will never comprehend. Those decrepit fools, she muttered bitterly, deceiving millions. With her ability, Clara could sense a new kind of energy. It's not mana, but something purer, something deeper. Divine energy. She could see into people's hearts and feel their moral weight, and what she saw in the Holy Empire. Corruption, indifference, apathy. It broke her spirit. Even the Pope, for all his was obsessed with cultivation and had long abandoned his duties. The Empire's built on donations, maintained by showy light magic, and enforced by pretty young priestesses paraded as divine. Saintess more like glorified whores, selling blessings in exchange for faith. Her words were venom, but her eyes held sorrow. Divine sense didn't just let her see what was wrong, it stripped away everything she once believed in. The Holy Empire was once the shining beacon of her faith, but was now rotting from the inside. All of Clara's devotion, her prayers, her sacrifices, misplaced. The God she worshipped so fervently didn't exist. Not in the Empire. Not anywhere she had ever known. Now her faith had no home. Her purpose, no direction. But then 3 days ago, everything changed. In the middle of night, she felt it. A pulse. A surge of divine energy, unlike anything before. The will of the world seems to have spoken to her. Suddenly, something within her snapped. Her entire demeanor shifted. The calm, bitter girl was gone. It was replaced by a wild and feverish fanatic. her beautiful face twisted with a crazed grin as a manic laugh slipped from her lips. Almighty God, your devoted follower is coming for you, hissy. And with that, she ran. No rest, no food, no hesitation. For 3 days, she chased the divine energy with reckless abandon. Whenever exhaustion threatened to slow her, she cast spells to numb the fatigue. Her body cried for mercy, but her will refused to yield. Only when her mana was finally drained did she slow down. Now on the 3rd day, she staggered through a dense forest, cursing the Empire with every step. Perhaps from sheer exhaustion, her senses were no longer as sharp as before. Suddenly, she dropped straight into a pit of slime goo. Devil spawn, she shouted, climbing out covered in goo. You think this'll stop me from finding God? She held some poor fictional demon responsible for her lack of awareness. Fueled by purpose, she pressed on and promptly fell into another pit. And then another. And another. KU, if you think this will stop me, FUGYI. She slammed into the muck again. Damn it, who's playing tricks on me? Maybe it's the Pope. I should learn curse magic and hex his shriveled old soul. At last, it seemed the pits had ended. Maybe the threats worked, she muttered, half serious. She was drenched in slime goo from head to toe, but she didn't care. Nothing could stop her now. Driven by instinct and unwavering obsession, she marched forward, drawn to the divine energy like a moth to flame. With each step, her heart pounded louder in her chest. The air grew heavier. The divine energy thickened around her, cloaking the forest in an otherworldly aura. It was suffocating, overwhelming, and exhilarating. She knew without a doubt that what she sought was just ahead. The real gods. Her eyes began to glow with anticipation, a crazed light dancing in them as her lips curled into a twisted smile. The energy surged, denser and denser, until finally, she stepped into the heart of it. A sacred aura burst outward. The divine energy was so dense it could crush a normal person's spirit. I knew it, Clara whispered, eyes gleaming. She dropped to her knees before the source. My lord. The light was overwhelming. She was blinded by the sheer density of divine energy. She fell to her knees in reverence. I'm still not worthy to see you, she whispered, trembling, but I hereby pledge this body and soul to serve you, until death and beyond. Her voice quivered with devotion, and her hands clasped tightly in prayer. Her expression twisted into something intense, something that could only be described with one word. Fanatic. Kukuku, holy empire, she sneered with a crazed grin. Without a real god, you're nothing. Just then, a rustling in the trees broke her trance. Her head snapped toward the sound. A young man stepped out of the underbrush, brushing aside low-hanging branches with a sigh. It was Lucian. He had come in search of his gelatin shield. While he was at it, he also wanted to examine the Rainbow Slime Lord statue. But instead, he stumbled upon her. Who is this crazy woman? Woe, she must have fallen in my traps, Lucian muttered under his breath. Clara's head snapped toward him. Who? She shouted suddenly on full alert. Lucian crossed his arms. I should be asking you that. Who are you and why are you out here kneeling in the middle of the forest? You do know trespassing's a crime, right? He stared at the girl, which is completely drenched in goo and kneeling, with wild eyes and hands clasped in prayer. Yep, definitely unhinged. His gaze shifted past her, and then his brow furrowed. Behind her stood the object of her worship, the statue of the Rainbow Slime Lord. Lucian blinked. Wait, seriously? He glanced at the woman again, this time more confused than before. She's worshipping a slime statue, sure. It looked impressive and felt slightly divine, but this. Even if he turned crazy, he wouldn't kneel to a statue, especially not one that looked like a rainbow gelatin mascot from a magical candy store. Clara's voice rang out with righteous fury. You dare stand in the presence of God and not kneel, blasphemer. Lucian stared deadpan, baffling, absolutely baffling. Lucian narrowed his eyes, examining the girl closely. What a waste, he muttered, so beautiful yet completely insane. Sigh, why is the world always this cruel? Clara heard every word. Her expression twisted with fury. How dare you? She raised her hand and began chanting. Mana stirred in the air. Lucian's instincts flared. He couldn't see mana yet, but ever since acquiring the magic book, he could feel its presence. The book held secrets too, but Lucian can't still use magic as he can't see the flow of mana. No time to dwell on it. He acted on impulse and used scan on the girl. But then Lucian's face went pale. Level 44, -50 favorability. His voice cracked. I'm screwed, I'm actually gonna die. Before Clara could unleash her spell, Lucian shouted his last resort. Slime-based mode. In an instant, his body shimmered and turned semi-translucent. His form wavered like liquid glass, and his aura melded into the forest around him. Clara froze. Her eyes widened, the spell in her hand fizzled as her gaze locked onto Lucian. Her expression twisted, not in anger now but in awe. She dropped to her knees, trembling. My lord, I apologize, I didn't realize. You are the manifestation of the divine. Her voice cracked, thick with emotion. Please forgive this unworthy servant. I will accept any punishment you see fit. Lucian blinked, stunned. Clara was dead serious. Her head bowed, her hands pressed to the dirt. Goo still dripped off her robes, but her voice was reverent. At first, when Lucian arrived, she saw his color. It was an aura of chaotic, unstable energy. Her divine sense had interpreted it as malevolent, and she had judged him as a threat. But now his form was bathed in a different kind of light. The slime beast mode distorted his aura into something transcendent. To Clara, it was unmistakable. Divine energy. She wasn't seeing Lucian anymore. She was kneeling before her god. Lucian deactivated slime beast mode. The aura faded instantly, and his body returned to normal. He cautiously glanced at Clara, half expecting her to start attacking again, but she didn't move. She stayed on her knees, silent and still, like a devout worshipper awaiting judgment. Still confused, he activated scan once more. Lucian nearly choked. Wait, what? It jumped from -50 to 90, and favorability became loyalty. He stared at her. Clara was still kneeling, but now there was something deeply unsettling about her face. Her cheeks were flushed, her breathing heavy. Her eyes shimmered with a kind of ecstatic madness. Her lips moved silently, whispering a prayer or maybe asking for punishment. She looked up at him with glassy eyes, wild with faith and expectation. Lucian took a slow, cautious step back. What the actual hell? 1 continent, 4 nations. The Holy Empire reigns in the north. The Valtmere Kingdom rules the east. The Beast Tribes roam the Wild West. And the Wildlands Federation thrives in the untamed south. Among them, the Holy Empire stands as the continent's dominant thanks to its grip on the people's faith. Their religion is followed by the vast majority. Every 10 years, a new saintess is chosen. She becomes the symbol of hope and the shining jewel of the empire's divinity. At just 15, saintess candidates are sent on a sacred pilgrimage across the continent. Their mission is to spread the faith, aid the people, and embody the ideals of the Holy Empire. For 5 years, they travel from city to city, village to village, offering blessings, healing the sick, guiding the lost. Their deeds serve not only the faithful, but also forge the candidates themselves, tempering their resolve, deepening their conviction, testing their worth. When the pilgrimage ends, only one among them will rise. The one whose devotion, compassion, and impact shine brightest will be chosen to ascend as the next saintess. It's a position she will hold for the next decade. Among them, one particular candidate was roaming in the borders of Valtmere Kingdom. She walks with poise, draped in ceremonial priestess robes as white and pure as a lotus in bloom. Her golden hair flows like sunlight and her features are angelic. She's an untouchable beauty wrapped in reverence. Unblemished, radiant, divine. At just 15, people gaze upon her with awe. She looks like a being from heaven. And yet, those bastards couldn't even spare a single coin for travel expenses. Rot in hell, you pot-bellied geezers. She cursed like a sailor, yet somehow, she still looked like an angel. She growled, storming through the trail. Don't think I didn't notice, sending so many of us out just to save on expenses. How many saintess candidates do they think the people need? Old vultures clinging to their wealth and titles. If we're lucky, we might earn the support of those we along the way, but most of the other priestesses are just ordinary girls. What could we possibly offer to people of real She let out a long, tired sigh. And her voice wavered as her expression fell. She looked as if the weight of her truth had finally caught up to her. God isn't real. The words left her like a wound torn open. And for the first time in a long while, she felt truly and utterly alone. In truth, Clara carries a secret that shattered her world. By pure chance, she unlocked an unknown skill known as divine sense. It's a skill that opened her eyes to truths most people will never comprehend. Those decrepit fools, she muttered bitterly, deceiving millions. With her ability, Clara could sense a new kind of energy. It's not mana, but something purer, something deeper. Divine energy. She could see into people's hearts and feel their moral weight, and what she saw in the Holy Empire. Corruption, indifference, apathy. It broke her spirit. Even the Pope, for all his was obsessed with cultivation and had long abandoned his duties. The Empire's built on donations, maintained by showy light magic, and enforced by pretty young priestesses paraded as divine. Saintess more like glorified whores, selling blessings in exchange for faith. Her words were venom, but her eyes held sorrow. Divine sense didn't just let her see what was wrong, it stripped away everything she once believed in. The Holy Empire was once the shining beacon of her faith, but was now rotting from the inside. All of Clara's devotion, her prayers, her sacrifices, misplaced. The God she worshipped so fervently didn't exist. Not in the Empire. Not anywhere she had ever known. Now her faith had no home. Her purpose no direction. But then 3 days ago, everything changed. In the middle of night, she felt it. A pulse. A surge of divine energy, unlike anything before. The will of the world seems to have spoken to her. Suddenly, something within her snapped. Her entire demeanor shifted. The calm, bitter girl was gone. It was replaced by a wild and feverish fanatic. Her beautiful face twisted with a crazed grin as a manic laugh slipped from her lips. Almighty God, your devoted follower is coming for you, hissy. And with that, she ran. No rest. No food. No hesitation. For 3 days, she chased the divine energy with reckless abandon. Whenever exhaustion threatened to slow her, she cast spells to numb the fatigue. Her body cried for mercy, but her will refused to yield. Only when her mana was finally drained did she slow down. Now on the 3rd day, she staggered through a dense forest, cursing the Empire with every step. Perhaps from sheer exhaustion, her senses were no longer as sharp as before. Suddenly, she dropped straight into a pit of slime goo. Devil spawn, she shouted, climbing out covered in goo. You think this'll stop me from finding God? She held some poor fictional demon responsible for her lack of awareness. Fueled by purpose, she pressed on and promptly fell into another pit. And then another. And another. KU, if you think this will stop me, FUGYI. She slammed into the muck again. Damn it, who's playing tricks on me? Maybe it's the Pope. I should learn curse magic and hex his shriveled old soul. At last, it seemed the pits had ended. Maybe the threats worked, she muttered, half serious. She was drenched in slime goo from head to toe, but she didn't care. Nothing could stop her now. Driven by instinct and unwavering obsession, she marched forward, drawn to the divine energy like a moth to flame. With each step, her heart pounded louder in her chest. The air grew heavier. The divine energy thickened around her, cloaking the forest in an otherworldly aura. It was suffocating, overwhelming, and exhilarating. She knew without a doubt that what she sought was just ahead. The real gods. Her eyes began to glow with anticipation, a crazed light dancing in them as her lips curled into a twisted smile. The energy surged, denser and denser, until finally, she stepped into the heart of it. A sacred aura burst outward, The divine energy was so dense it could crush a normal person's spirit. "I knew it," Clara whispered, eyes gleaming. She dropped to her knees before the source. "My lord." The light was overwhelming. She was blinded by the sheer density of divine energy. She fell to her knees in reverence. I'm still not worthy to see you," she whispered, trembling, "but I hereby pledge this body and soul to serve you, until death and beyond." Her voice quivered with devotion, and her hands clasped tightly in prayer. Her expression twisted into something intense, something that could only be described with one word. "Fanatic." "Kyukuku, holy empire," she sneered with a crazed grin. "Without a real god, you're nothing." Just then, a rustling in the trees broke her trance. Her head snapped toward the sound. A young man stepped out of the underbrush, brushing aside low-hanging branches with a sigh. It was Lucian. He had come in search of his gelatin shield. While he was at it, he also wanted to examine the Rainbow Slime Lord statue. But instead, he stumbled upon her. "Who is this crazy woman? Woe, she must have fallen in my traps," Lucian muttered under his breath. Clara's head snapped toward him. "Who?" she shouted suddenly on full alert. Lucian crossed his arms. "I should be asking you that. Who are you and why are you out here kneeling in the middle of the forest? You do know trespassing's a crime, right?" He stared at the girl, which is completely drenched in goo and kneeling, with wild eyes and hands clasped in prayer. "Yep, definitely unhinged." His gaze shifted past her, and then his brow furrowed. Behind her stood the object of her worship, the statue of the Rainbow Slime Lord. Lucian blinked. "Wait, seriously?" He glanced at the woman again, this time more confused than before. "She's worshipping a slime statue, sure. It looked impressive and felt slightly divine. But this..." Even if he turned crazy, he wouldn't kneel to a statue, especially not one that looked like a rainbow gelatin mascot from a magical candy store. Clara's voice rang out with righteous fury. "You dare stand in the presence of God and not kneel, blasphemer." Lucian stared deadpan, baffling, absolutely baffling. Lucian narrowed his eyes, examining the girl closely. What a waste," he muttered, "so beautiful yet completely insane. Sigh, why is the world always this cruel?" Clara heard every word. Her expression twisted with fury. "How dare you?" She raised her hand and began chanting. Mana stirred in the air. Lucian's instincts flared. He couldn't see mana yet, but ever since acquiring the magic book, he could feel its presence. The book held secrets too, but Lucian can't still use magic as he can't see the flow of mana. No time to dwell on it. He acted on impulse and used scan on the girl. But then Lucian's face went pale. Level 44, -50 favorability. His voice cracked. "I'm screwed, I'm actually gonna die." Before Clara could unleash her spell, Lucian shouted his last resort. Slime-based mode. In an instant, his body shimmered and turned semi-translucent. His form wavered like liquid glass, and his aura melded into the forest around him. Clara froze. Her eyes widened, the spell in her hand fizzled as her gaze locked onto Lucian. Her expression twisted, not in anger now but in awe. She dropped to her knees, trembling. My lord, I apologize, I didn't realize. You are the manifestation of the divine." Her voice cracked, thick with emotion. "Please forgive this unworthy servant. I will accept any punishment you see fit." Lucian blinked, stunned. Huh. Clara was dead serious. Her head bowed, her hands pressed to the dirt. Goo still dripped off her robes, but her voice was reverent. At first, when Lucian arrived, she saw his color. It was an aura of chaotic, unstable energy. Her divine sense had interpreted it as malevolent, and she had judged him as a threat. But now his form was bathed in a different kind of light. The slime beast mode distorted his aura into something transcendent. To Clara, it was unmistakable. Divine energy. She wasn't seeing Lucian anymore. She was kneeling before her god. Lucian deactivated slime beast mode. The aura faded instantly, and his body returned to normal. He cautiously glanced at Clara, half expecting her to start attacking again, but she didn't move. She stayed on her knees, silent and still, like a devout worshiper awaiting judgment. Still confused, he activated scan once more. Lucian nearly choked. Wait, what? It jumped from -50 to 90, and favorability became loyalty. He stared at her. Clara was still kneeling, but now there was something deeply unsettling about her face. Her cheeks were flushed, her breathing heavy. Her eyes shimmered with a kind of ecstatic madness. Her lips moved silently, whispering a prayer or maybe asking for punishment. She looked up at him with glassy eyes, wild with faith and expectation. Lucian took a slow, cautious step back. What the actual hell? Lucian didn't know what to do. Despite Clara's current loyalty score of 90, she looked dangerous, unpredictable also. That number could drop just as fast as it had risen. He knew better than to rely on something as fickle as a woman's emotions. Their moods, in his experience, swung harder than a pendulum in a storm. Sigh, women, hot beverage, he muttered under his breath, then added with a faint smirk, only my sister is indeed special. There was no escaping her now. In her mind, Lucian was already her lord. It was already etched deep into whatever twisted part of her brain that latched onto that identity. The best course of action was to play along, at least for now. He motioned for her to stand. All right, let's talk. Who are you, and why exactly are you here? Clara's eyes lit up with delight the moment Lucian addressed her. In her mind, this was a test, a divine trial of loyalty, and she found nothing suspicious in his words. My lord, this humble servant hails from the Holy Empire. Ever since you bestowed upon me that divine skill, the truth of this world has been revealed. I now understand. The god I once worshipped was nothing but an illusion. It was you all along. I followed your divine trace without hesitation until it led me here. Please, grant me the honor of serving you. Lucian blinked. The hell, when did I give you a skill? He stared at her, baffled. This girl genuinely believed he was some kind of god. He activated scan again, just to be sure. Name Clara, female. Age 15 years old. Race human. Job priestess. Level 3. Title: devout follower of the church. One who seeks God. Skill: divine sense. Magic: light magic. Household magic. Loyalty 90s. Status: devoted. This freak, Lucian flinched. Why is devoted listed 3 times? What kind of bugged devotion is this? But something else caught his attention. Skill passive. Illustration: a golden eye that peers through all life. Name: divine sense. Description: attunes the user to the will of the world, allowing them to perceive divine energy and feel the subtle balance between good and evil. 5 stars. Wait, this is... Lucian nearly jumped. This was the second 5-star skill he had ever seen, and this one was tied to something completely foreign to him. Divine energy. He quickly composed himself and suppressed his surprise. If Clara already believed he was some kind of god, he might as well play along. It wouldn't hurt, and it might get him some answers. It's called divine sense, right? He said, steadying his voice. Clara, tell me exactly what you see with it, and what side effects it brings. Clara's expression brightened instantly, her eyes glowing with reverence. As expected of my lord, you even know this unworthy one's name, she said, almost breathless. Divine sense allows me to see the world in colors, energies rather. Each one reveals truth. Divine energy is the brightest of them all, a blinding golden light. It was that light that guided me to you. She paused, her expression shifting into something more solemn. The only side effect is that I can't see things normally anymore. I see no faces, no shapes, only the colors of one's essence. But I am grateful. This world is filthy, and normal sight can lie. I would rather see through energy than be deceived. My only regret, her voice trembled slightly, is that I can't see you, my lord. Her face fell with a quiet sadness, a fragile kind of devotion that Lucian wasn't ready for. If his entire world dissolved into colors and shadows, he might have gone mad too. She wasn't just fanatical. She was broken in a way he was only beginning to understand. Looking at her now, he noticed just how malnourished she seemed. Exhausted, smeared in dried slime goo from head to toe, and yet she was full of life. Relentlessly clinging to purpose. I'll eat this. Lucian pulled out a nectar crystal from his inventory and handed it to Clara. It wasn't much, but it should ease her exhaustion. Clara froze the moment she laid eyes on it. She trembled, then slowly reached out, staring at the crystal as if it were a sacred artifact. As expected of my lord, even a small object like this carries divine energy. Thank you for bestowing such grace upon this unworthy one. Without hesitation, she ate it. Her expression turned ecstatic as if she were tasting salvation itself. Not a single drop was wasted. She even licked the wrapper, savoring it like it was her last meal on earth. Lucian stood still. It wasn't her blissful expression that caught him off guard, it was what she said. Divine energy in my drops. That changed everything. If he had to guess, divine energy was something far beyond ordinary mana, something rare, earthful, and likely only usable by chosen individuals. Unfortunately, the system never explained anything. It just dumped into his lap and left him to figure it out. But now his brain clicked into gear. He reached back into his inventory and pulled out another item. Take a look at this, he said, handing it to her. Just like before, Clara trembled. Each time he showed her a different item, she reacted with reverence, murmuring praises and marveling at the divine energy within. Lucian watched closely. There was a pattern. The higher the item's rarity, the more divine energy Clara claimed it contained. So rarity affects divine energy output then. What kind of energy am I sitting on? Lucian took the opportunity to ask Clara a few more questions. To his surprise, she answered each one thoroughly and with impressive clarity. Despite her unsettling obsession, she was articulate and almost scholarly in her explanations. If only she weren't so fanatical and unhinged half the time, Lucian thought, she'd actually be a decent person. Still, he had already labeled her in his mind, a useful but weird woman. But as their conversation continued, another thought began to gnaw at him. What exactly is the origin of my system, and where do these drops actually come from? Divine energy, he muttered under his breath. Could it be the reason I can't use magic? He shook his head. No, it's not the same as mana. Clara made that clear. So then, is some higher being involved? Again, no. Clara had outright said the god of the Holy Empire didn't exist. Clara said there was no entity like him, and no other being tied to divine energy. But something she called the will of the world contains divine energy besides him and his drops. The will of the world. The phrase echoed in his mind, which is both chilling and mysterious. Could the world itself be sentient, alive, watching me? He frowned. There was no way to know for sure, and no point in driving himself crazy chasing answers the system refused to give. For now, all he could do was collect clues and follow the trail. Then something hit him. Lucian's eyes slowly drifted toward the rainbow slime statue, then to his inventory of drops. If Clara's right, if my drops really do contain divine energy, and that statue radiates the same thing, then there could only be one conclusion. The statue came from my drops. And considering Clara had knelt before it like a holy relic, it must be brimming with divine energy. Lucian narrowed his eyes. There's only one thing I remember dumping in bulk. The slime plushies. He had discarded them as trash, useless fluff that took up space, but now it seemed like the dumbest, softest, most worthless-looking item turned out to have the most earthful effect. Without a word, Lucian reached into his inventory and pulled one out. He casually tossed it toward Clara. She caught it, hugged it to her chest, and immediately burst into delighted giggles. My lord, what is this we had? Tilda, it's so soft. I feel like I'm hugging a cloud. Lucian blinked. Clara looked noticeably more energetic just from holding it. This divine item, it's nourishing me. I can feel my fatigue fading away. Lucian said nothing. She's really good at making things sound holy, he thought, watching her cuddle the plushie like a sacred treasure. Probably just a placebo. The item description never said anything like that. Lucian cleared his throat and casually pointed at the statue. Do you think this thing could have come from something like that? Clara fell silent. Her brows furrowed as she fell into deep thought. After a moment's hesitation, she slowly shook her head. My lord, this one is ignorant. When I received the skill you granted me, fragments of knowledge poured into my mind, but nothing about this specific phenomenon. All I understand is that when divine energy builds up in great concentration, it can produce earthful results, perhaps, if many of these divine objects were gathered in one place. That explanation is enough. Lucian didn't need to hear more. His memory flicked back to when he tossed hundreds of slime plushies off the cliff without a second thought. And now, in the same area, stood the rainbow slime statue. So those worthless-looking plushies really did fuse into that thing. A wide grin crept across his face. That also meant he could make more of them. Without a word, he walked up to the statue, drawn by a growing sense of curiosity. He reached out and laid a hand on its smooth, shimmering surface, then activated scan. Rainbow slime statue. Type sacred relic. Rarity legend. Description. Doubles the effectiveness of all slime-based skills. Offers a chance to receive a blessing when a suitable sacrifice is made. A legendary, Lucian shouted. This poop-shaped thing has a legendary rarity. He stared at the statue in disbelief, as if it had personally insulted him. Rubbing his eyes, he activated scan again. Same result. He tried again. And again. Still the same. It didn't make sense. He couldn't sense divine energy like Clara could, so all he saw was a ridiculous rainbow-colored blob. To him, it looked like a glorified pile of slime poop. But then, Teng, the Slime Lord has given you a blessing. One random skill will evolve. Scan has evolved into Inspect. Lucian froze. Did the statue just get annoyed and bless me out of spite? He went quiet, dead quiet. Then almost hesitantly, he activated Inspect. What he saw next made his blood run cold. Mana is that fucking mana. Lucian felt a rush of exhilaration. He could finally see mana. The radiant swirls in the air. The glimmering hues dancing with the wind. The subtle light that colored the world. He could perceive them now. It was beautiful, breathtaking even. But the joy didn't last. He could only see mana while using Inspect. Unlike everyone of this world who could freely observe it with focus, Lucian was still an outsider peeking through a crack in the door. But then something else caught his attention. The mana. There was no mana inside his body. His eyes narrowed. That wasn't just odd, it was impossible. Every living being needed mana to survive. It was like blood, something essential. What is this? He muttered, unsettled. It didn't make sense. There was no damage. No sign of illness. Just emptiness. Clara, Lucian called, masking his confusion behind a veil of mystery. This vessel of mine seems unable to harness mana. Any idea why? Clara blinked in surprise. Without a word of doubt, she stepped closer. Her gaze was filled with reverence and curiosity. Then she bowed slightly, asking in a tone that barely concealed her eagerness, "My lord, may I be so bold as to touch your divine body?" Her voice trembled slightly, not from fear but from excitement. Lucian gave a small nod. Go ahead, if it helps you understand what's wrong. She reached out and gently took Lucian's hand. Her fingers trembled ever so slightly. With deliberate care, she cupped his hand between both of hers, then closed her eyes as if trying to sense something beyond the physical. Moments passed in stillness. Then her brows knit tightly together. This is. Her eyes snapped open and shock flooded her face. Then just as quickly, horror overtook her expression. But what followed next was unexpected. A crazed, awestruck smile spread across her lips. Her voice trembled with reverence. As expected of my lord, this vessel is broken, and yet you live. Lucian blinked, thrown off by the sudden shift. What are you talking about? He asked, eyes narrowing. What do you mean by broken? Clara answered with reverent awe, her voice filled with unshakable belief. A body born with no mana vessels should not exist, at least not for long. Hypothetically, a newborn like that would die moments after birth. Without mana vessels, the body can't absorb or circulate the mana that permeates this world. It's like blood without veins. The moment mana tries to enter, it becomes poison. The body suffocates from within. Lucian went quiet. 12 years. He had lived for 12 years in this world, seemingly healthy except for the inability to use magic. Could everything really be traced back to this, a defect so severe it should have killed him as an infant? Clara pressed on, her eyes now shimmering with admiration. And yet my lord is here, alive, awake, speaking. Your body defies reason. As expected of my lord, even in a broken vessel your overflows. I feel your is sustaining this vessel. Something beyond natural law, I can feel it. The traces of divine energy. It's woven into the body's very life force. Divine energy again. Could it be the system? But that didn't make sense. He only received the system recently. If what Clara said was true, then something else must have kept him alive all this time. He didn't have all the answers yet, but one thing was certain. He finally knew why he couldn't use magic. No mana vessels. A congenital defect. If he was truly born this way, then it couldn't be healed or trained away. It was a flaw at the foundation of his existence. But even so, he refused to give up. Because now he had a new light. Divine energy. If he couldn't wield mana, then perhaps he could wield something else, something greater. He exhaled slowly, lost in thought, until Clara, who was still holding his hand, suddenly spoke again with hesitation. Also, I can feel another faint trace of divine energy deep within your vessel, my lord. I wouldn't be able to notice it without divine sense, she said softly. It's subtle but familiar, like the candy you gave me. When I ate it, I felt a small spark of divine energy enter my body. It nourished me, even if only for a moment. Lucian's eyes widened, a grin tugged at his lips. Of course, the drops, the strange items he had consumed. Clara was sharp, a little unhinged, yes, but incredibly perceptive. Her madness didn't bother him so much anymore, not when she was this useful. If his understanding was correct, then the drops he'd consumed, like the honey, were slowly nourishing his body with divine energy. That explained the strange descriptions hidden in their item details, the effects he never fully understood until now. Still, the amount was minimal, too faint for him to truly feel. It was there but barely. Lucian then noticed that it was getting late. Enough for today, Lucian said, turning to Clara. Let's head back to my territory. Come eat with me at the manor. Rest for now and we'll talk more tomorrow. Clara lit up with joy, bowing slightly. Yes, my lord. She followed behind him, like a devoted servant basking in her master's shadow. Dawn! Lucian stirred in his sleep. A low, pained moan escaped his lips. His body trembled under the sheets. He was dreaming. But this was no ordinary nightmare. His entire frame quivered then. With a sudden jolt, he rolled off the bed and edged to the floor. His eyes snapped open, and he screamed. A blood-curdling howl tore from his throat as invisible pain surged through every inch of his body. Sharp, suffocating, relentless. It felt like 1,000 fire ants biting from the inside out, eating through his nerves and bone. His limbs jerked uncontrollably. His hands, his own hands, moved to his throat and began choking him as if possessed. What the hell is happening? Panic took hold. The pain dulled his senses. He couldn't breathe, couldn't think, inspect, and then he saw it. A dark, malevolent aura had enveloped his body. A twisted fog of bleak mana writhed like a living curse. It wasn't just hurting him, it was consuming him. His vision blurred. The agony escalated. His sanity frayed at the edges. In desperation, Lucian slammed his head against the floor to break the pain. Blood poured from his nose. Bruises spread across his arms, legs, chest. Everywhere. He activated slime beast mode, but nothing changed. The transformation only made things worse. The flexible slime body couldn't stop the torment. Wounds kept forming. Pain kept rising. He canceled it immediately. And then, it felt as if a massive, invisible hammer struck the very core of his being. His body convulsed violently as the floor beneath him trembled. The force was crushing, unrelenting. Lucian's eyes rolled back. He felt death creeping in. But suddenly, Lucian's body began to glow. A soft golden light pulsed from his chest, gentle but almost sorrowful. And then, Teng, lifelink talisman bound, is destroyed. It was like a thread had been severed. Lucian's breath caught in his throat. His heart skipped a beat, then it thundered. He had died. The talisman, the one item meant to save his life in a true moment of death, had been consumed. Silently, without warning, without even knowing what is happening. His precious second chance, wasted on something he didn't even understand. A hollow laugh nearly escaped him, but all he could do was tremble. He wanted to cry. Not from the pain, but from the helplessness. The confusion. The fear. What the hell is going on? But the nightmare wasn't over. Even though he'd been pulled back from the brink of death, the pain hadn't stopped. The black aura, the bleak mana, was still wrapped around him like chains, still eating at his body. Whatever had cursed him, it wasn't finished. Suddenly, the door burst open. Sebas and Clara rushed inside. Sebas was the first to reach Lucian's side, his expression tight with alarm. He knelt down and tried to lift Lucian, but his hands trembled. For all his strength and skill, he didn't know how to. Clara arrived moments later with her eyes wide. The moment she laid eyes on Lucian's current state, her face contorted in shock. "This is..." Without hesitation, she began casting. A radiant magic circle bloomed beneath Lucian, lifting his body gently into the air. A bright light swirled around him. It flowed like water across every inch of his skin, diving deep into his flesh and bone. The dark aura screeched, silent yet palpable, as the spell washed over him, forcing the curse to recoil. Slowly, inch by inch, the malevolent energy peeled away. And then finally, it vanished. Lucian's body went limp, dropping into Sebas's arms with a quiet thud. But Clara wasn't done. She cast another spell, this one softer and warm. Healing magic pulsed through Lucian's battered form. His wounds faded. Bruises disappeared. The blood dried and vanished. Even his breath grew steady. It was as if the torment had never happened, except for the hollow weight in Lucian's chest and the look in his eyes. "Then, who dares curse my lord?" Clara roared. Her voice echoed like thunder in the room. Her expression twisted with fury. Her once-gentle face now resembled that of an enraged Asura. Clara raised her hand once more and cast another spell. A radiant light surged from her palm, expanding outward in a shimmering wave. It washed over the room like sunlight breaking through storm clouds. Probing, searching, reaching into every shadow. The air shimmered faintly, as if the magic itself was sniffing out even the faintest trace of malice. But there was nothing, not a whisper of the malevolent presence remained. Sebas stood silently, watching her. When Lucian had brought her home the night before, Sebas had been skeptical. A zealous stranger with questionable intentions, he hadn't trusted her for a second. But now, he nodded quietly in approval. Her loyalty to Lucian was unmistakable, perhaps not as calm or disciplined as his own, but no less genuine. It brought him a strange sense of relief. Clara clenched her fists, her voice cracked with frustration. "Devil spawn, if I ever find you, don't even dream of crawling back to hell. I'll tear you apart limb by limb and feed you to the void itself." It seems that the curse hadn't come from nearby. It was a remotely cast. Clara gritted her teeth and looked defeated for the moment. Sebas tilted his head slightly as he observed her. So, she's only meek when talking to the young master, he thought. It was almost amusing. A priestess with such a foul mouth. He shook his head with a sigh. No point thinking too hard about it, as long as she remained useful and loyal. And she certainly was. Lucian slowly pushed himself up and sat on the edge of the bed. He was furious. What he experienced moments ago wasn't just pain, it was torment. It reminded him of Sebas's torture skill, only this time it was turned on him. And yet, amidst his burning anger, Clara's explosive fury helped ground him. Her loud and theatrical outrage made it easier to regain his composure. He exhaled and shook his head. The corner of his mouth twitched upward. "She's even angrier than I am." That thought made him chuckle, just a little. Her imagination truly ran wild. If I were so holy, that curse wouldn't have touched me in the first place. But as the tension ebbed, something deeper settled in. "Curse her." He leaned forward with his elbows on his knees. He sank into thought. Everything had happened so suddenly. The system. The lifelink talisman. Clara. If even one of those hadn't been there, he would have died. No warnings. No signs. Just death. Especially Clara, who would have thought that a random encounter the night before would end up being the thread that saved his life. It didn't feel like coincidence anymore. It felt like fate. Like a puzzle slowly falling into place. Lucian turned toward the still-fuming Clara. "Don't bother, Clara," he said quietly. "I know who did it." Clara's eyes sharpened. Her voice was low but resolute. "My lord, just say the word. I will hunt down whoever dares disturb your divine rest." Lucian gave a faint smile. At least her loyalty was genuine even if it stemmed from a massive misunderstanding. She didn't know the truth, but she believed in him completely. That alone was enough for now. He sighed and leaned back slightly. "Don't leave me for the time being. This vessel, it's still weak, too vulnerable. I might be attacked again. I'll need your protection until my true strength returns." Clara's expression shifted. Her fanatical edge softened into something more solemn and protective. She remembered the moment the curse struck. The sudden drop in divine energy. The terrifying stillness that followed. It had felt like death. She was certain Lucian had died, and yet he lived. Only a true lord could survive such a curse, she thought. This vessel may be flawed, but his essence is not. She knelt beside him with one hand clenched over her chest. "Don't worry, my lord," she said, puffing out her chest proudly. "As long as I draw breath, not even the greatest curse will dare come near you." Lucian nodded slightly. She might be insane, but at least she's my kind of insane. As expected of the young master, Sebas thought from the side, who watched in silent admiration. Lucian had somehow managed to rein in a volatile priestess like Clara. That alone was impressive. But more than that, Sebas felt a surge of pride. His young master was growing into someone truly formidable. Lucian gave a subtle nod. His gaze then darkened. His thoughts turned to the ones responsible. The curse. The pain. The stolen lifeline. The lifelink talisman, gone just like that. His last safety net, wasted. It made his chest tighten. If he weren't so furious, he might have cried from frustration. Then it clicked. Lucian recalled the task he had given Kale, to deliver a special package to the Colehearts. The head of their second son. He rubbed his temple and let out a dry cough. Ahem, no wonder they cursed me," he muttered, "but it's not my fault they're so F-seeking evil." There wasn't a shred of guilt in his voice. And why should there be? They tried to kill him first. He was just returning the sentiment. "Coleheart bastards," he muttered under his breath. "This enmity can't be fixed. I'll slaughter you." There was no room left for forgiveness. No middle ground. Only one path remained. Vengeance. But first, he reached into his inventory and pulled out a glowing crystalline object. The memory core. Lucian crushed the memory core without hesitation. The moment it shattered, it pulsed with a strange glow. Then, it shot a beam of light straight into his forehead. And then, his mind was flooded with memories. Blurred, vast, fragmented. It's like watching a distorted film reel in his head. They weren't his own, they belonged to the burly man. Lucian felt himself becoming the burly man, like seeing the world through his eyes. A child's birth cry. The bitter loss of parents. The gnawing pain of hunger and poverty. Then a single stroke of luck, a chance encounter that gave him strength. And then came the Colehearts. With no means to train or grow stronger on his own, the burly man swore loyalty to them. In time, his earned him a place among their ranks. A servant, then a trusted hand. So trusted that the Baron even whispered secrets into his ears. And Lucian saw everything. The plans, the schemes, the evil that oozed beneath their noble facade. It had been them, the Colehearts, who triggered the famine across the border territories 3 years ago. A man-made disaster, It was carefully orchestrated to weaken neighboring domains and pave the way for plunder. It was also the reason so many desperate outsiders had poured into Lutwell territory. The beginning of everything. And then, Lucian saw it, something he wouldn't have believed without proof. The Colehearts had their own private army, in which every single one of them were a skill bearer. Erful, disciplined, dangerous. Lucian could hardly believe it, so many skill bearers, and all gathered within a single domain. But that wasn't the worst of it. Lucian's suspicion had been right. Hidden deep within the shadows of the estate was a unit of trained assassins. Brainwashed killers, each one stripped of free will, programmed with a single directive: to kill. They were the ones who had refused to serve the Colehearts willingly and were turned into mindless puppets as punishment. Lucian felt a chill crawl down his spine. Everyone in that household was corrupt. Even the burly man had known and stayed anyway. But what shocked Lucian the most was the Baroness. She was the one who possessed the brainwasher skill. She was the one responsible for twisting minds into loyal tools. And as for the curse that had nearly killed him, it was the Coleheart's first son who cast it, but it wasn't like the ordinary curse magic. It was aired by something else, something far more sinister. A dark and twisted gargoyle statue. It reminded Lucian of the Rainbow Slime Lord statue, but this one radiated dread. Bleak, ominous, filled with malicious energy. He couldn't tell where they had acquired it, but one thing was clear. It served as the catalyst for the curse. And it demanded blood. The more lives sacrificed, the stronger the curse became. Immigrants, prisoners, rebels, anyone who defied them was fed to the darkness. Lucian's jaw clenched, rage stirred in his chest. But amidst the horror, he found a sliver of hope. The curse hadn't worked as planned, and according to the memory, it wasn't something that could be cast repeatedly. It required time and an enormous cost. The first son, having failed, would be suffering backlash as they spoke. Lucian exhaled deeply, his chest finally loosening. That statue, whatever it was, clearly wasn't ordinary. Curse magic wasn't meant to be that ireful, unless it had been unnaturally amplified. He was lucky. Damn lucky to still be alive. But the greatest threat of all was the Baron himself. Who would have thought that a pot-bellied and slow-moving noble could possess Tier 6 strength? Lucian nearly scoffed, but he knew the truth. That strength wasn't natural. It was borrowed. Artificial. The result of rare elixirs and ireful medicines. They were luxuries made affordable only by the wealth they'd stolen from conquered territories. Even so, it made him dangerous. Lucian felt a creeping sense of helplessness wash over him. They were stronger, more prepared, more ruthless than he had ever imagined. And yet he took some comfort in one thing. The Colehearts wouldn't make another move, not yet. That was because the tax collector could arrive any day now. Appointed by the king himself, tax collectors were one of the few individuals nobles like the Colehearts couldn't easily ignore. And the one assigned to the borderlands, a known ally of the Lutwells. Lucian trusted him, not as a warrior but as a man of principle. If he witnessed injustice, he wouldn't turn a blind eye. Still, due to his official position, he had to remain impartial. He couldn't interfere directly. Only observe, report, and enforce the king's will through proper channels. They came like clockwork every 6 months. And the next visit was just around the corner. Originally, the Colehearts had planned to invade after the tax collector departed, but the dungeon's sudden appearance had disrupted their timeline and pushed them to act early. They failed, and now they would wait again. Lucian let out a long breath, tension eased from his shoulders. He had time. His mind shifted gears. If the Colehearts wouldn't move yet, then he would. It's time to rebuild. His thoughts raced with plans. Defenses to fortify. Resources to gather. Plans to get stronger. A storm of strategy brewed in his head. Then suddenly, knock knock, a voice called through the manor doors. Young lord, our crops are ready for harvest. Please, come witness the miracle you've brought upon us. They arrived at the farm. Lucian gave a silent nod as his eyes swept across the fields. Dense clusters of leafy greens swayed gently in the breeze. The fronds stood tall and the leaves fanned out wide. The plants were so plump that he found himself wondering how the soil even held them. The ground around each stem bulged slightly, as if struggling to contain whatever massive roots had grown beneath. He remembered the seeds Kale had handed him, radishes and carrots. He knew the usual timelines. Radishes matured in about a month, while carrots took nearly 2. But according to the farmers, both were ready for harvest. Already Lucian frowned thoughtfully. Could the soil crystal's effects vary by crop, or did its fertilizing cut off before the plant reached maturity? He wasn't sure. He decided not to overthink it. The result was a good one, and for now, that was enough. His people could finally eat well. A few steps behind him, Clara's eyes gleamed with familiar devotion. As expected of my lord, she breathed as her voice trembled. Even the soil bends to your will, infused with specks of divine energy. Sebas trailed behind silently, but even he couldn't hide the faint flicker of wonder in his eyes as he scanned the overgrown crops. Driven by curiosity, Lucian stepped closer to one of the plants. The farmers immediately gathered around him. Their eyes are wide, and hushed murmurs passed through the crowd. Excitement buzzed in the air. The crops had grown unbelievably fast. Barely a week had passed. And now they waited in collective anticipation. All eyes were on him, waiting for their lord to give the signal, to begin the harvest. But Lucian, he stepped forward and reached for one of the carrot tops in curiosity. It resisted. He furrowed his brow, then gripped it with both hands and pulled harder. With a satisfying pop, the root finally came free. And then silence. Every eye widened. Every mouth hung open. The carrot was huge, nearly half a meter long. Thick, weighty, utterly unnatural. For a moment, no one spoke. Then the cheers erupted. Clara and Sebas, without missing a beat, echoed their favorite line in near-perfect unison. As expected of our young lord. But the farmers quickly shifted from awe to guilt. They had let their lord, yes, their lord, do the work meant for their hands. It was unthinkable. A few stepped forward and bowed in apology. Still, their eyes sparkled with unconcealed joy. The harvest was a miracle, and they all knew who to thank. But Lucian didn't hear a word. He was lost in his own world, not because of the oversized carrot still clutched in his hands, but because of something far more important. A sudden, silent revelation. His eyes narrowed. He felt it. A faint system ting echoed in his mind. Autocollect had activated. Because the crop dropped something. Lucian stared at the carrot like it was some treasure. I'll be damned, he muttered. Plants are considered living targets. FC King great. Without another word, he bolted to the next plant, then the next. Grabbing, yanking, pulling crops like a man possessed. It wasn't farming anymore. It was a loot run, and he was not about to let anyone beat him to it. To the farmers, it looked like their young lord had simply gotten excited. To Lucian, it was a race, and he was dead set on staying in first place. The farmers began to clamor with excitement. They thought it was a signal. So they joined in. What started as a harvest quickly turned into a full-blown game. Laughter echoed across the fields as everyone competed to see who could pick the most crops. Even Sebas and Clara couldn't resist. The usually stoic Sebas bent down and yanked out a carrot with surprising speed, while Clara giggled madly with every oversized radish she unearthed. The other subjects poured in from their homes as they were swept up in the celebration. The Onsequiot fields were now alive with shouts and joy as they gathered the massive crops like treasure. But Lucian was fuming inside. FCK all of you, stealing my drops. He kept a noble smile on his face. He nodded as if proud of the community effort. But deep down, he wanted to scream. He couldn't say a word, though. Because a lord must maintain dignity, even while being robbed blind by his own people. The unexpected harvest still sent a thrill through everyone's hearts. The crops weren't just plentiful, they were enormous. As per tradition, 10 would go to taxes and 30 to the lord. The remaining 60 belonged to the subjects. Normally, that share would be enough to last a month, but with fewer villagers now, it would stretch much longer, and with the abundance of this yield, they were certain it could sustain them for over 3 months. Even better, their surplus crops could be exchanged for coins. It's useful for when Kale next visited. Some were already planning what they'd buy, others were preparing to barter with fellow villagers. But the true miracle, these crops had grown in under a week, all thanks to their lord's blessing. If they could harvest like this every week. They exchanged hopeful glances. Shy smiles appeared on their faces. None of them dared say it out loud, but the thought was there. Things really were changing for the better. They couldn't but feel thankful once again that they had remained loyal. What truly had them buzzing with excitement now was the idea of shopping from Kale's next batch of goods. They were already hatching plans to surprise him when he arrived. With the excitement slowly settling, everyone returned to work. The newly harvested crops were carefully transported to the anti-decay warehouse. Fortunately, it was spacious, one of the few good things left behind by the former baron. Father indeed had great foresight, Lucian thought. Sebas had taken over the role of recorder, documenting everything that came in and what came out. The previous person responsible had long since left, and with the village still short-handed, Sebas had no choice but to step up. Lucian had already assured him that things would change soon. This was only temporary. It's time to reorganize, Lucian had said. We won't stay like a nameless village for long. We're going to become something greater. Sebas believed in that vision, and in Lucian, he agreed wholeheartedly. Meanwhile, Clara was busy mingling with the villagers. From a distance, it even looked like she was preaching again. If Lucian were nearby, he'd probably scold her on the spot for turning every interaction into a sermon, and it seems that she was. Anyways, Lucian's mind was elsewhere. He was more excited about one thing in particular, the drops. Before heading off, he turned back to address the crowd. Everyone, he announced, this is an unprecedented harvest. Each of you contributed, and you all deserve credit. So tonight, we celebrate. There'll be a feast to honor your hard work. I'll also be making some important announcements, so don't miss it. A wave of cheers followed, echoing across the territory. Clara's voice was the loudest, cheering wildly as if the feast was the grandest event of the year. Laughter broke out. Lucian just cleared his throat awkwardly and gave a small cough, trying, and failing, not to smile. Lucian returned to the manor with a spring in his step. He was excited, genuinely excited. The moment he stepped inside, he headed straight for the study, eager to inspect the loot from the miraculous harvest. As he laid eyes on the items, his expression shifted into one of satisfaction. His eyes gleamed faintly with anticipation as he scanned the new drops. Here's what I'd received. Carrot drops. Common. Bright leaf tops times 25 can be brewed into tea. Slightly boosts concentration and alertness. Continuous consumption will yield long-term benefits. Carrot bits times 18, a healthy snack that improves health and stamina. Continuous consumption will yield long-term benefits. Carrot juice times 12 restores energy gradually over time. Uncommon. Carrot seeds times 5 grows a special type of carrot. Harvested crops possess special effects. Orange essence times 4 temporarily enhances visual perception, can grant night vision. Radish drops. Common. Radish peel wraps times 30, material used in crafting talismans. Root chunks times 21 slightly increases resistance to illness. Continuous consumption will yield long-term benefits. Uncommon. Radish seeds times 5 grows a special type of radish. Harvested crops possess special effects. Bitter cores times 4 can be used in potion making or antidote crafting. Lucian's eyes narrowed with interest. Not bad, his mind was already racing with possibilities. This batch of healthy drops was different. All of them have great benefits. Restoration, resistance, concentration. And if his instincts were right, they might even increase his divine energy over time. There were alchemy ingredients and talisman materials too, but he set those aside for now. He didn't have the skills or the time to use them just yet. What truly caught his attention were the seeds. The descriptions hinted at special effects of harvested crops. That alone was enough to spark Lucian's curiosity. He couldn't ignore the possibility that what if these were no ordinary crops? Without wasting another second, he made his way to the garden. He picked a vacant plot. It was time to see what these seeds were really capable of. And then, Lucian retrieved a soil crystal from his inventory. He crushed it into fine dust and gently scattered it over the freshly planted seeds. Immediately, the miracle began. The soil shimmered faintly as the seeds responded. Tiny sprouts broke through the dirt. It stretched toward the sunlight. Leaves unfurled. The stems thickened. The growth was rapid and unnatural. But then Lucian noticed something strange. The carrot seeds began to emit heat. The ground around them grew warmer, and a flicker of red glowed beneath the soil. A glimpse of the root revealed a vibrant, fiery red, not the usual orange. Even the leaves had changed, curling upward like tongues of flame. They didn't look like vegetables. They looked like they were burning. Then came the radish, and with it was a chilling contrast. Instead of warmth, the air around it grew colder. A mist began to form, and frost traced along the edges of the leaves. The veins glistened with a crystalline pattern that looked eerily like snowflakes. But just as he was marveling at the phenomenon, the radish's growth suddenly stopped. Its leaves drooped. Then they began to wilt. "Crap, what's happening?" he muttered, with his eyes wide with panic. Without wasting a moment, he rushed to get another soil crystal, crushed it, and applied it directly to the radish. "Is it the weather too bad? We only have 2 seasons around here. Sunny or rainy," he muttered under his breath. "Is that not enough for this thing?" The soil responded briefly, and the plant perked up slightly. But then the wilting returned. Lucian frowned, then gritted his teeth. "Fine," he said. "You want more, take it." He used another soil crystal. Then another. Only after the 3rd dose did the radish finally stabilize. The leaves no longer sagged. The frost returned to their surface, and the cold aura settled once more. Lucian let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. But Lucian still wasn't satisfied. Something about the radish's reaction unsettled him. It was too unstable and too unpredictable. He fetched more soil crystals, but this time he didn't crush them. Instead, he carefully planted them whole, one beside each of the 5 radish crops. "Better be safe than sorry," he muttered. The crystals pulsed faintly as they sank into the soil. They anchored themselves like protective wards. Lucian activated Inspect, directing it toward the glowing crops before him. Solar carrots, not ready for harvest. Winter radish, not ready for harvest. Wow, what are these things? His eyes are wide in awe. Inspect didn't just show basic descriptions. It let him see something more. A faint aura surrounded each plant, like a thin mist dancing along the surface. Energy flowed through them. Calm yet earthful. Was it mana or divine energy? Lucian couldn't tell. Unlike Clara, he couldn't perceive its colors or fine details. He could only see movement and presence, like currents in the air. When he first acquired the Inspect skill, he had assumed the flowing light was mana. He had labeled it as such without really knowing the difference. But now, according to Clara, the crops they harvested earlier didn't contain divine energy. They had simply grown large and healthy because of the soil enriched with divine energy. Lucian can agree with Clara's earlier assessment. When he had used Inspect on the previous crops, he hadn't sensed anything unusual. No auras. No energy flow. They looked and felt just like ordinary vegetables. The only difference was their size. But these new crops, they were different. They came from special seeds. They exuded an energy all their own. Lucian's eyes narrowed. Maybe these ones do hold divine energy. A part of him stirred with anticipation. Could this be it? Could this finally lead to magic? It was a wishful thought, but he couldn't it. The idea alone made his heart race. He smiled faintly, turned away from the garden, and headed back toward the manor. There were other things to prepare. He found Sign-Up, their chef, in the kitchen and quickly gave instructions. I want something special tonight. Use whatever we have left in storage and some from today's harvest. Sign-Up nodded enthusiastically. He was already running through recipes in his head. He had a cooking skill after all. Lucian trusted him completely. There's plenty to work with, Lucian added. I'll leave the details to you. With the feast in good hands, Lucian stepped out. He rolled his shoulders and let out a content breath. Tonight was going to be something different. Lucian kept himself busy for a while, heading out to farm more honey drops. The nearby bees had always been a reliable source, but after hunting down over 1,000 of them, he came to an annoying realization. They didn't drop epic rarity loot. No matter how many he killed, the highest he ever got was rare. So weaker creatures have a loot ceiling, he muttered. He then sighed in clear disappointment. After a simple lunch, Lucian found himself at a rare moment of stillness. For once, he had nothing urgent to do. The feast was still hours away. He stretched his arms and cracked his knuckles. Well, I've got time. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a smirk formed on his lips. Why do I kill the slime boss in the meantime? Lucian didn't plan to spend too much time in the dungeon. As soon as he arrived at the entrance, he pulled out the perfume drop he'd looted from the slimes before. According to the description, once used, it would make him smell like a slime. It's enough for other slimes to treat him as one of their own. It's perfect for a speed run straight to the boss room. The perfume itself looked ordinary, beautifully packaged as courtesy of the system, but otherwise unremarkable. He sprayed it over his body. And nothing. No smell. No tingling. No change at all. He sniffed again, harder, still nothing. Maybe only slimes can smell it, he muttered while shrugging. And just as expected, the slimes along the way didn't react aggressively. In fact, some bounced excitedly when they saw him. He crouched and poked a few. They playfully jumped around, circling him like pets. One even snuggled into his leg. If I didn't know you guys were monsters, I might have kept one of you, Lucian said with a chuckle. But dungeon creatures couldn't be brought outside. They were too dangerous. Still, he picked one up. It squished comfortably in his arms as he continued on. As he walked, he found himself comparing it to the slime plushies he had in his inventory. Why are those plushies softer? What are they even made of? Eventually, he reached the boss room. Lucian gave the slime one last hug. Slow, deliberate, almost as if he'd miss it. And then, without hesitation, he drove his hand through its soft body and gripped the core. The slime quivered briefly, then collapsed into a puddle, melting away at his feet. Lucian clutched his chest. I didn't want to do this, but I can't afford to get attached. He said it as if to ease his own guilt, though there was none. Wiping his hand clean, Lucian turned toward the towering doors ahead. They were massive and was carved with faint glowing lines. He placed both hands on them and pushed. To his surprise, they opened without much resistance, and it groaned quietly as they parted. Inside, the chamber stretched far wider than he expected. The dungeon walls gave off a faint and steady glow, enough to illuminate the vast room in a cold light. And at the center, something pulsed. Waiting. The slime boss. It was massive. It's as if a lot of smaller slimes had fused into one grotesque whole. Its surface shimmered with rainbow hues, but the colors weren't neat or orderly. They clashed and swirled in chaotic patterns like abstract art brought to life. The moment Lucian stepped inside, the creature stirred. It bounced slowly as if to challenge him. So the perfume doesn't work on the boss, Lucian noted grimly. It had seen through him instantly. He narrowed his eyes. Inspect. Slime boss. Level 10. Weakness. Mana cores. Elemental magic fire, lightning, ice. Suddenly, Lucian's instincts flared. The slime boss made the first move, a preemptive strike. Unlike the docile slimes outside, this one was downright aggressive. What caught him off guard wasn't just the attack, but the number of projectiles. 5 slime shots launched at once, whistling through the air with shocking speed. Lucian sucked in a breath and dove to the side, narrowly avoiding the barrage. Too fast. He didn't waste a second. Activating Burrower's eye, he scanned the slime boss for its core. But what he saw made his blood run cold. Fuck, why does it have so many cores? He couldn't even count them all before another barrage was already flying toward him. He rolled away again, barely evading the next impact. Each attack confirmed one thing: this was no ordinary slime. So that's why monocores showed up as a weakness. But then something caught his attention. One of the cores stood out. Larger, brighter, slightly off-center. That must be the main one, he thought. If he could reach it, this fight might be over faster than he feared, or hoped. What gave Lucian a bit of relief was the slime boss's sluggish movement. It couldn't keep up with him, giving him space to think as he ran in circles trying to formulate a plan. But then the boss began to thrash. It bounced erratically. It's getting agitated. Suddenly its massive form quivered and split. A chunk of its body broke off, reducing its overall size. From that mass, 2 smaller slimes emerged. These ones were different. Vaster. They launched forward with surprising agility, chasing Lucian as the main slime boss continued to bombard him with slime shots from behind. Lucian's eyes widened. Shit. He spun around midrun and summoned Ironbite from his inventory. He then aimed at the first minislime, aiming straight for its core. It shattered with a splash. At the same time, he crouched to avoid the crushing body slam of the second one, then sidestepped to dodge another barrage from the boss. He pivoted sharply and cleaved the second minislime before it could react. With its minions destroyed, the slime boss grew even more agitated. It let out a trembling sound like a monstrous vibration and lunged at Lucian in a wide arc. Still, it remained slower than him. But its movements were getting sharper, more violent. Lucian knew one thing for sure: the real fight was just beginning. Angered, the slime boss began channeling again. Lucian narrowed his eyes. It's summoning more minions, same pattern as before. He spotted the swell in the creature's body. More slimes were about to split off. But this time, Lucian acted first. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and dropped a heavy object from his inventory. It was one of the massive boulders he had used previously in his trap against the assassins. The enormous rock materialized in midair and edged down above the boss with a thunderous impact. The slime boss reacted immediately and jumped backwards in alarm. But its newly formed minions weren't so lucky. They couldn't escape in time. The boulder slammed into them, crushing them into goo on the spot. Lucian didn't waste the opportunity. Using the boulder as a blind spot, he flanked the slime boss, darted around, and launched a surprise attack. He drove Ironbite into the creature. He aimed straight for the large mana core. But the blade stopped halfway in. Lucian gritted his teeth. The sheer density of the slime's body was slowing his strike. Worse, as he tried to pull the sword free, it refused to budge. Ironbite was stuck. Then Lucian felt it, a shift. The slime boss's body began to glow ominously and pulsed with unstable energy. It had noticed. It knew Lucian had found its weakness. It feels threatened. Lucian's instincts screamed at him. Without wasting a second, he stored Ironbite back into his inventory and bolted. He didn't look back. The glow intensified, lighting up the entire chamber like a flare. And then, the slime boss exploded. Lucian hit the ground and rolled with his heart pounding. But when he looked back, he was stunned. The slime boss was still alive, just smaller, much smaller. Its exploded mass had splattered across the chamber, but it wasn't random. The remnants now formed a thick, gelatinous layer coating the floor around it. A sticky field. Lucian's eyes widened. If he'd been caught in that, he would have been rooted on the spot, maybe crushed by the sheer force of the blast. He took a cautious step forward, then stopped. The sticky terrain clung to anything that touched it. It's like a trap designed to immobilize those who stepped inside it. So this is its domain now. If Lucian stepped inside, he'd be a sitting duck. Unable to dodge. Unable to fight. The slime could toy with him freely. And worse, now that it was smaller, it was also faster. Lucian tightened his grip, his mind racing. I can't go in there head-on, I need a new plan. Lucian didn't know what to do now. The slime boss refused to leave the sticky field. It sat there like a predator in its lair, daring him to come closer. Then without warning, it attacked again. A slime shot. Faster than before. Much faster. It tore through the air like a bullet. Lucian barely had time to react. Crack! The projectile hit him square in the chest, sending him flying. But even in midair, Lucian managed to twist his body. He somersaulted and landed roughly on his feet, sliding backward across the stone floor. He coughed while clutching his chest. If not for his instincts and the quick draw of his sword, it could have been far worse. At the last second, he had summoned Ironbite and used it as a makeshift shield. Still, the impact had thrown him. He looked around frantically and spotted the weapon lying several feet away. When he picked it up, his heart dropped. The blade was hissing, corroding. Shit. He flailed it, trying to shake off the acidic residue. Thankfully, the damage wasn't too severe. But Lucian's expression darkened. That wasn't a normal slime shot, he muttered. His chest still ached. That was something else entirely. An acid bullet, maybe. Then an idea struck Lucian. If the slime can create a field, then so can I. He quickly summoned several massive boulders from his inventory, scattering them strategically across the room. Instant cover. They'd serve as shields. Places to duck behind. Repossession. And counterattack. And more importantly, they'd block those deadly acid bullets. The slime boss noticed the change immediately. Its body tensed. Lucian began moving. He sprinted between the rocks. Ducking. Weaving. Using the terrain to his advantage. Acid bullets splattered across the stone, narrowly missing him. But he didn't slow down. He glanced at one of the boulders mid-run. Already corroding, that acid was no joke. Still, the tactic worked. It gave him space to think. He reviewed what he knew. The slime boss was smaller now. It had used up its extra cores, likely sacrificed them to generate the sticky field. Only one core remained, the large one. It became more vulnerable. If I hit it right, this fight's over. Then that's when an inspiration hit him. He summoned several slime plushies from his inventory and tossed them toward the sticky field. They landed with a soft plop and stuck fast. The slime boss froze. It stopped firing. Confused, it bounced in place, hesitating, then slowly approached the plushies. It began bouncing strangely, almost as if it was talking to them. No response came, of course. Lucian watched from behind a boulder, crouched low. Then, no. He crouched low behind the boulder with his eyes locked on the distracted slime boss. Then he lunged forward. Goodbye, motherfucker. Phew. Lucian let out a long breath of relief. If he'd been a second slower, he would have died without even knowing why. Thank the heavens he leveled up beforehand. He glanced at the no-defeated slime boss and smirked. Those slime plushies were more useful than expected. He used them both as a distraction and as stepping stones to get close. The plan worked flawlessly. For once, he allowed himself a quiet moment of pride. Then, a sudden wave of system notifications broke the silence. Teng, you killed the slime boss. You gained 1 gold coins. You leveled up. Inventory +1. Congratulations, level 20 reached. All future drops will now contain 2-3 items. Teng. Job skill cram session has been unlocked. Dropout. Description: everyone thought you dropped out of life, but everything else dropped for you. Job skill drop rate, max, all defeated or subjugated living targets yield 100 item drops. Job skill auto-collect, automatically collects drops. Effort is for people who didn't drop out. Job skill cram session, temporarily copy someone's skill with reduced or new. Teng. Achievement: the dungeon bows. Slay a dungeon boss for the first time. Rewards: all loots dropped by the boss has an increased in rarity. Lucian was speechless. For once, words failed him. Another job skill has been unlocked, and it looked like a potential trump card. If he used it right, he might just become unstoppable. Like the other job skills, this new skill wasn't listed in his Skillpedia, which only made him more eager to test it out. But first, the drops, of course. He grinned like a child on their birthday. At his feet lay a golden cube and, more intriguingly, a golden card. He didn't activate auto-collect. One of the things he'd learned was that with a bit of will, he could stop the automatic pickup. Once before, he'd even redirected it to intercept a flying dagger during the battle with the assassins. As far as he could tell, auto-collect was both an active and passive skill depending on how he used it. It wasn't listed in the Skillpedia, which meant he'd had to figure it out himself. Right now, he didn't want shortcuts. He wanted to feel it. The thrill of picking up loot with his own hands. The satisfaction of claiming hard-earned rewards. Lucian crouched and picked up the golden cube first. His fingers tingled with anticipation. Without wasting another second, he opened his inventory to see what treasures awaited him. Sticky boots. Type: equipments. Rarity: epic. Description: boots that can cling to any surface, squishy, squeaky, and super effective. Essence of purity. Type: artifact. Rarity: legendary. Description: a crystal that purifies anything it touches, but can't purify the host's corrupted mind. Lucian stared at the first item and let out a dry cough. Cough, cough. Just picturing himself sticking to the ceiling like some overgrown gecko made him cringe. Yeah, no thanks. He chuckled to himself. The boots looked practical, but to him ridiculous. Then a thought sparked. Maybe I should give it to Sebastian. His grin widened. I can already see it. That guy, with silent step and these boots, total ninja assassin. The idea amused him, but the more he thought about it, the more sense it made. Actually, it's perfect for Sebas, he muttered, nodding. He could sneak across ceilings, drop down unnoticed. Yeah, definitely his style. Then he turned his attention to the next item. Essence of purity. Lucian's gaze lingered on the artifact's description. Naturally, he ignored the snide remark in parentheses. HMPH, I'm above petty system commentary, he scoffed to himself. But when he reread the main description, his eyes lit up. If this is accurate, curses won't affect me anymore. Gahahaha. His laughter thundered through the room. Then he clicked his tongue. Too bad it can't purify corrupted minds. I was planning to chuck it at that Coleheart bastard and see if it could turn him into a halfway decent human. He sighed theatrically. What a waste of good potential. He joked, but his grin didn't fade, not even close. Now all he could think about was testing it, seeing what it could purify and where its limits lay. The possibilities danced in his head. But then something else caught his attention. His gaze shifted to the golden card lying on the ground. His heart skipped a beat. Is that a 5-star skill card? He whispered. He carefully picked it up with both hands. He was eager to see the front. And then he froze. It wasn't a skill card. It wasn't even magic. It was something else entirely. What is this? His brows furrowed in confusion. Then, Teng. Conditions met. MONSTRDEX is now unlocked. Monster cards are stored in the MONSTRDEX. Before he could react, the golden card vanished. It dissolved into shimmering light that drifted into the air. Launching system interface. Status. Inventory. Skillpedia. Magic book. Monstrdx new. Conditions not met. Lucian's jaw dropped. Monstrdx. He immediately summoned his newly unlocked cheat. What appeared before him was another book. But not just any book. Its cover was bound in black leather. It was etched with elegant dragon engravings that shimmered faintly in the light. It looked cool, stylish, almost like it was custom-made just for him. Damn, this is right up my alley. The moment his fingers touched the book, he felt an instant connection. He fell in love with it right then and there. Just looking at it made him feel strangely comforted. It's like the weight of the world had eased, if only a little. He then opened it. The first page revealed a breathtaking illustration. It was a landscape that felt almost alive. A wild forest bathed in glowing mist. A crystal lake. Creatures hidden in the shadows. It felt magical, real. He flipped to the next page and blinked in disbelief. Oh crap, he muttered, this just like a freaking Pokédex. The realization hit him like a slap. Page after page listed monsters he'd already encountered. Soilworms, red slimes, orange slimes, rainbow slime. Each entry came with detailed information. Habitats, traits, behaviors, likes, weaknesses. It was all there, cleanly cataloged like a tamer's dream journal. Lucian lined in. This thing, it knows everything I've fought so far. And somehow he knew it was just getting started. Lucian stared at the book. Then, a sudden realization creeped into his mind. Wait a second, does this mean I'm actually a tamer? The idea struck him harder than he expected. He started piecing things together. The Skillpedia and Magic Book, the system said that they were inherited. But from who? Only two people came to mind, his father and mother. Yet they were just ordinary folks. Kind. Simple. No signs of much less anything remotely magical. Could they have been hiding something, he wondered. Suddenly, a wild thought surfaced in his mind, but he shook his head immediately. No, that's not possible. If his wild hunch was right, then the Monstrdx wasn't initially part of the system. It was something that truly belonged to him, something tied to who he was. Even without the system. He let out a quiet sigh. His eyes drifting toward the Stylic System tab. The locked tab, and maybe the system itself, is part of some reincarnation package or privilege. He paused, he realized something. Damn, that's a lot of cheat for one guy. The more he thought about it, the more tangled everything became. Lucian sighed and shook his head. No use thinking about it. With a breath, he flipped to the next page. It's the one that held the monster card he just acquired. Name: Rainbow Slime. Habitats: dungeons, caves. Entry: a rare variant imbued with the traits of colored slimes, known for its versatile skill set, beautiful but dangerously adaptive. Traits: capable of merging with other colored slimes to grow in size and can split off merged slimes as minions. Behaviors: highly intelligent, evaluates opponents and adapts strategy. Territorial: likes merging with colored slimes. Shiny objects: objects rich in mana. Weaknesses: mana core, elemental magic, fire, lightning, ice. Lucian's eyes gleamed as he read through the entry. Just like the boss I fought earlier, he muttered. Without hesitation, he reached out and touched the embedded card. How do I use this? Just then he heard the system in his mind. The word summon can be used to call forth pets stored in the Monstrdx. Lucian's heart thumped in anticipation. No hesitation. Summon. The card began to glow in his hand, pulsing with soft golden light before lifting into the air. It hovered for a heartbeat, then shot downward, slamming into the ground with a flash. Light burst forth, and when it faded, a small creature stood where the card had landed. It bounced in place, round, jiggly, sparkling with rainbow sheen. Paiwei paiweis. It made a cheerful sound, almost like it was greeting him. Lucian blinked, then grinned. Well, aren't you adorable? Lucian returned to the manor just as the final preparations for the feast were underway. He figured he could at least set up the plaza where the celebration would be held, but before that, he unsummoned the rainbow slime. To his surprise, it didn't revert into a card. Curious, he opened the monstrdx. And there it was. The rainbow slime had miraculously appeared on the landscape right on the first page. So that's what it was for, he muttered with a knowing smile. Back inside the manor, the kitchen was alive with energy. Signup was already deep into cooking with Ajanav assisting him. Despite how busy they were, the two moved with practiced ease, even exchanging the occasional laugh. It looked like they were enjoying themselves. Outside, Sebas was organizing the plaza and working alongside the villagers. Clara, meanwhile, was, well, giving moral support, or so it seemed at first. On closer look, she was actually casting light spells on exhausted subjects to rejuvenate them. Lucian raised an eyebrow. It seemed insane to him. If you're tired, then rest, he thought. No spell would ever convince him to keep working through exhaustion. Still, as he watched, he had to admit, everyone genuinely seemed to be having fun. Soon, dish after dish began arriving at the plaza. Lucian watched quietly as the tables filled with colorful vegetable meals, stews and roasted roots, but no meat. A twinge of guilt crept in. For years, their meals had been mostly plant-based. Every attempt to raise cattle or livestock had ended the same way. Mysterious deaths. Unexplained illnesses. Now that he thought about it, all those animals had come from the Colehearts. Were they sabotaged, or did those bastards sell a sickly stock on purpose? Petty bastards, Lucian muttered under his breath. Still, as he glanced around, he saw no signs of disappointment among his people. They smiled, talked, gathered with cheerful hearts. They were content. But Lucian wasn't. As their lord, he couldn't settle for enough. He wanted abundance. For every plate, every home, every future. The bonfires crackled softly, casting a warm glow over the plaza as the night deepened. The villagers gathered near the long wooden tables, with their laughter softening to a hush. Everyone had taken their seats. All that remained was for their lord. Lucian gave a quiet nod and stepped up onto the platform. Silence fell across the plaza. He took a moment to scan his surroundings. The flickering bonfires and scattered torches offered only minimal light. It casted dancing shadows over the uneven ground. It was festive, yes, but far from refined. There's still so much to improve, he thought. But tonight wasn't about perfection. It was about beginnings. And then, Lucian raised his voice. My subjects, he began. His tone was steady and clear. Look around you through sweat, soil, and storm. You tilled this land, mended the roofs, watched over each other's children, and stood as one. He straightened his back and lifted his chest with pride. And now the harvest has come. Full, sweet, heavy with promise. Tonight we feast, not merely for the food we've grown, but for the strength we've proven, for every calloused hand, and every sleepless night that brought us here. He paused, letting his words settle over the silent crowd. No one dared interrupt their lord. Their eyes were wide with hope, some with reverence. But while we celebrate, he continued, his voice became colder. Let us not forget those who sought to break us. They thought we were weak, just farmers and tradesmen hiding behind timber walls. He let the silence stretch. His gaze swept across the tense faces before him. But now we are ready. We know their faces. We know their sins. And this time, his voice dropped. They will know our fury. With a slow breath, Lucian placed his hand firmly over his chest. When he spoke again, it was not as a ruler but as their shield. "As long as I draw breath," he said, resolute, "no enemy shall take what is ours, not while I stand, not while this land calls me its lord." The firelight flickered across his face. Then his tone shifted, gentler but no less firm. "And tomorrow," he said, "things will change, not with fire and fear but with purpose. A new order will rise with the sun, not to burden you, but to lift you." He stepped forward, voice rising again. "Every hand will find its place, every voice its worth. You will not simply live in this barony, you will shape it." Lucian turned his gaze upward to the starlit sky before returning it to the people. The young, the old, each pair of eyes burning with silent faith. "Tomorrow we rise, stronger, wiser together." He paused, then a smile tugged at the corner of his lips. "Let tonight mark more than a harvest. Let it be the beginning of something greater, a barony reborn. From this moment forward, we stand not merely to survive, but to thrive." Cheers erupted like thunder across the square. Sebas closed his eyes, letting the moment wash over him. Every word Lucian had spoken stirred something deep within. He stood ready, always, for his lord's call. Clara, on the other hand, trembled. She became wet. Tears streamed down her cheeks, but her expression was wild, and her gaze locked onto Lucian with unshakable devotion. All around them, villagers looked toward their lord with eyes full of hope and belief. They had seen him perform miracles. They need not question him. They need no hesitate. Whatever Lucian commanded, they would follow. In their hearts, he had already become an unshakable existence. "A symbol." "Cheers," Lucian called out, raising a bottle of honey high into the air. Each villager held one of their own. He had made sure everyone received one. As they drank, something warm bloomed within them. A new fire. A quiet strength. It felt as though the drink washed away their weariness, cleansing their bodies and uplifting their spirits. Another wave of cheers rolled through the plaza, louder and more joyous than before. Once again, their lord had given them something precious. Their hearts trembled, not with fear but with gratitude and unity. And the feast began in perfect harmony. The night stretched on. While the villagers reveled in laughter and food, Lucian and Sebas were hard at work. Seated at a side table, Lucian spoke steadily as Sebas jotted down every word into a notebook. Between thoughts, Lucian occasionally nibbled on a nectar crystal and sipped from a vial of carrot juice drop. Table 5, Lucian paused then chuckled. "Oops, looks like I've found your replacement, Sebas, Cecil, scribe." He narrowed his eyes, recognizing the figure. Cecil, the young man with the wild imagination, the same one who once commented about Lucian feeding them the traitor Dregger. Intrigued, Lucian cast inspect once more. A scribe, he thought. He could be a writer for sure. His imagination might even rival Clara's. Sebas looked up and gave an approving nod. "Young lord, I didn't realize there was this much talent hidden in the barony." Lucian smirked. "I know right after all. There are no useless people in this world. Even if someone's born without talent, I'll give them one." Pride laced his voice. Sebas looked at him with quiet admiration, as if he just glimpsed the shadow of a kindred soul, a reflection of a brother long lost. Lucian clapped his hands lightly. "All right, let's continue. We'll assign roles properly. No more wasted potential. We'll place them where they belong, where they'll thrive." They continued their work deep into the night, reviewing each name and face until the very last subject from the very last table had been recorded. As the feast carried on in full swing, Lucian quietly excused himself. He returned to his room, and the noise and laughter fading behind him. There was still work to be done and plans to be made. The roles of his people needed to be sorted, the barony needed to change, starting from its people. Lucian saw it clearly. They possessed a surprising variety of talents. While only a few had skills, each one had potential. And thanks to Inspect, he could now see more. A new line of information had appeared in the status. Magic affinity. It was something Scan had never shown before. So now I can finally see what kind of magic they're attuned to. His eyes gleamed. I can also teach them skills. Lucian summoned the Skillpedia. But, Tang, updating Skillpedia. A glowing progress bar hovered midair, slowly filling. It was a familiar sight. Lucian waited patiently, though the excitement inside him steadily built. And finally, update finished. Skillpedia v2 now accessible. He immediately summoned the book and began flipping through the pages. Lucian's eyes lit up as he saw the changes. Now every 2-star rank skill was fully unlocked. Pages upon pages of skills revealed themselves. He leaned closer and scanned each entry with sharp focus. He takes notes on the most promising ones. Skills for mobility, defense, coordination, everything his Suntob soldiers would need to survive and dominate. This wasn't just a book anymore. It was a blueprint for Earth. Phew vovo. His dark laughter echoed through the room. The next morning, the sun had barely risen, yet the plaza was already alive with the murmurs of an eager crowd. Traces of last night's feast still clung to them. Some rubbed sleep from their eyes. Others bounced with leftover energy. Many bore the evidence of sleepless excitement in the form of heavy eye bags. But one thing shone clearly in every gaze. Anticipation. Their lord had spoken of change. And now everyone was here to witness it. Excited murmurs filled the plaza. Some were trading wild guesses about what miracle their lord would perform next. A few even began betting with carrots and radishes on what was to come. I had a dream, Cecil, the young man with wild imagination, declared. The Lord stood on a hill, and even the wind bowed to him. That has to mean something, right? A wave of laughter followed his words, not mocking but warm and infectious. I just know our Lord will perform another miracle, a mother chimed in, clutching her child. Of course he will, someone echoed, and laughter rippled again. I heard old Myra's leg started healing just from being near the Lord, Cecil added with wide eyes. Imagine what he could do with a single word. More laughter, not because they doubted, but because they believed. Because they hoped. Because for the first time in a long time, they could look forward. Finally, Lucian appeared. He stepped into view with Sebas and Clara walking closely behind. The crowd quieted at once. Every head turned toward him. The dark circles under his eyes said it all. He hadn't slept. Lucian let out a long yawn and rubbed his neck. "Sigh, I can't believe I'm not good at all-nighters anymore," he muttered, half to himself. "Back in my day, I could go 2 whole days grinding through a game without blinking." He exhaled like a man mourning a lost superpower. He then straightened his back and stepped onto the platform. The plaza fell into complete silence. Lucian's gaze swept across the gathered crowd. Bright eyes, nervous fidgets, clenched hands. He gave a slow nod. Yes, they were ready. He raised his voice. "My people." And at once every heart, every ear, every soul turned fully to him. "Let it be known, our time of hardship has come to an end." Lucian's voice rang with calm authority. And now the dawn of rebuilding begins. He paused, letting the words ripple through the stillness. Eyes widened. Hearts stirred. Our land shall rise anew, built upon the foundation of 6 divisions. His voice grew stronger and steadier. These will be our pillars, the cornerstone of our strength, our unity, our survival. He let the silence speak for a moment, watching as his words sank deep into the hearts of his people. A fire had lit in their eyes. Hope, purpose, resolve. Lucian saw it, and he knew he had them. He took a breath, then lifted his voice to unveil what came next. Lucian raised his voice, clear and commanding. The Sustenance Division. All who till the soil, raise livestock, gather herbs, come together as one. Let no child go hungry while the earth still bears fruit. This division would be home to farmers, herders, foragers, etc., those who knew how to draw life from the land. The Construction Division. Your hands will shape walls and hearths. From your hands, homes and hope shall be rebuilt. Here belong the carpenters, masons, laborers, etc. They are the builders of shelter and safety. The crafting division. You shall restore the tools of life. Let the ring of anvils and the hum of creation be our song of progress. It includes blacksmiths, tailors, alchemists, etc. They are the creators and craftsmen who shaped what others needed to live and thrive. The defense division. You are the shield of our land. We will train and we will stand ready. No longer shall our land tremble in the face of the shadow. This was for the fighters, archers, scouts, mages, etc., those who would stand as the first and final line of defense. The administration division. You will bring order and clarity. Let no chaos cloud our records or disrupt our rebuilding. Scribes, messengers, planners, etc., those who would guide the flow of work and keep the heart of the territory beating in rhythm. And finally, the spiritual division. You will guide hearts, heal wounds, and uplift spirits. Let the soul of our land remain unbroken. This division would welcome priests, herbalists, caretakers, etc. Lucian had also chosen to place the very young and the elderly here, not as a dismissal but out of care. They would not bear heavy burdens. Instead, they would offer comfort, wisdom, and presence. To Lucian, they were not tools. They were treasures meant to live their lives in peace and dignity. Lucian had finished announcing the 6 divisions. Before him, the crowd was alight with energy. Their eyes blazed and their hearts pounded with purpose. He let the moment hang for just a breath longer. Then he raised his voice once more. These divisions shall take form, roles will be given, a new order begins today. A wave of cheers erupted across the plaza. But Lucian wasn't done. His expression shifted, the fire in his eyes darkened into something more serious. He lifted his hand. The cheering stopped. Silence rolled over the crowd like a slow tide. They could feel the change in him. Then he spoke. His voice was low but heavy with meaning. Remember, this is not a burden. It is belonging. This is not servitude. It is salvation. He paused, letting the words strike deep. Then, with intensity burning behind his gaze, he continued. And let it be clear, I'm not forcing anyone. His eyes swept the crowd. You are free if this path is not for you. If you wish no part in the new order, you may step away now. Return to your homes. No shame, no e. His words hung in the air like a blade yet to fall. Then he let them feel the weight of choice. But, his voice dropped, can you bear to be ordinary? Will you hide in the corner, while enemies rise to destroy what we've built? He took one final breath. The decision is yours. And then he waited. The silence was total. Not a single foot moved. Not a single head turned away. They stood tall and still. The fire in their eyes answered in place of words. Everyone was tensed. Lucian knew. They had chosen. But suddenly, from the crowd, a voice rang out. We are with you, my lord, shouted Cecil. His eyes burned with passion. Yeah, we'll fight as one. We rise together. His cry sparked a wave. One voice became many. The plaza roared with unity, echoing like thunder. Lucian exhaled quietly through his nose, a faint shake of his head. That boy, he really is something. He then let the people revel in the moment. Cheering, laughing, playfully arguing over which division they thought they'd belong to. The tension of choice had passed. In its place bloomed excitement and camaraderie. But now it was time to move forward. Lucian lifted a hand once more, and the noise gradually faded. Eyes turned back to him. Eager. Ready. Good, Lucian declared. Your resolve, I have seen it. He stepped forward. As long as I stand as your lord, no harm shall befall this land unchallenged, no threat shall pass unchecked, and... He paused, then offered a rare smile. No worthy soul shall go unseen. His voice deepened with conviction. By blood, by soil, by oath, we rise. The people erupted. We rise, we rise, we rise. The chant rolled like thunder through the plaza. Lucian let them roar, feeling the energy surge. Then with a simple gesture, he called them back to stillness. Now the next step. His tone shifted to something steadier. We must build structure. I will now name the representatives for each division. If your name is called, step forward. A collective hush fell. Every eye was locked on him. Lucian began. Sustenance Division. Representative Green. A seasoned man in his 50s, skin tanned from decades in the fields. A farmer whose hands had shaped the soil long before anyone else dared to. Construction Division. Representative Stone. A broad-shouldered carpenter in his mid-40s, calloused hands folded with discipline. He was the backbone of every shelter they'd raised. Defense Division. Representative Lucas. A 35-year-old fighter with a scar across his brow and steel in his stance. The kind of man who would die before letting harm come to the people. Crafting Division. Representative Elk. A young woman of 27, quiet but confident. A tailor whose skill with needle and loom had restored not just clothing but dignity. Administration Division. Representative Cecil. The imaginative youth himself, only 18 yet sharp and observant. What he lacked in age, he made up for in heart, loyalty, and potential. Spiritual Division. Representative Clara. Only 15 but wise beyond her years. Priestess, healer, a voice of calm in the storm. Lucian had chosen these representatives with care alongside Sebas. Each one was charismatic, respected in their field, and more importantly, loyal. When Lucian checked their loyalty stats, they all ranked between 80 to 90. On the other hand, Clara had nominated herself. Lucian had agreed without hesitation. She was more than capable, and perhaps more importantly, the people trusted her. Now, as the 6 stood before him, some looked uncertain, though none refused. He saw the hesitation in their eyes. It wasn't doubt in him, but in themselves. Lucian addressed it head-on. "I know what you're thinking," he said. "Why you, why now?" He stepped closer. "The answer is simple. You have talent. Believe in me who believes in you. I will not abandon you. I'll walk with you through all of this." There was silence, a deep and thoughtful silence. Then something shifted in their expressions. The hesitation melted. Their spines straightened. Their eyes cleared. It was as if something that had long been dormant finally awoke. Their calling had come. "As you will, my lord," Clara said first, always confident and calm, her voice cut through the silence. The others followed in turn. Each bowed deeply, silently pledging themselves to the path ahead. Lucian nodded in satisfaction. The heart of the new order had begun to beat. Lucian stepped forward once more. "Everyone, as you've already heard, I can see your talents, and now I will begin assigning your roles." His tone softened as he added, "But if you're not satisfied, if you feel your heart belongs elsewhere, just speak up. Go to Sebastian and request a change. You deserve to be in a division where you feel comfortable, where you can grow." The crowd listened closely, many nodding in agreement. After all, Lucian wasn't forcing anyone into a mold. He was building something with them, not above them. In truth, Lucian had an edge others didn't know about. Skillpedia. Even the most ordinary person could become extraordinary under his guidance. He just needed to teach them the right skills. After that, it would be their determination that would shape their future. And so the assignment began. Name after name, Lucian called them out, placing each individual where they fit best. Cheers, claps, and even nervous laughter filled the plaza with every announcement. Eventually, the process was complete. No more names remained. The divisions stood formed. Sustenance Division, 55 members. Construction Division, 33 members. Defense Division, 75 members. Crafting Division, 22 members. Administration Division, 7 members. Spiritual Division, 25 members. A foundation had been laid. Not just with structure, but with people. With spirit. with hope. And yet, as always, something unexpected was about to stir. Suddenly, a hand rose from the crowd. There was a stir, quiet but noticeable. Lucian turned. An elderly man stepped forward from among the newly assigned members of the spiritual division. His voice was rough but steady. "My lord, I know you care for us elders." He started. "You placed us where we wouldn't strain ourselves, and we're grateful, truly." He paused with his eyes glinting beneath his heavy brows. "But we too want to fight for this land, for our home." 4 other elders stepped up beside him, nodding with conviction. "Please," the old man continued, "grant us the honor of joining the defense division. These bones may be old, but they're not brittle yet. Let us live the rest of our lives protecting what we love, even if it costs us everything." A hush fell over the plaza. Lucian stood still. These men were past 60, yet their eyes burned, not with nostalgia but with purpose. That same flame he saw in the youth, he now saw in them. And truthfully, their talents did fit the defense division. Their movements, their posture, the scars on their hands, it spoke of past battles and survival. They had lived through harder days. Lucian sighed, though there was no frustration in it, only respect. "Sebastian," he said softly, "make the adjustments. We'll honor their wishes." He turned back to the elders. "You've made up your minds, haven't you?" They nodded almost in unison. Lucian gave them an approving look. He had seen many faces today, but few burned this fiercely. And deep down he knew he could make them stronger. With his system, with his skills, with the right drops, age would no longer be a limitation. The elders' eyes lit up, glistening with a fire they thought had long since dimmed. That youthful sense of belonging and meaning. It had returned. And while others had briefly considered requesting the same, they chose not to, not because they lacked the will, but because they understood. Every role mattered. Lucian watched them all and gave a nod of quiet satisfaction. The next step was empowerment, and he would see to it that every one of them, young or old, would be ready. Lucian and the division representatives gathered in the study. Each of them held responsibilities over their respective groups, and it would be their duty to relay important orders to their members. Lucian sat at the desk. His eyes were sharp, but his voice was calm as he began outlining the future of Lutwell. "Green," he started, turning to the representative of the sustenance division, "your team will continue tending to the crops. Let me know immediately if something unusual happens. Soon, we'll add livestock into the mix. Tell your team to prepare." Lucian chuckled. "It's not right for us to survive on greens forever. You know more about this than I do, so I'm trusting you to handle it." Stone nodded firmly. Next, Lucian turned to Elk, representative of the crafting division. "No urgent tasks for now. I'll assign your team's next job soon. Rest for now." Then his gaze met Clara of the spiritual division. "I don't have to tell you anything, do I?" Clara beamed. "I already know what to do, my lord." Lucian smiled, then addressed Cecil of the administration division. "You'll be our record keeper. I'll have Sebas train you personally. Also, I'll need your team soon. We'll be purchasing livestock." He paused. "Not from the Colehearts," he added with a sneer. "Those bastards to the north are off limits. Instead, we'll reach out to the neutral noble houses west and southwest of us." Lutwell sat in the far easternmost corner of the map, nestled in the border territories. Lucian planned to send messengers and runners to the west to purchase livestock. Though the western noble houses were farther, about 3 to 4 days' journey back and forth, they were far more trustworthy than the treacherous Colehearts. He also had another goal in mind. His Soontobe army needed meat to grow stronger. Protein would fuel their training and speed up their development. He also considered the idea of buying fish. But he shook his head. To the direct north, a day's journey away, there once stood a noble house renowned for its abundant fish trade. But disaster struck, and as fate would have it, the Coleheart barony to its west, also a day's distance away, seized the opportunity and took over the ruined lands. Lucian didn't have to mention that it was the Colehearts who caused that disaster. Now the Colehearts controlled multiple villages across the north, and northwest of Lutwell barony. Lutwell, by comparison, had only one village to its name. Lucian sighed. Despite being near the sea, Lutwell couldn't fish. Mountains blocked their access to the coast. I'll make a path to the ocean someday, he thought, but not yet. First, we need to survive. He returned to the matter at hand. Stone, Lucian turned his head to the representative of the construction divisions. Your team's going to be busy. We need fortifications, starting with a wall. Don't worry, I'll provide the materials. Lucian, of course, wanted a wall, it perfect for their territory to avoid invasion. The mountains itself act as their protection, so they just need to build walls on the side facing the forest. Finally, Lucian faced Lucas, the representative for their defense division. We need to grow stronger. Our enemies are formidable, but I believe we can win. Lucas nodded in quiet agreement. They all knew the defense division still had a long way to go. Some are just civilians and a few are tier 1 or 2 at best. Lucian took a deep breath and steadied himself. Then, without a word, he reached into his inventory and pulled something out. Everyone take a look at this, he said. He placed a book on the table with a solid thump. It was worn, but it radiated a subtle energy. The title etched in faded ink read, Manual of Flowing Fist. This will be the foundation of the Defense Division's training, Lucian announced. He then added, but it's not exclusive. Anyone who wants to learn it, go ahead, study it, copy it, train with it. It's open to all. A wave of confusion passed through the group. Then Lucas stepped forward, eyeing the manual. The moment he got a closer look, his expression hardened. He then froze. This is incredibly precious, he said. His voice were tight with disbelief. My lord, something like this. This isn't meant for people like us. He lowered his head. But Lucian simply raised a hand. Enough, take it and train. We don't have time for hesitation. We must get stronger. Lucas straightened. His eyes are firm now. He then gave a deep, respectful nod. Understood, with all my heart. Thank you, young lord. The others looked puzzled and unsure of the manual's significance. Lucas stepped forward and began to explain. This manual of flowing fist, he said, contains not only a complete set of martial arts techniques, but also something far more valuable. He looked up with eyes shining with conviction. A monocirculation technique, clear, refined, and efficient. Gasps rippled through the room. They all knew how rare that was. Most of them fumbled through mana control with instinct and guesswork. But this manual laid it out plainly, like a map to something they thought unreachable. Lucas nodded slowly. It's unbelievable, something like this. People kill for it. Families go to war over it. He looked back at Lucian, awestruck. And our Lord just gave it to us, freely. He wasn't alone in his gratitude. The others were beginning to realize its weight. They could see Lucian's intent. He didn't just want them to survive, he wanted them to thrive. And he never hoarded strength, he shared it. Clara had fallen into one of her quiet trances, her hands clasped tightly in a wordless prayer. In the corner, Sebas wore a faint smile. In that moment, no one questioned their loyalty. Lucian had given them more than orders. He had given them hope and a future worth fighting for. But that wasn't all. Lucian reached into his inventory once more and handed each of them a small notebook. It was personalized for each division. There are tasks and instructions inside, he said. Each of you has different contents tailored to your roles. Find time to work on them with your teams. I assure you, something good will happen. Curious, they began flipping through the pages. They don't understand it yet, but each notebook was filled with carefully selected skills and detailed methods on how to acquire them. Some tasks were straightforward, others were difficult, demanding patience and effort. While they don't know about its significance, none of them doubted Lucian. He never gave orders without purpose. These aren't just for growth, Lucian continued. His tone became low and mysterious. If you complete the instructions and notice any strange changes, report to me immediately. A pause. Then with a sly smile, he added, oh, and one more thing. Relay this to everyone. For every tier you rise, I'll personally give you a reward. With the manual of flowing fist at your disposal, it should be much easier now. Their eyes lit up with anticipation. Lucian wasn't just pushing them to improve, he was guiding their evolution. and he clearly had something bigger in mind. Lucian paused as if something had just crossed his mind. Also, there's one more thing, he said slowly. He hesitated. I'm not even sure this will work, but let's try. With a flick of his hand, he summoned it. Skillpedia. The room lit up as an ancient-looking book materialized in the air. It floated gently above the table. Its dark cover pulsed faintly with Everyone's eyes widened. None of them had seen anything like it before. They didn't know what it did, but its presence alone was enough to command awe. On the other hand, Clara. Anyways, Lucian ignored the reactions, especially Clara's, and calmly flipped the pages. He navigated through the monster skills section. He stopped when he found the entry. Burrower's Eye. He studied the page for a moment, and a grin creeped across his face. He had 7 extra skill cards. They were the loot dropped from the soilworms he'd been farming. With the improved rarity of drop rates and his growing collection of soilworms, the number of the skill cards in his Skillpedia had steadily increased. Now he wanted to test something. Something bold. Lucian turned to the side and called out, Sebastian. The butler responded instantly. Lucian smiled. Sebastian, do you believe me if I say I can give you a skill right now? Sebas blinked, caught off guard. Young lord, it's Sebas, he said cautiously. If there's a skill you want me to learn, just say the word. I'll train for it. The way Sebas responded made something click in Lucian's mind. His eyes narrowed slightly. He knows something about Skillpedia. Not just what it did, but possibly where it came from. Sebas had that quiet, composed look he always wore, but there was a flicker in his eyes. Familiarity. Recognition. And he was right. Sebas did know of it, because his soul brother, Luke, had used it before. The very same book that now floated before them had once guided Luke's training. He was the reason Sebas now possessed his current skills. But there was a catch. Sebas believed, as Luke had taught him, that all skills had to be earned. Through sweat, repetition, effort. There are no shortcuts. But Lucian shook his head with amusement in his eyes. No, not later, I mean right now. Sebas went silent. Instantly learning a skill that wasn't possible, it shouldn't be. If it were, Sebas thought grimly, then Luke wouldn't have trained like a madman to earn what he did. Lucian could almost see the doubt playing across Sebas's face. And that made Lucian's grin widen even more. How about we make a bet? Sebas raised a brow, sensing the playful tone. He let out a soft chuckle, then closed one eye and gave Lucian a rare smile, the kind only someone who'd known him a long time could give. It was the look of a watchful caretaker, humoring a mischievous child. If what you say is true, young lord, he said with a teasing lilt, I'll even change my name to Sebastian. Lucian burst out laughing. You said it, no backing out now. The room lightened with laughter. Even the stern representatives could but smile at the exchange. It was a rare moment. Humor, trust, camaraderie all wrapped in a single bet. None of them knew that what was about to happen would leave them speechless. Lucian picked up one of the Burrower's Eye skill cards, holding it between his fingers like it was nothing. Without a word, he stepped forward and pressed it to Sebas's forehead. The room fell into silence. The others watched with furrowed brows and puzzled expressions. Then, light. The card pulsed, glowing with a soft hue before dissolving into Sebas's, skin like it had been absorbed into his very soul. And then, Lucian laughed. Loud and triumphant. It worked. He could barely contain his excitement, barely stopping himself from jumping, but he managed to rein it in. He turned to Sebas, grinning from ear to ear. Well then, Mr. Sebastian, do you feel anything different? Sebas stood frozen. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then, his poker face shattered. Shock rippled across his face. His eyes wide, mouth slightly ajar. His usual stoic mask melted into something completely unguarded. Raw, disbelieving, and almost ridiculous. It was the kind of expression that made even Clara blink out of her trance. Sebas rubbed his eyes instinctively as if trying to confirm the sensation spreading through him. Impossible, he muttered. I didn't train, I didn't even. The room was silent again. Then slowly, the others began to realize what had just happened. Lucian had given a skill. Directly. Instantly. And it worked. Lucian did the same thing to the remaining representatives. He placed the skill cards against their foreheads one by one. To say they were shocked would be an understatement. Whispers broke out. No one had ever heard of anything like this. Still reeling from the experience, they began testing their new skills on the spot. They are even brainstorming ways to integrate them with their current roles. Sebastian, who had just regained his composure, gave an awkward cough and muttered under his breath, "The new generation really does surpass the old." Luke would have been proud. Yet there wasn't a trace of bitterness in his voice. Losing the bet didn't bother him. "I guess I'm just Sebastian now," he added with a defeated chuckle, shaking his head. Lucian gave everyone a moment to test their new skill. He knew this was a lot to take in, and it would take time for them to adjust. Then Clara stepped forward. Wordlessly, she dropped to one knee. A pledge of loyalty. The others soon followed, kneeling one after another. Lucian checked their statuses. The rest had now reached 99 loyalty. Everyone except Sebas, whose loyalty Lucian already knew was maxed out at 100. So close, he mused. What does it take to hit 100? It was a question he'd have to ponder another time. He raised a hand. "Stand up, all of you. I'm not fond of people kneeling before me. As long as your loyalty is strong, that's enough." "Before I forget," Lucian added in a casual tone. With a swift gesture, he summoned another book into existence. The air shifted. The MONSTRDEX appeared. It looks thicker, heavier, and more commanding than the previous book. Its cover pulsed faintly with energy. Gasps followed. The representatives instinctively took a step back. Sebastian rubbed his eyes. He stared at the book, puzzled. There was no trace of recognition on his face. But then realization dawned. His eyes widened in shock before softening into a nostalgic smile. The young master is indeed their child, he thought. A quiet pride stirred in his chest. Lucian opened the book to the first page. The pretty landscape unfolded on the parchment, and at the center of it was his pet. Lucian tapped the image with a spark of anticipation. Summon. The drawing began to glow. With a soft plop, the rainbow slime leapt out of the page and landed on the floor. Paiways. The room erupted in alarm. A monster. Lord, please stay back. Oh no, protect the Lord. Panic surged. The representatives moved quickly. They are ready to form a protective barrier around Lucian. Only 2 people didn't budge. Sebastian, who was calmly watching, and Clara, blinking rapidly but unmoving. Sebastian raised a hand, halting the others. "There's no need to panic," he said firmly. "I sense no malice from it." Sebas then paused. "And it came from the young lord's book. That makes it a friend," he thought. Lucian couldn't hold back his laughter at their reactions. "Everyone relax," he said. "There's nothing to worry about. Let me introduce you to my pet. Just don't mistake him for a hostile monster and hurt him by accident, all right?" He paused, then glanced down at the cheerful slime bouncing at his feet. "Oh right, you don't have a name yet." With a thoughtful hum, Lucian placed a hand under his chin. The slime bounced slowly, as if eagerly awaiting his decision. After a moment, he snapped his fingers. "Skittles, how do you like that?" The rainbow slime bounced excitedly at the sound of its new name. It released an enthusiastic peewee, as if to say it approved. Then with a springy leap, it launched itself into Lucian's arms and snuggled contentedly against his chest. Lucian chuckled and held it close. If you knew where that name came from, you probably wouldn't like it. He turned back toward the stunned audience. He then cleared his throat. Ahem. A couple of polite coughs echoed, pulling everyone's attention back to him. Lucian took the opportunity to brief them about the dungeon, what had happened before and what had changed. He also spoke about the Colehearts, their involvement, and the threat they posed. He kept the explanation concise but thorough, giving them a clear picture of what they were up against. As for the dungeon, Lucian continued, each division will take turns entering to avoid overcrowding. Use the mana cores you've collected to grow stronger and push your tier as fast as possible. He paused for emphasis. And one more thing, don't even think about entering the boss room unless you're at least tier 2. I've fought it myself, and trust me, it's no joke. Even tier 2s might not make it out. He then pulled out small vials and handed them over. It was the perfume drops. Share this with the others. He briefed them about the perfume's uses and benefits. They'll lower tier members to gather their own resources more efficiently. Use them wisely. After a short moment to let the information sink in, he gave a nod. That will be all for now, you're dismissed. Then turning slightly, he called out, Stone, I'll be waiting on the wall designs. The sooner the better, but don't rush it, just make sure it holds. The representatives bowed in unison. One by one, they turned and left. Each of them was carrying the weight of Lucian's message back to their respective teams. Only Lucian and Sebastian remained. Sebas, I'll leave things to you. I'll be out for a while, Lucian said casually. As you command, young lord, and I'm Sebastia. Sebastian stopped mid-sentence. And Lucian was already grinning. He'd done it again, swapped the names on purpose. A silent tease. A game they'd both grown used to. Sebastian sighed, resigned to the teasing. Lucian chuckled, already turning to leave. His laughter echoed behind him. I suppose the young lord just enjoys winning every argument, Sebastian muttered under his breath. He shook his head in defeat, but there was a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Even though his name had changed, nothing had really changed. Lucian stepped into the dungeon, while Skittles cradled comfortably in his arms. He came here for 2 reasons. To farm more drops, and to test what his new companion could really do. He raised a hand over to pat the slime and whispered, Inspect. Name Skittles. Age 0. Race slime. Job summoned monster. Level 10. Title. Lucian's pet. Skills. Slime merge. Split body. Slime shot. Bouncy body. Slam. Sticky grip. Slime storage. Magic. No. Magic affinity. Elemental magic. Loyalty 100. Status excited. Lucian's eyes gleamed. Whoa, that's a lot of skills, and level 10 right off the bat. He nodded in approval. Good, maxed loyalty too. He noted how inspecting a summoned creature revealed far more detailed information than it ever did with wild monsters. Wild ones never showed stats this complete. Then he suddenly stopped. Ahead of him, a group of slimes squelched and shifted in the shadows of the corridor. A mischievous grin crept across his face. Go, Skittles, I choose you. Without hesitation, he tossed Skittles forward like a pokeball. The excited slime bounced midair. Its jelly-like body wiggled as it headed toward its first real fight. Since Skittles was already level 10, Lucian had no doubt that it wouldn't lose to anything on the first floor. He found a spot nearby and sat down like he was watching a show. He folded his arms in amusement. Let's see what you've got, he thought. Part of him wondered if Skittles would go easy on the others. After all, they were fellow slimes. Maybe it would hesitate, show mercy. He was wrong. Skittles suddenly launched into the air and slammed straight down onto the nearest slime with surprising force, splattering it into goo. Splat! Without wasting a second, it turned to the others and began firing slime shots. Each one is precise. It's like a sniper hitting bullseye. Each shot pierced the mana core of its target with surgical accuracy. Lucian blinked. He was genuinely impressed. It's even better at killing slimes than I am. Then again, it was a slime. But the surprises didn't stop there. As Skittles defeated its foes, shimmering cubes materialized on the ground. It was drops. Lucian's eyes lit up. No way it works. His gaze sharpened. Does that mean Skittles is part of my strength, and that means drop rate, max applies to it too? A wide grin crept across his face. This changed everything. But then another surprise. Skittles didn't return to Lucian right away. Instead, it bounced toward the scattered drops. Lucian tilted his head, watching closely. Wait, can it see the drops too? Sure enough, Skittles moved with purpose, right towards the shining cubes on the ground. And then, the drops vanished the moment Skittles touched them. Lucian's eyes widened. Didn't it just eat the drops? He clutched his head in disbelief. Oh shit, what a waste. But before he could spiral further, Skittles suddenly turned and cheerfully bounced back toward him. It stopped just in front of Lucian and wiggled excitedly. Then with a soft plop, something dropped from its gooey body. Lucian stared. It was the drops. The exact same items. His jaw dropped a beat past, and then it hit him. Laughter burst from his chest. It echoed through the dungeon walls. Slime storage, he howled between breaths. It didn't eat the loot, it stored it. He wiped a tear from the corner of his eye, still laughing. This changes everything. He held Skittles up like a prized trophy and grinned like a madman. My dream of auto farming is here. I don't even have to be there. I can just deploy my Pokémon. Gahhhhha. Lucian didn't waste time. He left Skittles to continue farming and made his way straight to the boss room. This time his goal was clear: speedrun the fight. In dungeons, boss monsters respawn every day like clockwork. No one truly understood why. That's when the leading theory that dungeons were connected to another dimension became popular. Unless the dungeon core that was hidden in the deepest level was destroyed, the dungeon would persist and reset indefinitely. Most chose to leave dungeons intact. The steady supply of mana cores was too valuable to pass up. An active dungeon could become a long-term resource for a territory. But not all dungeons were worth keeping. If the threat level was too high, they had to be destroyed. A single outbreak could mean devastation. Lucian shook his head, brushing the thought aside. He focused on the goal ahead. Inside the chamber, he reused the same strategy from before. But this time, far more efficiently. He knew the rainbow slime boss's every move and exploited them perfectly. A flurry of quick strikes. A few dodges. And the fight ended. After a few final splats, the room fell silent. Lucian crouched down with his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The rainbow slime boss had dropped 2 3-star skill cards. Slime merge. Split body. He blinked in surprise. Jackpot. He decided to experiment with them later. For now, he used both skill cards. With a swift touch to his forehead, each card shimmered and was absorbed into his body. Teng. Slime Merge has been registered under Slime Beast mode. Split Body has been registered under Slime Beast mode. Lucian gave a satisfied nod. Then something caught his eye. It was the staircase leading down to the second level. He paused just a peek. Driven by curiosity, he descended. Each step stirred a quiet thrill. What kind of monsters waited below? What drops could they leave behind? He grinned as he walked. Excitement bubbled with his every step. Something new awaited. He could feel it. Finally, the next level came into view. The floor was wide and was bathed in a gentle, ambient light. The glowing walls shimmered with soft hues. He scanned the area. His eyes darted left and right, eager to see what kind of monsters inhabited the second level. After a short walk, something appeared in the distance. But no goblins, no orcs, not even wolves, just more slimes. Lucian stopped in his tracks, blinking. What the hell is this dungeon? Nothing but slimes, he muttered under his breath. Half annoyed, half amused. Still, something about these ones was different. A glowing white slime floated beside a jet black counterpart. Their contrasting colors stood out sharply against the glowing walls. Lucian's curiosity piqued. Inspect. Solar slime. Level 10. Weaknesses. Mana core. Dark magic. Shadow slime. Level 10. Weaknesses. Mana core. Light magic. Another species of slime, he exclaimed. Different species meant different drops, and that meant more potential resources. But he didn't charge in. Lucian knew himself. If he started his killing spree now, he wouldn't be able to stop. And unfortunately, he still had things to do. With a reluctant sigh, he turned back. He exited the dungeon alongside Skittles, who bounced happily beside him. It proudly offered a bundle of drops it had collected. Lucian gave it a nod of approval. At least this dive wasn't a waste, he murmured. Together, they left the dungeon in satisfaction. That afternoon, Stone requested an audience with Lucian. He stepped forward and handed over 3 parchments. "These are the wall designs, my lord." Lucian raised an eyebrow as he unrolled the first. "Whoa, you're fast. Looks like we made the right call appointing you as the construction division's representative." Stone gave a modest bow. "It wasn't just me, my lord. Everyone contributed. It's the least we could do to ease your burdens." Omu, Lucian nodded in approval. "That's good." Stone continued, "We couldn't agree on which design to go with, so we're leaving the decision to you." Lucian looked down at the parchments with genuine admiration. To think they produced 3 solid designs in just a few hours. They were more talented than he had expected. Clearly, when people were given the right resources and roles, their potential began to bloom. He studied each design carefully and couldn't but be impressed. The first design could be summed up in a single word: beautiful. It was elegant, refined, and clearly tailored to the taste of nobles who prized aesthetics above all else. But not Lucian. To him, beauty meant little if it came at the cost of time and practicality. The design would take longer to build, use more materials, and provide less defense for the effort. He shook his head, too wasteful. The second design was more grounded, a standard double-layered wall. Simple, solid, efficient. Lucian gave a small nod. Good enough, functional. But then his eyes landed on the third parchment. He paused. "This one, who made it?" Stone stiffened. "Ah, that was me, my lord," he said, scratching the back of his head. "It's something I designed a long time ago. A hobby, really. Please don't mind it. I know it's not practical. It would take far too long to build with our current resources." He rushed through the words, clearly expecting a scolding. But Lucian's reaction was the opposite. His eyes gleamed. "No, I really like this one." The third design was like that of a fortress wall, built with one purpose in mind: protection. It was formidable, unyielding, and clearly engineered for defense. Lucian could tell at a glance. This was the kind of wall meant to withstand a siege. Stone's face lit up for a moment, but the glow quickly faded. "But my lord, we don't have the resources, and the time it would take," he trailed off with a reluctant sigh. Lucian glanced at Stone, his expression unreadable. Then after a pause, he simply said, "Follow me to the garden." Without another word, he stood and walked off. Stone, still confused, quickly followed behind. When they reached the garden, Lucian reached into his inventory and pulled something out. Plop! A heavy sack dropped to the ground. Stone blinked. "Cement." Lucian nodded, but not just any cement, slime cement. Stone's brows furrowed. Lucian continued, "I don't know the exact ratio yet, but we'll need gravel and sand to make it work, right?" He then retrieved bags of gravel he had collected from the nearby cliff. "As for sand, we can have the soilworms burrow in the garden for a while. That'll turn the soil loose enough to become sand. We won't be lacking materials for long." Stone listened in quiet admiration. The Lord really thinks differently, but even so, the materials still won't be enough, he thought to himself. Lucian caught the look in his eyes. "Don't overthink it," he said calmly. "Just experiment with it." He smirked. "You'll be surprised." Stone's curiosity got the better of him. He stepped forward, tore the sack open, and scooped out a small amount of the slime cement. Carefully, he mixed it with sand and gravel in a 1:4 ratio. Using household magic, he added water little by little until the mixture reached the perfect consistency. Once satisfied, he molded it into a small cube. That's when Lucian spoke up. "Now try pouring in your mana." Stone blinked, then nodded. He placed a hand on the cube and let his mana flow. In the blink of an eye, the cement solidified. Instantly, Stone's eyes widened. It hardened that fast. Lucian smirked. "That's not all. Try breaking it with all your strength." Stone frowned in confusion, but obeyed. He picked up the cube and tried to snap it in half. Nothing. He squeezed harder, still nothing. He slammed it to the ground, not even a crack. He tried again and again. Bare hands. A rock. Even stomping on it. The cube didn't budge. Stone stared stunned. This thing is stronger than iron." Lucian chuckled, clearly enjoying Stone's reaction. "There's one more thing," he said. "Try making another cube." Stone didn't hesitate. With practiced hands, he quickly molded a second batch and solidified it with mana. Another perfectly shaped cube formed in his palm. Now Lucian instructed, "Press the two together and pour your mana into them again." Stone followed. He was still skeptical but eager. What happened next made his eyes go wide. The two cubes fused. They didn't just stick together. They became one seamless block, as if they'd never been separate in the first place. Stone gawked in disbelief. This changed everything. His mind started racing. The construction possibilities. The time they'd save. The strength they'd gain. Lucian watched him, amused. Even he hadn't expected it to be that effective. The item's description hadn't lied. Slime cement. Type crafting material. Rarity uncommon. Description hardens over time when infused with mana. Solidified blocks can fuse with others when charged again. Shock absorbent and resistant to magic. "It's like Minecraft," Lucian muttered. The moment he said it, something clicked in his mind, like an exclamation point flashing in a game, a realization. He paused. Then, as if on cue, he and Stone locked eyes. They were thinking about its practical potential. A beat passed, then they both burst into laughter. In unison. Loud. Full-hearted. Perfectly in sync. Stone wiped his eyes, still grinning. "My lord, with this material we could build the fortress wall in under a week. We wouldn't even need iron bars. The cement's already strong enough, and the merging that changes everything." Lucian nodded. "Good, now tell me your plan." Stone straightened with renewed energy. "First, we'll need molds. Cube molds. Lots of them. Honestly, I think making the molds will take longer than building the actual wall. Once we have enough, we'll just keep merging the blocks into whatever form we need." Lucian's smile widened. "Excellent. The crafting division isn't tied up with anything urgent. Go ahead and ask them for with the molds." He placed a hand on Stone's shoulder. "I'll leave the rest to you." The morning sun had just risen, casting a golden hue across the dukest earth. Lucian stirred from his slumber, feeling refreshed. Today marked an important milestone. The official start of training for the defense division. After readying himself, he headed to the plaza where the members had gathered early. From a distance, he spotted Lucas standing in front of the crowd. He was delivering a speech. Lucian's ears perked up. "Listen up, everyone," Lucas started. "Before strength comes discipline. Without it, you're just armed chaos. Learn to follow orders, respect the chain of command, and never forget, the highest command you answer to is our Lord. Obey, unite, and we survive." It was short and slightly awkward, but the effect was undeniable. Fire lit up in everyone's eyes. Lucian nodded to himself. Indeed, without discipline, they'd just be a ragtag bunch with a few martial arts moves. As he walked closer, Lucas continued. "By the grace of our Lord, you are still standing, breathing, and given this chance. Do your part, train hard, serve well, ease his burden, and in doing so, earn your place in the peace and prosperity he fights to protect." Lucian was impressed. It was right to appoint him as the representative, he muttered. The speech was short but straight to the point. It was a style different from Lucian. It reminded him of his past life, back when he first learned the art of speech. He had always carried a sense of justice, though admittedly a crooked one. Still, it demanded he learn how to speak. How to rally. How to justify. How to convince. But in the modern world, those speeches didn't land. They didn't inspire. People just stared at him like he was strange. He shook his head, amused at the memory. The modern world, maybe it was harsher than this one after all. When Lucian was just a short distance away, Lucas finally noticed his approach. He stood straight and turned sharply towards Lucian. He then raised his voice with practiced discipline. "Stand tall, his lordship is here. My lord, we are honored by your presence. Everyone, show your respect. Salute." Lucian could but smile in amusement. It wasn't a bad feeling at all. He stepped forward and addressed them with calm authority. "Be at ease, all of you. I'll be watching your progress and I believe in what you can become. Don't be too stiff or nervous. I'm not asking for perfection, only effort. You're all different and that's your strength. Be yourselves and grow stronger together." His words landed with quiet force. A silent fire kindled in their eyes. Steady, focused, full of beliefs. What Lucian said wasn't just encouragement, it was truth. Only he could see their jobs, though. He was smart enough not to be blinded by the simple label of a job. After all, even someone without a skill had once come close to killing him. But who was Lucian? He was someone who understood the secrets of skills. If someone wasn't good at something, he could teach them some skills. If they still struggled, he could teach them magic. Or at least that's what he wished he could say. He sighed as the thought of magic surfaced again. Too bad I can't use the mana circulation technique to grow stronger. Who designed this body, anyway? He shook his head with a wry smile. Well, it's fine, I can still level up, by killing. And with that, the training officially began. Lucas, who had apparently memorized the training manual overnight, took the lead. He demonstrated martial arts forms, and everyone followed. Step by clumsy step. Their movements were awkward, but they didn't stop. They didn't complain. They learned. Lucian watched in silence, momentarily lost in thought. His territory was growing. Progress was happening. And then his mind drifted to someone far away. Have you reached the academy yet, sis? He let out a soft sigh, thinking about the future he wanted to build for her, the life he wanted her to have. Lucian soon left to check on the other divisions, and to his relief, they were making solid progress. The construction division and craftsman division had temporarily joined forces. They were working side by side since early morning. Even the spiritual division lent a hand. Together, they had started producing cube molds for building projects. The administration division, on the other hand, was deep in studies under Sebas's instruction. But not everything was smooth sailing. There was a problem, the sustenance division. In their excitement, they had harvested all the carrots and radishes from the farm. Every single one. It was an amateur mistake. To collect seeds, they needed to let a portion of the crops flower and mature, but in their enthusiasm, they'd uprooted everything, leaving no seed stock behind. Now they had no choice but to wait for Kale to get more seeds. Lucian sighed. Totally my fault. I started it and everyone just followed us, he muttered while rubbing the back of his neck. He then gave Green some nutrient sacks and soil crystals, instructing them to expand the farm as much as they could for the meantime. He also asked them to assist the construction division in mold production whenever they had spare time. Mistakes were made, but now they were learning. Afternoon. Lucian leaned back in the study chair. A stack of reports was in his hand. He quietly scanned through them and took mental notes. Sebas still wasn't around. He was busy training the administration division. Just as Lucian turned a page, a knock came at the door. My lord, this is Clara. Her voice carried a sense of urgency. Lucian's brow rose slightly. He could feel it. Something was off. Come in, he said calmly. The door creaked open. Clara stepped inside but didn't speak right away. My lord, she started, then hesitated, her eyes flickered with uncertainty. She looked like she was struggling to find the right words. "Take a breath, just tell me what happened," Lucian said. He watched her carefully. Is she having another episode? He wondered. Despite her oddities, Clara had become an integral part of Lutwell's operations. She's arguably one of its greatest assets, second only to Sebas. But her episodes were unpredictable. As Lucian studied her face, he realized this wasn't like her usual episodes. There was something deeper in her gaze. Worries. Real gnawing worries. Lucian said nothing and simply waited. Clara exhaled shakily, then finally spoke. "My lord, the will of the world," I heard its voice, again. Lucian's brows drew together. The will of the world again. He still didn't understand what it truly was. He tilted his head, signaling for her to go on. Clara's voice trembled. "It's in pain, my lord, and I can't do anything. I'm helpless." Tears welled in her eyes, and this time, she didn't hold them back. It wasn't drama. It wasn't one of her usual quirks. This was raw. Lucian's expression grew serious. If even Clara, the unpredictable Clara, was crying like this, then whatever she felt, it had to be something real, something serious. But Lucian didn't know what to do either. He couldn't see what Clara saw. He couldn't feel what she felt. After all, I don't have divine sense. His thoughts froze mid-sentence. Then a spark of realization hit him. Cram session, his newly acquired job skill. A temporary ability that allowed him to borrow someone else's skill, albeit at reduced. Without hesitation, he activated it. His target, Clara. Teng. You can only copy one skill at a time per day. Are you sure you want to copy Divine Sense? Yes. Teng. Copying Divine Sense, 3, 2, 1. Skill Divine Sense has been successfully copied. And in that instant, Lucian's world changed. Lucian's eyes shimmered with mysterious wonder. The air around him, it had changed. He stepped toward the window and looked outside, then froze. How could the world be this colorful? The atmosphere was painted in mesmerizing streams of color. It flowed like living rivers of light through the sky, the trees, the very air. He stood in silent awe, soaking it in. So this is what Clara sees. It's nothing like Inspect, which only shows a uniform color of energy. He glanced down toward the garden. The special crops he had planted was there. Then he saw it. Divine energy. Radiant. Golden. Impossibly beautiful. It danced through the world like strands of sacred light. He turned to look at Clara, but unlike what she described, he could still clearly see her figure and face. That's when it clicked. Of course, my version is weakened. I can't see the subtle alignment of good or evil like she can. Clara suddenly stiffened. She felt it, Lucian's divine sense activated. Without a word, she dropped to her knees. Reverence overtook her. The tears were gone. The helpless girl from moments ago had vanished. It was replaced by someone brimming with awe and devotion. Of course, she whispered, why did I ever doubt it? Her voice trembled with emotion. My lord, who has granted me skills, who has guided me, of course you can the will of the world. She lowered her head, ashamed of even the slightest doubt. Lucian really couldn't understand Clara. One moment she was crying, the next she was chanting like a zealot. Is this girl schizophrenic? He wondered with a mix of concern and disbelief. But then, he felt it. Something vast. Something divine. Something that refused to be ignored. A pressure descended, heavy yet boundless. He rushed to the window with his heart pounding. He looked up at the sky. And there it was. Something beyond comprehension. It defied shape, color, and logic. It couldn't be described. Only felt. Only witnessed. Is that the will of the world? Then, darkness. Lucian's vision blurred. His knees buckled. And he collapsed. Bright, Lucian opened his eyes to an unfamiliar place. Light. Radiant and golden light surrounded him in every direction. It was like standing within a sunbeam, yet somehow it didn't hurt his eyes. He turned his head slowly, scanning the horizon for any sign of where he was. Nothing. Only endless golden brilliance. Then he looked down and panic surged through him. He was floating. Even beneath him, there was no ground, just the same glowing light stretching on forever. Before he could process more, a soft whoosh cut through the silence. A figure approached. It was shaped like a person but made entirely of light. It was faceless and mysterious. It drifted towards him. Lucian's body tensed. He dropped into a stance. His muscles coiled. He was ready to strike or defend at any moment. But the figure didn't attack. It stopped just in front of him. "Who are you?" The plot twist, Lucian called out in a sharp voice. No reply. The silence was deafening. He took a step forward, but then the figure began to quiver. It looked as if it were in pain. Lucian froze. He didn't know what to do. Run. Attack. Then he heard it. A voice. Soft. Melodic. Beautiful. Like music carried on wind. Yet underneath there was something wrong, something fractured. Lucian narrowed his eyes and focused, desperate not to miss a word. "Please, get strong fast." And the voice faltered. Then without warning, the golden figure exploded into radiant light and surged toward him. It wrapped around him like an embrace. The message was never finished. And the world turned black again. Huff and huff. Lucian gasped as consciousness returned. He blinked only to realize he was in someone's arms. Clara. She was holding him tightly while her tears streamed down her face. "What happened? How long was I out?" he asked. Clara looked up and finally looked relieved. She gently helped him sit upright. "My lord, I was so worried," she said with her voice trembling. "You suddenly collapsed about an hour ago. I used all my light magic spells, but nothing worked." She wrapped her arms around him again. Lucian tapped her hand. "I thought it was only a minute. Okay, that's enough. Let me go for now." Clara hesitated, then obeyed, but the moment she looked at him again, her eyes widened in disbelief. "My lord, your vessel, there's something different. I can't believe it. How is this possible?" Lucian raised an eyebrow. "What is it?" he asked. Clara's voice was nearly a whisper. "This, your vessel, divine energy." Just as she said that, Lucian heard it. Tang! A string of system notifications rang in his mind. His eyes lit up. He spoke in a rush. "Clara, I'll call you again later. I need to stabilize and recompose this vessel immediately." Clara gave a respectful nod. "Understood, my lord." She bowed and left without another word. Now alone, Lucian sat still. Damn, is this connected to what just happened? That light, that voice. He clenched his fists, forcing himself to focus. No, deal with the now first. I need to understand what's changed. Lucian's heart was still racing. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then calmly he spoke. "System, please repeat the notifications. Achievement, face to faceless. Meet the unknown. Reward, divine blessing. Tang, your body has undergone a change. You can now harness divine energy. Tang, conditions met. Craft is now unlocked. Launching system interface. Status, inventory. Skillpedia. Magic book. Monstrdx. Craft new. There was a lot to take in. But first, his body. Lucian could feel it. Something was different now. He still didn't have mana vessels, yet divine energy flowed through him. It was subtle but constant, as if nourishing every inch of his being. And then he sensed it, right near his heart. A core. The divine energy had formed a glowing core at the center of his chest. It pulsed gently, sending waves of energy throughout his body. The flow circled back over and over, like blood being pumped through veins. But unlike blood, this energy strengthened him with every cycle. It was warm, vital, alive. Lucian's lips curled into a smile. He felt energized and invigorated. Maybe it was just a placebo, but if so, it was a damn good one. With this, I should finally be able to use magic. His excitement surged. It was all happening too fast and too surreal, but undeniably real. And Lucian couldn't wait to test it all. But then Lucian turned his gaze toward the system panel hovering in the air. And there it was, another surprise. A new trait. Craft. His eyes gleamed with anticipation. He didn't know all the details yet, but he could already imagine the possibilities. Weapons, potions, tools, maybe even something absurdly Urful. His excitement only grew. Without hesitation, he tapped on the new cheat. It responded instantly. A panel unfolded before him. It was neat and glowing with divine energy. Craft, consumables, equipments, tools, artifacts, amazing. Lucian's eyes glowed with excitement. But the more he explored the interface, the more that glow began to fade. Because most of the items were locked. Only the most basic entries in each tab were available. For example, under consumables, simple items like health potion, mana potion, and stamina potion were unlocked. As long as he had the proper ingredients, the system could craft them. But everything else, just names, no details, no ingredients, no recipes. Lucian frowned, slightly disappointed. Still, he continued browsing, determined to familiarize himself with every corner of the craft feature. There had to be something worth discovering, something hidden, and knowing the system, there always was. Then something caught his eye. Atomic bomb locked. Lucian's heart skipped. Oh hell yes, I can finally pull off the iconic "I am atomic" move. He grinned, then immediately frowned. Wait, how do I unlock this? To unlock recipes, either purchase them or create your own. These things can be bought, Lucian muttered in disbelief. He tapped on the recipe. Recipe atomic bomb. Price 100 high-grade mana cores. Red text. That could only mean one thing, he didn't have enough credits. Lucian's face darkened. Seriously, damn it, I only have lowest and a few low-grade ones. Just how much is a high-grade? He groaned and threw his head back. You've turned into a damn money-grabbing system, haven't you? As expected, the system gave no reply. Lucian clicked his tongue in annoyance. Still, maybe it was for the best. This world wasn't ready for that kind of After all, not every problem should be solved by blowing everything up. Even if it would have been awesome. Lucian continued studying the craft interface, digging deeper into its structure. Then it hit him. I have a crafting division, don't I? A smirk tugged at his lips. Why not make them research recipes? It was a perfect solution. If he managed to unlock or purchase a few cheap recipes, he could pass them on and let the division experiment and innovate from there. While the system's crafting feature was amazing, relying solely on it wasn't sustainable. It wouldn't be good if his people started depending on him for every single potion, tool, or weapon. He knew well, a territory couldn't function if the Lord tried to do everything himself. With a sigh, he leaned back a bit. But then, something in the MACHINA category caught his eye. Recipe airship small. Price 100 mid-grade mana cores. Lucian's breath hitched. His eyes lit up. An airship. He could already see it. Sailing through the skies. Banners fluttering. His enemies looking up in awe or terror. But reality quickly brought him back down. Of course it's expensive. 100 mid-grade mana cores. He checked his inventory again. Inventory. Wasn't it? 2 low-grade mana cores. 1678 lowest grade mana cores. 1215 gold coins, 1 gold coin equal 10 silver coins, 100 copper coins. 1 silver coin, 1 silver coin equal 10 copper coins. 8 copper coin. Still poor, damn. Lucian wondered for a moment. The slime boss had only dropped a low-grade mana core. So what kind of monster would drop a mid-grade or worse, a high-grade? Whatever it was, it had to be formidable, possibly something far beyond what he or his people could currently handle. Still, he had plenty of gold coins now. Maybe he could buy some, but he quickly shook his head. Mana cores were essential for advancement. Everyone needed them, which meant their prices would be ridiculous. He sighed. So much for soaring through the skies with Vivian in an airship. The dream would have to wait. But he didn't let it drag him down. It wasn't an urgent need, not yet. Besides, he had to be careful. If word got out that he could produce something as revolutionary as an airship, questions would start piling up. Nobles, spies, and opportunists would swarm like flies. He needed to lay the groundwork. He'd pass the blueprints to his crafting division first, let them develop it naturally. That way, if anyone asked, he could point to his people's brilliance, not the system's. Satisfied with that plan, Lucian gave the floating system panel a final look. Then turned the cheat off. Lucian wanted to check on something again. Magic book. The book he had been most curious about materialized before him. He opened it with anticipation. Too bad only fire attribute magic is unlocked, he muttered, but that's not bad at all. He flipped through the pages. Basic spells, intermediate spells, advanced spells, and even ancient magic. There were so many spells that the sheer volume began to overwhelm him, but the fire in his eyes only burned brighter. It was exactly the kind of he wanted. But then, he felt something. A subtle pulse. Since the transformation, his sensitivity to divine energy had heightened. Even without borrowing Clara's divine sense, he could feel it now. And right now, something was stirring. He turned his head, instinct guiding his eyes toward the garden. The divine energy there had reached a new stage. His breath caught. The special crops had matured. Lucian stepped into the garden. His eyes immediately caught sight of 2 special crops. Solar carrots and winter radish. He hadn't expected this. The growth was astounding, so much so it altered the very environment around them. To his left, the air shimmered with heat. To his right, a thin mist of frost clung to the leaves. The contrast was so intense, even the soil reflected it. Cracked and scorched beneath the carrots. Frozen and brittle under the radish. Lucian was thankful he had planted them apart. Had they been placed together, these opposing forces might have destroyed each other. He approached the solar carrots first. Their green tops flickered like tongues of flame. It swayed gently, almost dancing. They looked beautiful, but as Lucian drew closer, the temperature spiked. The heat grew intense until it became unbearable. Lucian had an idea. He closed his eyes and drew in a steady breath. From deep within his core, he stirred his divine energy. Not to strike, not to defend, but to let it rise gently, to shape and wrap around him. He coaxed it like one would calm a wild flame. And it responded. Warmth bloomed from within. It spread like a tide and crawled across his limbs. It filled his chest, pulsing with the rhythm of his heartbeat. Then it unfurled. The energy rolled past his skin like a second layer. Soft, earthful, radiant. It didn't burn, it embraced. Lucian opened his eyes. The world hadn't changed, but he had. A quiet smile touched his lips. The experience was difficult to describe. It's like trying to explain color to someone born blind. You had to feel it to understand. For Lucian, divine energy was second nature now. Like an extra limb, one he could move as easily as his hand. The heat no longer bothered him. Lucian stepped closer, then crouched down. He reached for the nearest solar carrot. It didn't resist. It came free easily, as if it recognized him. The root was large and deep red. It glowed faintly, almost as if it were burning. But instead of danger, it radiated an oddly inviting warmth. It looks delicious. Lucian's excitement faded slightly when he noticed something. Nothing dropped. No bonus items. No hidden rewards. So there are no loopholes, he muttered. Well, the seed did come from a drop after all. Still, he didn't let disappointment linger. He had learned from experience. Rather than harvesting everything, he only took 2. He wanted to wait, let their flowers bloom and produce seeds. He wasn't about to waste a renewable resource, not when special drops like these were hard to get. Maybe Kale will bring back more seeds I can exploit, he thought. Lucian turned to the winter radish and did the same. Then with a flick of his hand, he stored it in his inventory. Solar carrot. Type consumable. Rarity rare. Description grants an attribute to fire magic when a portion is eaten. Winter radish. Type consumable. Rarity rare. Description grants an attribute to ice magic when a portion is eaten. Lucian's eyes gleamed with excitement. This is just like the flame heart crystal that gave me the fire attribute, but these can be eaten. He already had the fire attribute, so technically he didn't need the solar carrot, but curiosity got the better of him. He wanted to know what it tasted like. The winter radish, in particular, looked especially appetizing. He didn't know how much of it needed to be consumed to trigger the attribute effect, but there was only one way to find out. Experiment. And of course, he did want the ice attribute as well. With a grin spreading across his face, Lucian turned and headed for the kitchen. His steps were light, almost skipping. He couldn't wait to slice them up, study every detail, and unlock their full potential. Another asset gained. And it felt fantastic. That evening, a news swept through the territory like wildfire. The Sword. Cecil, the ever-enthusiastic representative of the administration division. He marched down the path with his chest puffed out like a proud rooster. He wore a grin wide enough to split his face. And there was only one reason. He had learned a skill. A real, honest-to-goodness skill, one he claimed to have acquired from the very notes that Lucian had distributed to the divisions. And knowing Cecil, the news didn't stay quiet for long. In fact, everyone seemed to know at the exact same time he found out. Wasting no time, he called his division mates and a few curious onlookers to gather around. With dramatic flair, he announced the skill's name. Steady hands. Then with a quill in his right hand and parchment in the left, he took center stage to demonstrate. But this wasn't just a simple display. No, this was Cecil's performance. He closed his eyes. He twisted his body into the most awkward position possible. He lifted one leg into the air. And he began hopping in circles as he wrote. Gasps and chuckles filled the air. People exchanged confused glances. What is he doing? Someone whispered. But Cecil didn't stop. He finished his flourish with a dramatic spin, then proudly held up the parchment. Silence fell as they looked. The writing was perfect, naito, elegant, not a single smudge or misspelled word. Every line was flawlessly straight, every letter beautifully formed. It was immaculate. Their eyes widened. Mouths dropped. Even those who were skeptical found themselves stunned. Cecil stood tall, basking in the glory, as if he had just discovered a new form of magic. And in a way, maybe he had. Some asked how he did it. Some simply cheered. Some were left completely speechless. Cecil puffed out his chest even more, basking in their reactions. But he didn't gatekeep his success. I told you, he declared, our Lord is omnipotent. He granted me another skill just because I followed the instructions in the notes. Ha, looks like I'm the only one who truly grasped the Lord's brilliance. That lit a spark in everyone. What began as bragging suddenly turned into inspiration. Eyes widened. Fire ignited behind them. Cecil unintentionally had stirred something deeper. The crowd started murmuring with renewed intensity. Their attention was now firmly on the notes they had once taken lightly. I knew it wasn't simple, someone muttered. It's just hard to follow. Yeah, ours are more physical. We use our whole bodies, another chimed in. But just you wait, Cecil. Our division won't lose to yours. It was mostly his fellow division mates and peers who grew competitive, but the energy spread quickly. A new hunger had awakened. The desire to learn a skill, to gain something earthful with their own hands. For commoners, it was a dream they never thought reachable. And yet, their lord had handed them the key, in the form of a humble notebook. They didn't linger. One by one, they dispersed. They rushed back to their quarters, back to their notes. Driven by hope, ambition, and the thrilling thought that maybe, just maybe, they could awaken a skill too. The next morning, Lucian finally heard about what had happened the night before. He couldn't but laugh. Cecil had stirred up the entire territory. With just a few boastful words, he'd sparked competition and motivation across the divisions. Lucian leaned back in his chair, a satisfied smirk on his face. He riled them up perfectly. Now he no longer had to worry. Everyone would take those notes seriously. The hunger to gain skills was alive and burning. He turned to Sebas. Can you bring Cecil here? Of course, young lord. Good, I have to give him a reward. Lucian could already picture it. Cecil parading around, bragging about the reward like a trophy. That would only push the others even harder. But what kind of rewards? He frowned. Better ask him myself. This development wasn't entirely unexpected. Lucian had assumed that the administration division would be the first to unlock a skill. Their tasks were more controlled, and their requirements were easier to meet compared to the physically demanding roles of other divisions. Still, even then, it wasn't easy. And for Cecil to be the first. He must have had some talent after all. Lucian's smile deepened. He was curious to hear what Cecil would ask for this time. Lucian reviewed the details of the skill Cecil had acquired and gave an approving nod. Skill active. Illustration, a hand holding a quill, writing a single character mid-stroke. Name, steady hands. Description, your hand does not waver. Your writing remains flawless even when blindfolded or in awkward positions. How to obtain. Copy the same passage 100 times until not a single character strays. Write your name 100 times with perfect accuracy when blindfolded. Soon enough, Sebas returned. Cecil trailed behind him. The young man bowed deeply. My lord, you called for me. Lucian gave a small nod, observing how naturally Cecil followed proper etiquette. Sebas has trained him well, he thought. I've heard what happened, Lucian began. At once Cecil tensed. His eyes widened slightly and his hand went to the back of his neck, rubbing it anxiously. He clearly thought he was about to be scolded. Lucian almost laughed. Relax, he said with a faint smile on his lips. I actually called you here to give you a reward. Cecil blinked. A reward? Yes, tell me. Lucian leaned forward slightly. Is there something you want? The hesitation vanished in an instant. Cecil's eyes lit up like stars. My lord, may I truly ask for anything? Lucian studied him for a beat. He could already tell Cecil was about to request something outrageous. His instincts were rarely wrong. So before he could get carried away, Lucian added, as long as it's something I can do, then yes. At Lucian's words, Cecil's excitement exploded. My lord, actually, I want to learn magic, but I don't have any affinity for any element, Fugui. Thwag. Sebas smacked him lightly on the back of the head. The lord already gave you a stick, and now you're asking for a pole. His tone was sharp, but it carried the weight of a teacher scolding an overeager apprentice. Lucian couldn't but laugh. The exchange was amusing but also familiar. He could see the innocence in Cecil's eyes. The desire wasn't born from greed but from hope. His imagination was wild, yes, but his heart was pure. Just like Lucian had once been. Because every man dreams of magic. Lucian knew Cecil was just trying his luck. Deep down, he likely understood how unreasonable the request was. That's why Sebas scolded him so quickly. But something had changed within Cecil. Lucian had already given him a skill. That gift had rekindled his passion. And Lucian understood the feeling of chasing the impossible better than anyone. He gave a small nod. Before, he wouldn't have been able to grant such a request. But now, Lucian reached into his inventory and retrieved a small glass vial. Inside, a fiery red liquid swirled like molten sunlight. It was a concentrated extract from the solar carrot. Lucian turned the solar carrots and winter radishes into juice. He poured the vibrant liquids into empty bottles that once held honeys. Conveniently, each bottle held just the right amount to grant the magic attribute. He also realized something else. Their liquid form made them far more effective. He had tested it firsthand. When he bit into a chunk of winter radish, the effect was barely noticeable, but after observing his body more carefully, he understood why. The body needed time to digest solid food before the magic could take effect. That meant delays and worse, it threw off his estimations. But with the juice, the results were almost immediate. After drinking it, the ice magic affinity took hold within seconds. A chill spread through his veins. It wasn't just cold, it was refreshing, like a deep breath of crisp mountain air. It felt as if his entire body was being cleansed from the inside out. The solar carrot juice, on the other hand, was the complete opposite. It went down like hot ginger tea. Warm, spicy, energizing. Yet it was just as delicious in its own way. Lucian handed a bottle of solar carrot juice to Cecil. This will grant you fire magic affinity. Are you willing to take it? Sebas, who had been in the middle of scolding Cecil, fell silent. Cecil froze. It was as if his world had stopped spinning for a moment. My lord, is that really true?" he stammered. His eyes were wide with disbelief. He swallowed hard, his throat dry. Faced with what might be the fulfillment of his lifelong dream, Cecil couldn't even process it properly. Lucian gave him a single, quiet nod. Cecil straightened up, forcing his legs to move. He walked toward the table. Each step was shaky. His hands trembled as he reached for the bottle, holding it like it was the most sacred thing he'd ever touched. "May I try it now, my lord?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Go on," Lucian answered. Without another word, Cecil opened the lid and drank the entire red liquid in one go. Almost immediately, he groaned. His body shuddered, heat surged through his throat like he had swallowed fire. He gasped, forcing himself to remain standing. His body trembled under the sudden intensity. Lucian and Sebas observed closely, ready to intervene if something went wrong. Cram session had expired with the arrival of a new day, taking with it Lucian's temporarily copied divine sense. But even without divine sense and inspect, he could now perceive mana and divine energy with his own eyes, as long as he directed his divine energy to his eyes. Lucian saw it. The red liquid coursed through Cecil's mana vessels, glowing faintly as it moved. With each surge, Cecil groaned. Heat spread through him like wildfire. The energy didn't just flow, it carved itself into him. It etched deep into his mana vessels as if branding its presence. Cecil didn't know what to do. His whole body felt like it was on fire, but he endured it. Because this was his dream. He slowly sat down and crossed his legs, careful not to circulate his mana. He didn't want to disrupt the process. He was afraid that even the smallest interference might ruin everything. So he waited and endured until something shifted. A spark ignited deep within him. A fire. Cecil's eyes snapped open. He could feel it now, undeniably. He had gained the fire magic affinity. With tears streaming down his cheeks, he jumped to his feet. "My lord, it's true, hoo-hoo, it's really true. I can't believe. Someone like me, a commoner, can actually be a mage." he cried, dashing toward Lucian with open arms. But just before he could throw himself into an embrace, Sebas appeared behind him like a shadow. One firm hand stopped him cold. A glint in Sebas's eye said it all. Watch yourself. Cecil froze. He then coughed awkwardly and straightened up. He cleared his throat, trying to regain his composure. Lucian could only laugh at Cecil's flustered recovery. All right now, he said. I'll write a few fire spells for you to learn later. I'm grateful, my lord, Cecil replied, bowing. His tone was suddenly formal again, thanks to Sebas's sharp gaze still burning into his back. Lucian gave a small nod, then tilted his head curiously. Oh, by the way, how did you finish the requirements for steady hands so quickly? The conditions weren't easy, especially for someone without prior training. Copy the same passage 100 times without a single stray character. Write your name 100 times with perfect accuracy when blindfolded. Lucian suspected there had to be a trick somewhere. Cecil scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Well, my lord, I think I already fulfilled the first condition a long time ago. Lucian raised an eyebrow. Ever since I was a child, I've loved writing. I used to copy the same passage from my favorite storybook over and over again, probably even more than 1,000 times. He laughed nervously, so I skipped straight to the second condition and Cecil hesitated. He looked like he was bracing himself for a scolding, but then took a deep breath and confessed. Please don't be angry, I cheated a little. Lucian narrowed his eyes, intrigued. The requirement only said I had to be blindfolded, Cecil continued quickly, but it didn't say I couldn't see in other ways. So I used the skill you gave me, Burrower's Eye, and wrote my name perfectly. At Cecil's confession, Lucian burst into laughter. Good, we need more clever people like you, he said, thoroughly amused. His mind was already racing. If one skill could be bypassed with a bit of creative thinking, how many others had hidden loopholes? The possibilities were inspiring. Then a thought struck him. You know, even the first condition has a loophole, Lucian mused aloud. What if you just wrote the passage once, and traced over it 99 more times? It's still copying, just overlapping. Cecil's eyes lit up. That would make it so much easier for his fellow division members to learn the skill. He couldn't wait to share the trick with them. Before Cecil turned to leave, Lucian called out, Oh right, before you go, what was the passage you used back, then the one you wrote so many times as a child? Cecil paused, then smiled. A nostalgic look crossed his face. He adjusted his stance, mimicking a pose. Clearly, it was inspired by a character from his favorite storybook. Then he recited, The world rejected me, so I will rewrite its fate in my own blood. Lucian paused, the weight of the line hanging in the air. Cecil gave a respectful bow and quietly took his leave. Only after the door closed did Lucian snap out of it. Good line, he murmured. He reached into a hidden compartment beneath the desk and pulled out a small notebook. Carefully, he wrote the phrase down, word for word. The world rejected me, so I will rewrite its fate in my own blood. Omu, who would have thought a children's storybook could produce something this irful? Lucian chuckled to himself. Now, when's the perfect moment to use it? He was already deep in thought. His eyes glinted with ideas about the future. Beside him, Sebas shook his head and smiled. Lucian turned to Sebas and handed him a bottle filled with frosty liquid. Take this, Sebas. It'll grant you ice attribute magic. Sebas accepted the bottle. He was curious on where did Lucian even get these things. But he didn't ask, he was Lucian's shadow. If Lucian wanted him to know, he'd tell him, just like the time with Luke. With a short bow, Sebas uncorked the bottle and raised it to his lips. Then Lucian casually asked, Am I adopted? Sebas choked mid-sip. Cough. He coughed so violently it echoed off the walls. Fortunately, he managed to swallow the juice before he sprayed it all over the floor. A cold surge spread through his body, but he was too stunned to process the magic taking effect. That, cough. Lucian couldn't keep a straight face. He burst out laughing at Sebas's rare, flustered reaction. He didn't press any further. Sebas's reaction said it all. But in the end, it didn't matter. Not at all. Lucian was still laughing. Sebas was still coughing. He tried to compose himself, even as the chill from the winter radish spread through his core. Suddenly, a sharp knock came at the door. Clara's voice followed immediately. It was laced with urgency. "My lord, this is Clara. I found a suspicious man wandering in the forest. I knocked him out with light magic." Lucian and Sebas exchanged a look. They became alert. They had no idea who it could be, but thankfully Clara was thorough. "Bring him in," Lucian said. The door opened, and the moment they saw the man's face, Lucian and Sebas collapsed to their knees. It's as if their souls had been ripped from their bodies. This was bad. Really bad. Because the man Clara had heroically knocked out was the tax collector. Sebas gently laid the unconscious old man on the couch. Meanwhile, Clara had dropped to all fours in front of Lucian, her forehead pressed against the floor. "Doja." Lucian and Sebas were still pale from the shock. Lucian sighed at the sight of Clara's desperate posture. "Enough, it's not your fault," he said. His voice was calm but weary. Clara slowly stood. Guilt was still etched across her face. She wore a sorrowful pout that made Lucian raise an eyebrow and shrug it off. He couldn't bring himself to her. Normally, tax collector Maxim would arrive with his usual escorts, but today he'd come alone. That alone was suspicious. Anyone would have mistaken him for an intruder, especially with the recent unrest caused by the Colehearts. Everyone was on edge. Still, he took comfort in one thing. At least his people weren't so quick to trust strangers. "But why did you attack him?" Lucian asked Clara. "Did you see something? Is he a bad person?" Clara could see the colors of people after all, good or bad. Though Lucian knew such things were subjective, good and bad were shades of gray, shifting with circumstance. No one could truly judge with certainty. Still, he had to ask. Because deep down, Lucian didn't want to hear that Maxim was bad. The old man had always been kind to him. Gentle, wise, someone who reminded him of his own parents. They shared a bond. It was hard to let go of that image. Clara's response brought a wave of relief. She shook her head. "His color was good, my lord. That's why I only knocked him out. If he were bad, he wouldn't still be breathing." Her words sent a chill down Lucian's spine. She said it so naturally, as if ending someone's life was just another routine task. She continued, her voice. "Also, I've come to realize something. Sometimes the good can be bad, and the bad can be good, so I won't trust others easily anymore, except for you, my lord." Her eyes shimmered with devotion. Lucian sighed and rolled his eyes. That's what she says. Actually, if Maxim decided to pursue this incident, things could spiral out of control. Lucian knew all too well, the capital was a nest of monsters. Compared to that den of and politics, Lutwell was nothing but a quiet backwater village. Take the Colehearts, for example. They had a few strong fighters, with their top elites reaching Tier 6. But in the capital, there were thousands, even tens of thousands of Tier 6s. Was everywhere. And the king, rumored to be a Tier 9, a man so Urful he could wipe the entire Coleheart family off the map, without even raising a finger. Lucian sometimes wished he would, but that was just a fantasy. In truth, Lucian didn't think highly of the king, not after seeing how his decrees, which were riddled with loopholes, allowed greedy nobles to exploit the weak. "It's because of him that the Colehearts dared attack us," Lucian muttered. "Those decrees of his, nothing but bait for corruption." With a weary sigh, Lucian activated Inspect and focused on Maxim. Name Maxim Silverman. Age 50. Race human. Job mathematician. Level 32. Title: Tax collector. The living ledger. Fallen genius. Skills: perfect calculation. Sharp memory. Negotiation. Magic. Wind magic advance. Household magic. Magic affinity. Wind magic. Space magic. Favorability 60. Status sleeping. Lucian stared at the status screen, his brows slightly raised. He really is a mathematician, he thought. Maxim had always been eerily good with numbers and negotiations. His mind is like a ledger in motion. Now it made sense. Perfect calculation was more than just talent, it was a skill, a urful one. More dangerous than it sounds, Lucian mused. He was just about to open Skillpedia to learn more about it when Maxim stirred. The old man groaned softly and began to sit up. Lucian quickly stepped forward. "Uncle Max, are you all right?" he asked, crouching beside him. "I apologize. My subordinate mistook you for an intruder." He'd always called him Uncle Max, a habit from childhood. Maxim had insisted on it. Though they weren't related by blood, their bond was close enough to feel like family. Maxim let out a laugh. "Ghhha, nephew, I didn't know you had such a fierce watchdog. If your parents could see you now, they'd be proud." Lucian smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. The mention of his parents twisted something inside him. That ache never really left. Maxim noticed, and the mirth in his face faded just as quickly. Silence settled between them. Then with a quiet voice, Maxim asked, "May I visit their grave?" The graveyard of Lutwell lay deep in the southern stretch of the territory, far behind the manor. Quiet, remote, untouched by the noise of daily life. Lucian and Maxim walked in silence. Their footsteps were slow and heavy. Neither of them spoke. The weight of the past clung to the air like fog. At last they arrived. Before them stood the graves of Lucian's parents, modest yet dignified, stones that carried the legacy of the ones who had built everything Lucian now protected. Surrounding them were other headstones, rows of humble markers Lucian had commissioned not long ago. Tombstones for the fallen miners. Each one bore a name, carved with care and precision. They were not just workers, they were the backbone of Lutwell. Mining was the village's lifeblood before, and they were honored with the respect they deserved. Maxim's eyes swept over the names, and he nodded solemnly. "You did well," he said quietly. Lucian gave a small nod in return. The two stood still. Maxim closed his eyes, letting the silence speak. Memories played behind his eyelids, bittersweet and heavy. Then he raised his head slowly, fighting back tears he didn't want to shed. "I was helpless back then," he murmured. "I'm sorry, nephew." Lucian didn't respond right away. He already knew Maxim had always been under scrutiny. Helping would have been a risk far greater than most could afford. Lucian understood that completely. Maxim sighed, the nobles in the capital, they're always watching, waiting for the smallest excuse to pounce. He looked at Lucian, his voice quieter now. "You've felt it by now, haven't you, the pressure, the way this world treats the weak or the kind?" Lucian met his gaze. Calm, resolute. "There's no need to say more, Uncle Max. I know what I'm up against," he said. "This is a battle I'll face head-on. I'll protect what my parents left behind." Maxim stared at him for a moment, then nodded. There was no boy left in Lucian now. Only a man standing where his father once did. Suddenly, Maxim flinched. His body tensed, and then black flames burst out from beneath his skin. It flickered like a cursed fire trying to devour him from within. Lucian's eyes widened. "Uncle Max." Maxim staggered, nearly collapsing. Lucian rushed to support him, gripping his shoulders. He instinctively channeled divine energy into his eyes. And then he saw it. A dark aura was choking Maxim's mana vessels. It flowed like sludge, corroding the pathways of his energy, eating away at his core as if burning it from the inside out. Lucian gritted his teeth. "Uncle Max, what is this?" Maxim let out a slow, resigned sigh, not of pain but of familiarity. "Now that I think about it, I never told you, did I?" His voice was calm, too calm. "It's a curse, been with me for a long time now." He said it like someone talking about an old scar, bothersome but no longer shocking. Lucian's expression sharpened. At the word curse, something clicked. His heart beat faster. "A curse?" he asked. "Can you tell me more?" Maxim looked at him for a moment, really looked. There was no trace of the boy he once knew, only a man. One who now stood tall with the strength to bear burdens that once belonged to his father. He gave a faint smile. It's nothing grand, really, but since you've grown this much, I suppose you deserve to hear it. Maxim stared into the distance, eyes heavy with the weight of old wounds. There was a time, he began, when 3 great noble families were entrusted with collecting taxes across the kingdom. He held up 3 fingers. Gold Dust Silverman Coleheart. Lucian listened in silence. Each family was assigned its own domain to collect task. In return for their service, they were entitled to 5% of all the taxes they collected, a fair reward for the burden of that task. He lowered 1 finger. But then tragedy struck. The Coleheart family fell, ambushed, destroyed by so-called enemies, but anyone with a brain could see through it. It was clearly orchestrated by the Gold Dust House. Lucian's eyes narrowed. With Coleheart gone, their territory was divided between the 2 remaining families, Gold Dust and Silverman. No other noble house dared step in to replace them. The Gold Dust family had made their message clear. Opposition meant ruin. Maxim's tone darkened. That's when the next blow came. He clenched a fist, eyes flickering with old anger. The Silverman family's reputation took a hit. Tax caravans started getting ambushed. Some supplies vanished. Guards disappeared. Routes we'd secured for decades suddenly turned into death traps. Lucian already knew where this was going. The gold dust again, he asked. Maxim gave a slow nod. They couldn't destroy us outright. We had too deep a foundation, too many loyal fighters, but they found another way, a curse, silent, untraceable, and devastating. His hand trembled slightly as he placed it over his chest. They struck down our greatest genius. Lucian's eyes widened as if he realized something. Yes, I was that genius, a Tier 7 mage once praised in the capital as a rising star. I wielded advanced wind magic with ease, but the curse, this rot in my mana vessels, it crippled me. Slowly, year by year, my strength drained away. I'm barely a Tier 3 now. I haven't touched my iconic wind magic in almost 20 years. He gave a tired, bitter laugh. And now we're left scraping up taxes from the border territories, places the Gold Dust family couldn't care less about. There's little wealth here and even less influence, but we endure, we survive. Maxim finally looked back at Lucian, his expression a mixture of pain, pride, and resignation. That's the truth of it. The fall of Silverman wasn't sudden, it was orchestrated, and I've had to live with this curse ever since. Maxim let out another weary sigh. Truth is, I've always known what's been happening out here in the borders. I've kept quiet, even when I wanted to you. Maxim paused and gave another sigh. If I interfered, if I made one wrong move, the Gold Dust would have used it as an excuse to crush us both. They're watching everything, waiting for the slightest misstep to justify wiping out Silverman and your territory along with it. Lucian nodded solemnly. So that was the full truth. Noble life wasn't just politics, it was a slow, suffocating game of survival. He was lucky, in a way, far from the capital where corruption and greed roamed freely behind smiling masks. All they had to deal with here was a crocodile like Coleheart. Compared to the monsters lurking in marble halls, that was manageable. Lucian took a step forward. You don't have to worry anymore, Uncle Max. Maxim raised a brow. Lucian smiled faintly. I have a way to remove the curse. His words came so casually that Maxim blinked, almost thinking he misheard. But Lucian was already reaching into his inventory. And then it appeared. Essence of purity. Don't bother, nephew, Maxim said with a weary sigh. We've done all we could, but to no avail. The most we managed was delaying the effects. We even asked priests from the Holy Empire, but the curse, it was unlike anything they'd ever seen. Too strong, unprecedented. He paused for a moment, then shifted the topic with a curious look in his eyes. Speaking of the Holy Empire, I never expected you to have a subordinate from there. She seems exceptional, perhaps even one of the 100 candidates for the next saintess. Lucian blinked, caught off guard. Come to think of it, Clara mentioned something like that. Could she really be one of the candidates? If that were true, she was far more special than I thought. Lucian just hoped the Holy Empire wouldn't come searching for her, or worse, bring trouble to his doorstep. But Lucian didn't linger on the thought for long. What mattered now was that Maxim was on his side, and that meant Lucian had to him. He pulled out the crystal and held it up. "Uncle Max," he said, his tone was confident, "just touch this, you'll see, your curse is that big of a deal." Maxim raised a brow, glancing between Lucian and the glowing crystal in his hand. He couldn't but sigh. "Looks like he found this in some mine and convinced himself it's a miracle artifact. Ha, my nephew still has that childish streak." He wasn't convinced in the slightest, but rather than argue, he decided to play along. Better to show Lucian that not all things could be fixed, that some burdens were just too heavy. This will be a good lesson for him, Maxim thought as he reached out. Slowly, he extended his index finger toward the crystal. Then, the moment his fingertip brushed against the crystal, something unexpected happened. A radiant light burst forth. Maxim's eyes widened. He barely had time to react, as the light wrapped around him like a gentle embrace. Comforting yet ireful. But that wasn't the end of it. The light began to seep into his body, sinking deeper with every passing second. And then he felt it. A cleansing force coursing through him. The curse was being stripped away. His constant fatigue evaporated. The weight on his shoulders lifted. Strength returned to his limbs like water filling a dry well. Without a word, Maxim dropped into a cross-legged position on the ground. He closed his eyes, steadied his breath, and focused inward. He was searching his body, trying to understand what was happening. Lucian, who was standing a few steps away, watched the scene unfold with calm satisfaction. "Told you so," he muttered under his breath. A soft smile played on his lips. Channeling divine energy in his eyes, he peered deeper into Maxim's body. What he saw confirmed his hunch. The radiant light wasn't just for show. It was actively devouring the dark aura clinging to Maxim from within. It moved like a living force, tearing away the corruption strand by strand. And it didn't stop there. The light pushed deeper, expelling something even more malignant hidden within Maxim's core, something that had taken root long ago. Lucian glanced at the crystal in his hand once more. Essence of purity. Type artifact. Rarity legendary. Description: a crystal that purifies anything it touches, but can't purify the host's corrupted mind. That's very effective, Lucian thought with his eyes gleaming, so curses can be cleansed after all. After a while, Maxim slowly opened his eyes. His breathing became steady. The glow had faded, but something in him had clearly changed. He stood up in silence, still absorbing the moment. For a time, he said nothing, just savoring the feeling. Then his lips trembled, and tears began to form in the corners of his eyes. "It seems I was the childish one," he muttered softly, "doubting my nephew who only meant well, and he was right all along." He turned to Lucian. His eyes were filled with raw gratitude. Then suddenly, he laughed. A loud, joyful sound echoed. He stepped forward and grabbed Lucian by the shoulders with both hands. "Nephew, I had no idea your father left you something this priceless. I can only be grateful. With this, I can return to my former glory, and that means I can finally support you. It must be fate that brought me to the borders." He beamed with pride and excitement, the old fire in him fully reignited. Even with his perfect calculation skill, Maxim couldn't pinpoint where the artifact had come from. The only reasonable conclusion he could reach was that Lucian had inherited it from his father. But then his tone turned serious. "Listen closely, don't show this to anyone, not a soul, something that can purify an unknown, unbreakable curse like mine. If word gets out, even the capital might descend into chaos." Lucian nodded. "Don't worry, uncle, I'm not the type to flaunt my treasures." Lucian smiled faintly. Of course, he wasn't foolish enough to go around flaunting his treasures. With a thought, he activated Inspect on Maxim and was greeted with a pleasant surprise. Maxim's favorability had jumped from 60 to a whopping 90. He was right to trust him. As for the misunderstanding where his treasure came from, Lucian chose not to bring it up. No need to spoil it.